my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie in the morning while I'm driving. Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand rising, everyone. Please hit the like button on your way in. I hope you guys had a fabulous weekend. I know I did. Well, not so fabulous. Not so fabulous. Dealing with these dogs most of the weekend. And you know how when we get shots, we are sometimes our arms get tender, and so trying to maneuver around my little one, and her little shoulder was tender, and she was just all wimpy most of the weekend, but we made it through. Everything's good, going good. I first of all, I want to thank everyone who showed up on Saturday for the Secret Santa giveaway to the subscriber. I had a ball. I really want to give a shout out to Outspoken One, who was the only content creator who came up and participated to me to give back to the subscribers. So I really appreciate her showing up and showing out. So let's give it up for Outspoken One, and let's give it up to the subscribers. So we I have to give it up to the subscribers. Even though no one showed up to give back to you besides myself and Outspoken One, I and you know that you show up for we content creators all the time. If it's a click in a view, if it's a thumbs up, if it's a super chat, if you help us meet our goal, if it's a cash app. So I have always wanted to pay homage to the supporters, because you guys are the people who make us, who make our channels work. So let's give you subscribers a round of applause as well. Couldn't do it without you. Okay, so let's get into it's a lot of little stuff going on in the news today. Hey, Foot Soldier, it is good to see you. Sassy Francis, Youngest, it's good to see you all. There's a lot of stuff that's going on in the news today. You know, one of the reasons why I really wish 45, 47 was not in office, I was dreading the fact that we were going to have to hear him talked about every single day that he is in office. You know, it would be different if this for-profit media was not, as they say, grading him on a curve, making the abnormal uh, try to seem normal. Uh, I am so sick of them treating him like he's a toddler, and they have to protect him from real questions or real pushback. I just I'm really. It's because the people in the United States are the ones who are suffering this fool. Hey, Bush baby, thank you so much. That was the first ever cash. Oh, that was the first ever Cash App received after being a subby since 2015. I got all choked up again. Thanks, outspoken too. Hey, T Danielle, I am so glad. I'm Bush baby. I'm so glad that you received for the Secret Santa. So, yeah, I have been doing this. I have been doing this since my first year. I started my channel in November, and then I did the first Secret Santa because I cannot ignore the people who are there for me as a content creator. Maybe others can, but I, I just my thanks from me to you. So now, what was I say about 45, 47? Um, I am so sick of talking about him every day. But I feel that a lot of things is left out in the for profit news. You understand that most of our media outlets are bought and paid for and have bent the knee to 45, 47, and this both sides ism of the news media that is presented every day. And when these right wing pundits have absolutely nothing to argue about. They still argue on dumb stuff, and they will just throw stuff out there with and actually are laughing at the stuff like this is some joke that the American people are experiencing, and that is the most disgusting part of it. They have no argument, but they come on and make little pot shots and act as if they're making jokes. Nothing's funny about what's going on in the decline of America. Absolutely nothing is funny. It is actually scary. The average, not all costs, the average price of cars for the first time for the first time ever is $50,000. Now, we heard 45, 47 grab on to the affordability a slogan that uh, got Mandami into uh, zero position all the way up into the mayor's office with huge numbers. And then he wanted to tag on to affordability, and that lasted less than a week. And he has recently came out and said that affordability is a democratic scam. It's no such thing as affordability. Exactly right. Under his administration, there is absolutely no such thing as affordability. Hey, Shakila, thank you for being here. Now, uh, above and beyond that, all of this making excuses for doing illegal things, all of these pardoning a drug trafficker. who was convicted upon evidence while saying that he's trying to prevent drugs from coming into our country with our whole military out in the Caribbean waters, all of the money that he is trying to make us believe that he's trying to stop these little fishing boats from coming to America, many of which they say weren't even going in the direction to get to America. And there's no hard questioning behind this. There's no hearings behind this. Nothing. Nothing is going on behind this. But what is going on behind this? That the United States has fewer allies. Now, if you didn't realize, um, he came out with, I forget what it's called. It's something like what the future of different nations. And he told the European Union that he sees that they will go extinct because of their immigration. All caught up in this um, dehumanizing of people who come from other countries, as if he and his family didn't come over here from another country, as if two of his wives didn't immigrate here from other countries. I was watching something on Jubilee that really, really pissed me off. I try not to watch Jubilee that much, but it was on the side and I could see what the topic was. It wasn't a whole debate, it was uh, like 4 on 4. Four homeless people and 4 millionaires. And they would do prompts. And one of the prompts uh, was so disgusting. They had this Russian lady on there, and uh, basically they were talking about capitalism. Was it good or bad for the country? And this lady from Russia, she said, you guys need to get tougher. I grew up in Russia and we had to be so tough. And that's why when I came over here, I had nothing. And I worked hard and I did this. Then they had a homeless guy who had went to UC, graduated from UCLA. I think I think he actually had a master's degree as well. And he says that he worked hard. He works full time jobs, and it's hard for him and his daughter to survive. And one of the white guy sitting up there with his legs crossed over like a bitch said, "Well, it's your fault that you decided to have a daughter." What does one thing have to, so it's the fault that you decided to be a parent. It's nothing that you could say that he did wrong. It was him having a child. This man shouldn't have a child. This man shouldn't go to college, get his degrees, working with homeless people, working uh, at other industries, and he shouldn't be able to live a life and not be homeless themselves. See, the many different ways why they try to pick out why it's your fault. Now, the people who did get a lot of sympathy, who said a whole lot of nothing, was somebody who had 4 months sober. Well, I don't know. People don't understand. When you're on drugs, it really messes your mind up. And well, we understand about you because these were non-black people. These were non-people of color. And there was another lady up there. She said she had autism, and she fought hard to get out of high school after dropping out 4 times and all of this. That is commendable. But these two people, they had, oh, you're doing fabulous. You'll be okay. These were white people. But the two black people up there, it was all their fault. It was all their fault, no matter what they did. The Russian lady said, I don't know why these people just don't go somewhere. It's embarrassing when people come to visit. You have people out there pooping on the streets. And this guy, he chased me one time. It was horrifying. People don't understand how it feels for a woman. I was chased, and they need to get rid of them. If you can't afford, she looked this man in the face who had graduated with 2 degrees from college. She told him, if you can't afford to live here, you need to go somewhere else to live. I just bought some property in West Virginia. She told a native Californian that he should move from the city, the state that he was born in, and go live somewhere in West Virginia, because West Virginia is not as expensive as California. So at least the cross leg fella, he didn't have the same thing. He said it's millions of people who are unhoused. Where are they supposed to go? Where are these homeless people supposed to go? You act like they have families, they have resources to get up and move all the way across the country. And she thought that it was perfectly fine. If you can't afford to live here, you move out. And I was so glad. I was like, oh, please dig in her ass. This is somebody who moved from Russia to our country, telling a native California that he should move out of his home state because she felt embarrassed by the homeless, the plight of the homeless. It is indicative of him to move out of his home state to make her feel comfortable. Uh, you know, uh, People say that out loud. I appreciate you, Shakila. Hey, Liz. It is good to see you. Girl, yes. the He said that they said that everything comes out. I heard that the architect told him no to the request that he was making for this big busted ballroom. He was making requests for it to be even bigger than what it is, and the architect told him that no, that is not there's no way I can do that for you. Remember, he said that he had the best architect to make the ballroom, and it's going to be fabulous, and he's one of the greatest. And now he's looking for another architect to build this bloated ballroom. Hey, Madison, it's good to see you. Um, let's get into that. Uh, while while we have a epidemic of homelessness all across this country, we are in a period of time when foreclosures are at an all-time high. They said foreclosures are higher than they were in 2008, the subpar mortgage time when people were losing their homes. This is what is not being paid attention to. This is what the media is not dwelling on, as they're telling you the prices of eggs, and one item has gone down. Uh, as they're ignoring that more people have lost their job than during COVID this one year alone. See, they're not putting the impact. You remember you used to watch the news stories. They would give you a headline, and then they would give you a reporter actually out on the street talking to real people. No, none of that anymore. The only people that they entertain are the politicians and their lies and their talking points and all of this BS. Let me see if I can find something that I wanted to play about that ballroom. Now, while I look for that, I will play this for you. Marjorie Taylor Greene had a couple of words to say out as she's leaving out of the door. Now, she is supposed to retired January 5th. What's happening? Why did she wait until January 5th? That's when that big pension that these elected officials get. Her pension set. She's vested in her pension uh, by January 5th. So she's guaranteed to get that hefty pension money. She's a quitter. She's not even sitting out her whole term. We had to listen to her rant, rave, give talking points, curse out reporters who weren't from here. All of the foolishness. She made her mark by chasing behind David Hogg, who was in the Parkland shootings in Florida, a survivor of that school shooting in Florida, and they invited him up to the Hill to speak. And here is Marjorie Taylor Greene, she was not an elected official, walking on his heels, damn near, uh, um, asking him questions and heckling him as he just walked to where he was invited to. And then uh, the Republicans saw something that was honorable about that. About her saying how yes, she has her pieces, and yes, she has her pow pow, and why does he don't want people to have access to pow pows? A kid uh, who has survived a school shooting. And this is where Marjorie Taylor Greene got into government. Behind that, that is what prompted Marjorie Taylor Greene into the limelight, as Republican senators thought that that was something honorable that she was out there doing. As voters thought that she was protecting them. And now she's leaving in utter shame because she understands that she's not going to do anything that 45, 47 won't allow her to do. But instead of standing in her power as a equal branch of the government, she won't do that. She's going to quit. But she's going to make sure her pension is secure. So Marjorie Taylor Greene has call herself giving out information as she walked out the door. Tisa. Hey, Tisa, I appreciate you. Thank you, and I hope you and the doggies have a fabulous Christmas. I really appreciate you, Tisa. Now, let me share with you what Marjorie Taylor Greene has been up
to the new ownership that's very pro-Trump. So Marjorie Taylor Greene appears on 60 Minutes with Leslie Stahl on Sunday, and she goes, watch my full interview on 60 Minutes. I'm America first, America only, and no one can get in the way of that. So then she goes on to talk about how she got all of these death threats. She says these death threats are all fueled directly by Donald Trump. And then she goes on to talk about how she brought these death threats to the attention of J.D. Vance. And J.D. Vance was like, yeah, maybe we'll look into them. And then she never heard from him again. Then she said she brought it to the attention of Kash Patel, and he ignored her. Then she said, I showed Donald Trump, and she said, I'm going to keep it private, what he said to me, but it wasn't nice. Leslie Stahl goes, can you give us a hint about what Donald Trump said? She said it was extremely unkind. Marjorie Taylor Greene then goes on to tell Leslie Stahl, quote, I stood for women who were raped when they were 14 years old. And the president that I fought for 5 years called me a traitor for that. And so that changed the landscape of things, she said. And that's why she said that she had to resign. She couldn't be aiding and abetting Donald Trump's cover-up of a child sex trafficking ring. She said, I couldn't be a part of it. She also said that a lot of these MAGA Republicans, they mock Donald Trump behind his back. Then they put on the MAGA hat when it's convenient for them, she said. Yeah, they'll put on the MAGA hat for the first time, but she said they mock the way that Donald Trump speaks. They mock Donald Trump's deteriorating health. They mock Donald Trump's appearance. Donald Trump is actually one big joke to the Republican Party. They think he's disgusting and grotesque, but they go along with this because they think that this is how they keep their power and that's how they enable it. Next, Marjorie Taylor Greene is asked, so are you saying that Donald Trump now sides with the establishment over the MAGA movement? And she goes, look, he passed a crypto bill that helped out the crypto donors. Those are the areas that are still getting everything they want, the billionaires. While the people, we're still out here saying we need to see action in areas for the American people like healthcare, not for Trump's big donors. Those are the people getting all of the help from Donald Trump. She goes on to say that Donald Trump said that releasing the Epstein files would hurt people. It would hurt the powerful people that he knows. And he said, Marjorie, you can't be asking for it. You're going to start hurting people. Thomas Massey, who was one of the people who led
the same man who is kicking millions of people off of their health care. The same party that knows that a lot of people beyond the millions of people who are losing their health care because of that big bloated bill where they cut Medicaid for people who are unable to afford insurance. Now, the people who were able to afford Obamacare, up to 25 million additional people will be losing their health care or their ability to pay for their health care on January 1st. Now, have you heard of any bills being passed? There was one congressional meeting on it, but they have no plan. They are presenting no health care plan, and their excuses is, remember, they told you that they had plenty of time to work on the healthcare crisis. They could work on it in October and November. Here we are in December, and they have not even put up and pretended as if they were trying to rack their brains to try to figure out how to keep American citizens covered by health care insurance. They have absolutely nothing. They said that they would work on it, but the Democrats were going to have to reopen the government. And here we are, what's the date? On December 8th. They still have absolutely nothing. Um, I was I was somewhere, and people can talk about whatever they want to talk about, but the conversation was kind of uh, some of the responses, some of the comments were kind of juvenile to me, and kind of uh, like people really weren't in touch with what's really going on, and trying to make a joke out of things that is not funny. This one guy said, well, when things get real bad, I have a friend, and he told me that he will prop me up, and we'll go together and open a restaurant. So you know me. I sat here and I was listening, and I'm listening as they are making light, as the Republicans do when they go up on these mindless debates that they try to have about real serious issues, and try to make like they're, oh, I was just joking. Oh, I was, well, quit joking, because there's nothing to joke about. So I hit the link and I said, it's odd that you think that you can open up a restaurant. He made sure to let you know that it was a non-black person who would be fronting him the money for a restaurant. I said it's awful funny that you think that you are talking about a restaurant is your way out, when restaurants are the number one failing business, and they fail quicker than any other business. And I said, and what is also miraculous to me is, uh, who do you think, if everything falls apart this badly, who do you think is going to be buying food at restaurants? I said, where will you be purchasing your food from? Do you even know how to grow food? People really think that this is some type of joke. Who are going to be your patrons? They were talking about the AI situation and the jobs that are going to be taken, and when what are you going to do when AI has a large swath of the American people unemployed? They were talking about that universal rate that they think that these billionaires are going to take your jobs and then just pay you to stay home. I was just like, they cannot be serious about this shit. And when I brought up the point that why do you think that so many people have been kicked off of Medicaid? Why do you think that nobody has a solution to get these up to 25 million additional people who are about to lose their Affordable Care Act insurance premium? Why do you think they're doing that? I said they're trying to thin the herd because surely people are going to die. People who have conditions where they are on regular prescriptions that their doctors, their primary care physicians fill for them. Do you think that the emergency room is going to fill prescriptions for all the American people who have to take medication on a regular basis? What do you think going to happen to these people? When you go to the emergency room, you have no primary care physician, and the only physician you have is the emergency room. What do most people do? They put it off, they put it off, they put it off until it gets unbearable. And so you have no primary care physician, so you are not getting your yearly health exam. You are not getting yearly panels and tests that could detect something in its early stages when it's treatable, but you're putting it off, putting it off, putting it off because you no longer have that primary care physician. Therefore, when you finally go to the emergency room, something that could have been caught early is more than likely in the terminal stage. So, who you creating a restaurant for? I mean, people are really, really out of touch uh, at what's going on in the United States. And who would have thought? Someone else said, you know, uh, we've always had to fight, and we are used to this in this conversation. Now, I've talked about this before, but this was in this actual conversation, and we know how we know what to do to get through tough times. I said, "Oh, do you know what to do? Uh, what are you gonna do? What have you done?" I say a lot of people like to talk about how resilient we are, but a lot of us have never had to be resilient. A lot of us are talking stories about our ancestors. See, we didn't fight for what we got. A lot of us were born into this. The fight was already over. The fight was done by your ancestors, your uncles, your parents, your aunts. Those are the people who really had to put some skin in the game. So, what fight are you accustomed to fighting? Uh, no comment. I had no comment. Hey, sincere, sincere. Since we've had that talk about the Somalians, I have come across a lot of more information. I appreciate having that conversation with you the other day uh, because, like I said, I was not up on the uh, Somalians in Minnesota, but I did know that they had come out and they had said that they were supporting 45, 47, and they so now I'm not surprised, shall I say, about their attitudes because a lot of Africans who come over here have that attitudes about Black Americans. They have that. They accept the attitude of the Black American that is put out by our own American media. That is what I will say. Not just the news media, also our entertainment media love to depict Black people in one way. Love it. So I'm not surprised about that, but some of the things that they were saying as they are sitting up here thinking that they are going to be able to do what the non-black people do, uh, fraud government systems uh, without any repercussions. You know, now the Somalians are upset that black people are not coming to their defense. I don't know what you guys think about that. It was proposed by the Democrats during the shutdown to at least extend the ACA for 1 year and then come back and revisit it. The Republicans said no. Exactly. The Republicans uh, also said no because of 4547. He wanted to extend the Affordable Care Act subsidies for 1 or 2 years. And then we can just give the people money to buy their own health insurance. Just give them, you know what, $2,000 or something. Now, this idiot thinks that $2,000, give every person $2,000, will give them money to buy. And that's the only thing they can buy with it is health care. He said $2,000. So they also told him no. Because he said, and we can just put a name on it. We'll call it Trump care. So what he basically said, the only thing that he can come up with is to extend Obamacare. And because he has absolutely no plan, and he is so dense that he thinks that $2,000 payment would be enough for you to buy your insurance coverage for 1 year. They are not even trying to figure out anything that is going to the universal health care. If you're not trying to think of anything, uh, how come you can't think of universal health care? If you are sitting up here pretending like you don't want to extend the Obamacare subsidies because it is only enriching insurance companies, and we'll take the insurance company out of the whole equation. Take the insurance companies out of the whole equation because they sure are getting rich. Just put in universal health care, so all of the money is going to uh, the health of the individual, to actual medical care, instead of propping up United Healthcare for making billions of dollars of profits for their shareholders, their CEOs, their COOs, and all of these OOs that they have making billions of dollars in profit. But they can't figure out anything to eliminate the insurance companies that they are complaining about. But the only solution to the insurance company from getting more money is them kicking you off your health care. Make that make sense. Let me see if there's anything else on this.
The discharge petition that now has created the law to release the Epstein files, which we know Trump's going to cover up, even though the release date's coming up in just a few days at this point. Thomas Massey goes, thank you, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Nancy Mason, Congresswoman Boebert, for having the guts to sign the discharge petition to force a vote on the Epstein Files Transparency Act. How do we know it was the right thing? It passed 427-1 in the House, 100-0 in the Senate, and Trump was forced to sign it. Marjorie Taylor Greene says, you know, the word MAGA, that's Trump's phrase. That's his political policies, but that's not America first. I call myself America first. And she said, look, you want to talk about more areas of Trump's betrayal of MAGA or America first? She goes, Trump brought in the Crown Prince, MBS, who murdered an American journalist. She then says, then he brings in Zoran Mamdani after telling the MAGA Republicans that this guy is the worst thing imaginable. And they say Mamdani's the worst this, the worst that. Then he brings Mamdani in and acts like Mamdani's his best friend. And then Trump takes photos with Mamdani in front of a portrait of FDR. She's like, what's going on? She goes, what's going on with this guy? By the way, then she says that Senator Ted Cruz is a Zionist Texas senator who has lost his mind over Tucker Carlson, you would think a United States senator would be gravely concerned about affordability for Americans, the looming healthcare crisis, and actually passing appropriations with another government funding deadline coming at the end of January. But instead, he's going mad that Tucker Carlson is living rent-free in his head.
This episode of Midas Touch is brought to you by Wild Grain. Wild Grain is the first baked from frozen.
Hold on.
Elder Green then uplifts another MAGA account, Santiago, who says, my health insurance in the U.S. for a family of four, $15,000 deductible, $20,000 out of pocket. This is a catastrophe. We're the dumbest country in the world. Marjorie Taylor Greene says, again, fix health insurance. She said, no one is walking around blaming Venezuela for their problems. Why are we provoking a war with Venezuela when we need to fix the healthcare crisis? She then goes and says, well, originally, she said she got death threats from the left. She goes, once I stood with the Epstein survivors, the women who were raped as teenagers, abused and trafficked by rich, powerful men, that's when Trump turned on me and called me a traitor. And then new death threats and harassment came from the right or somewhere. We received pizza doxing deliveries, pipe bomb threats at my home and construction company office, and assassination threats directly to my son, Derek. The police and local FBI promptly responded. I sent these assassination threats on my son to Trump, in which he responded with harsh accusatory replies with zero sympathy. I also sent these threats to Chief of Staff Susie Wiles and Deputy Chief James Blair and received no response, nothing. It was shocking to me to be treated this way by the top Republican leaders, considering everything I did to help elect their boss and the fact that I have paid all of my dues to the NRCC, every single Congress, including this one, and had a 98% voting record with Trump. I also sent these threats to Kash Patel, and he responded on it. And I sent threats to J.D. Vance, who responded promptly with kindness and sympathy, but nothing else. And Republicans need to take a hard look in the mirror and ask themselves, are you still a mindless pawn taking orders, or are you elected representatives serving your district and their views and needs? A congressional Republican majority who takes orders from the White House and relinquishes all control to the executive branch is not serving the will of their voters. And an administration that only provides results through executive orders only provides temporary policies to the American people. And the American people who voted for you know it. You can't keep fooling them. They can't be fooled any longer. Then she goes and says that this political violence is out of control. The political industrial complex will only further divide the sides. And it's important to point out, though, Marjorie Taylor Greene was a major part of this. She fueled this political violence. She got into Congress and made a career out of doing this and dividing people. But now that...
And she went on the View and apologized for her behavior. I apologize for my behavior. She definitely... Hey, DC Kool-Aid, it's good to see you. You know what they really want in Venezuela. Yes, we know that they really only want that oil in Venezuela. All of this narco drug trafficking bullshit that they and I'm wondering if people are really I know that people really believe that, because I have people falling down in my chat all the time talking that do you want, so you guys are protecting the drug runners, do you guys want drugs in the United States? Y'all are protecting the drug traffickers, because they're absolutely idiots. A whole lot of absolute idiots out here are buying into that, which is very, very unfortunate. So there are people who actually believe that that is what these strikes are about. Now, let me get out of this. So there is something I think I did play it for you Oh yes, I did play it for you. How they are. I talked about this years ago. How water is going to be uh, a new commodity. Water is going to be as important as gold. I talked about this. I think it was like maybe 3 or 4 years ago here on my channel. Now we are getting to the point where all of these data centers are propping up. They use a whole lot of electricity and water. And I showed you last week. I think it was in Texas. Yes, it was in Texas. How this hedge fund guy is going through and sucking all of the water out of the Texas aquifers because they have some type of some type of they have some type of rule that however much water you can siphon out of the aquifers, you can own it. And he is siphoning off so much water for profit. This is a hedge fund guy. They're doing this to make money. They're not doing it to live off of. And so the people who actually live and actually also use this aquifer, they are unable to pump water for themselves because he has such a deeper, more powerful well, and he's siphoning off all of the water from these aquifers. Now, years ago, I talked to you about in California how Nestle was going in some aquifers in San Bernardino, California. This was in 2021. And they were siphoning off all of the water, and they were getting the water for how much? They were getting the water for free. And then they're making all of their Nestle products and charging you. So they're getting a free water that their contract was up. Let's talk about this. California now San Bernardino County is strapping for water. They are have so many people on free water programs. They so many different. They're trying to puzzle together ways to get water out there after they let this go on for years. Now, understand this article is in 2021. Let's get into it. California authority says Nestle is illegally gulping up public water. Environmentalist has accused the company of continuing to pump on expired permits in violation and violating state law. This is 2021. On Friday, California State Water Resources Control Board issued a draft cease and desist order against Nestle, demanding that the beverage Belmont stop pumping millions of gallons of water from the San Bernardino National Forest, which it then peddles as bottled water under its Arrowhead brand. The order, which still requires official approval by the Water Board, is the culmination of a years long battle between the company and environmentalists who says Nestle has been siphoning water away from Strawberry Creek for next to nothing under a permit that expired in when 1988, and it is 2021 when they finally decided to put a cease and desist on Nestle from pumping all of the water out of this aquifer for profit. The public water. Can you imagine if you were siphoning something free from the government that was meant for everybody, and you were using it for pure profit, and you were siphoning off such large amounts that it caused concern, and everybody knew that you were just doing it for your for-profit business. Do you think that it would take? Let me see. Over 30 years for them to put a foot in your ass? Okay, so these big corporations are out here depleting our natural resources for everyone to resell it to you for profit. And your public officials are allowing this to happen. Your public officials are okay with letting this go for over 30 years. And now they are scrambling, trying to have enough water for every individual household to run through their pipes. Uh, okay. The order, which still requires official approval by the Water Board, is the culmination of a years-long battle between the company and environmentalists who say Nestle has been siphoning water away from Strawberry Creek for next to nothing under the permit that expired in 1988. The thirsty megacorp reportedly didn't even bother with environmental impact studies during California's drought. They didn't care how much they were siphoning. They were siphoning however much they wanted to. Drought be damned. We gonna get whatever we want. We don't care. No, we're not gonna back off because it's a drought. When people can't water their lawns and all of this type of stuff because it's a drought. Fuck, well, y'all ain't watering your lawns. That's more water for us to go in and siphon off and sell to you. Nestle must reply to the draft order within 20 days, or the bond may issue a final order, at which point the agency could begin assessing fines from $500 to $1,000 a day for every day the company has been taking water since a previous decree was issued at the end of 2017. So they waited until 2017 uh, to get a official decree. So that was like 29 years, not 30 years. Okay. Additionally, Nestle will be required to limit diversions from surface streams to its pre 1914 water rights of 7.6 acres feet per year, as well as submitting annual monitoring reports. The 2017 order came on the heels of a lawsuit brought by environmental groups after a 2015 investigation by the Desert Sun, which revealed that the U.S. Forest Service had been allowing Nestle to continue pumping waters from the area under the expired permit. The U.S. Forest Service, isn't that nice? Isn't it nice what big business is allowed to get away with? While they are talking about uh, restarting debtors prisons for you, if you are in debt so much, they are actually talking about restarting debtors prisons for the American public, while these corporations can get away with this type of shit. um, this link is number 2 in my description box. This article is old. I was looking for the update to this article to see what happened. Uh, but I will give you an update in tomorrow, and we'll see what happened with that. So, why am I talking about this? Because I have something that I want to share with you, actually about water. Let me share this with you. Hmm. Here, let me share this. Is it already open? Maybe it's not. Okay, let me share this with you. Poland water. Let's get into uh, it seems like all of this allowing these different corporations is finally having an impact on people, people's lives, like the amount of water that the population is has access to. So if you haven't heard about this, let me see. Hold on. Let me see. What drugs, minerals, oil, land? It would never change. They only get greedier. Welcome to the United States of America. You are not kidding. You know what they really want. Okay. Now, also, I had a whole lot of trolls in here talking about this piece that 4547 had made in the Congo. There is absolutely no peace that has been made or granted in the Congo because people are representing uh, which one? Representing one of those nations. I can't remember which one. They didn't even. They weren't even represented in this, kind of like Hamas and Netanyahu never signed their peace agreement. But you know what 4547 set his funky ass down there and did sign? He signed them giving over mineral rights to the United States. And I'm sure the United States won't profit from it. These are United States companies who have he had sealed an agreement to get rare earth minerals out of these African regions and promoting it as sitting down signing a peace agreement when all parties who would be able to say yes, we will stop fighting each other because of this, that, and the other. A whole sit down motherfucking uh clown and pony show to make you believe that he has stopped. They've been fighting over 30 years. 10 million people, 40 million people have been killed. 19 million people. You know, he changes numbers every day. There was absolutely no peace agreement made in the Congo, but that's neither here nor there. Let me show you about this water situation. Let's talk about this.
One of the things Maine has going for it is its water. We have great water. When you pump water and you truck it somewhere out of the state, that water is never coming back.
Water is big business in Maine, and this is a reason why. Every year, Poland Spring pumps about 1 billion gallons out of Maine's aquifers. That's enough to fill more than 1,500 Olympic-sized swimming pools. But the places where they're extracting that bottled water from are drying up.
We had our fire chief driving around with water and giving people water to drink and to shower.
As locals have fought the company's deals, Poland Spring has waded into state and local politics to keep profits flowing.
This is definitely a David and Goliath fight.
You're working for Poland Spring opposed to working for the people?
So we went to the communities where your bottled water comes from to hear from the people closest to it.
How can they say it's not having an impact?
We don't even exist in their mind.
And we found that people are anxious about the future of their most valuable resource and pissed off at the company that's bottling so much of it.
Take away the water and you don't have much.
You want some of this? Okay. I'll give you some of this.
Nina Fuller is a sheep farmer who lives in Hollis, Maine.
I think it was maybe 15 years I was here when the drought hit and I ran out of water. And then a couple years later, I ran out of water again.
Maine is one of the most water-rich states in the country, but in recent years, it's seen an alarming trend. This year is the 5th in the last decade where much of the state has experienced significant droughts.
They drink a lot of water. It was a problem because it would run out of water. And you can't just open up a bottle of water and stick it in a trough.
just a 15-minute drive from Nina's farm, is the largest facility for bottling water in North America, operated by Poland Spring.
It may be the best tasting water on Earth because nature is there to protect it.
In Hollis alone, Poland Spring can extract up to 238 million gallons of water a year. But in 2022, the same year Nina's well was going dry, they wanted more.
I went to the town meeting. There was some really pissed off people.
After residents found out, they backed off.
Poland Spring had asked to double their water. It just seemed crazy to me.
Poland Spring says their operations have no impact. That Maine gets enough rain every year to replace whatever the company is taking and then some. But most of the benefit is leaving Maine. In 1992, Swiss company Nestle acquired Poland Spring along with several other regional bottled water companies to become one of the leading players in the market. You probably know some of the names. But wherever Nestle went for water, trouble followed.
Nestle is accused of stealing California's water.
Michigan is now under fire for approving a plan to allow the company Nestle to increase the amount of water it draws from the state.
In Nestle's case, they're trying to get water from Ginny Springs and not even pay for it.
In 2021, Nestle spun off all of its bottled water brands into Blue Triton, a company backed by private equity. After Blue Triton bought the brands, their pumping around the country increased, including in Maine.
By what? A private equity, for profit. Millionaires and billionaires are cashing in on public water to profit themselves. They see a money-making angle to just suck up all of the fucking water all across the United States. And people think that they have good ideas to open restaurants. We are in a real perilous time that is not being widely reported on. To allow people to enrich themselves into indebt the public, into debt and whatever. What other perils that we may face to allow these greedy motherfuckers to profit off of something that is here for everyone to use. Let's continue.
This October, the company announced that due to the drought, it was reducing pumping from its springs in Hollis, Kingfield, and Freiburg.
The company didn't specify by how much, but adds it monitors aquifer levels daily.
But we found documents that tell a different story. The towns of Freiburg and Denmark get monthly reports about how much water Poland Spring is taking. The reports show that in September, when Poland Spring said that they were reducing withdrawals from some sites, including Freiburg, the company actually drew more water from Denmark and Freiburg than they did in September 2023 and September 2024.
My property borders their property.
Peter Nielsen and his friend Chris Doyle live near this pond in Denmark, close to one of Poland Spring's sites.
You can see water should be where we're standing, and you can see that it's nowhere near what it used to be.
So far this year, Poland Spring has pumped nearly 64 million gallons out of Cold Spring in Denmark. Poland Spring says that pumping doesn't affect the water level in the nearby pond, or the water supply of people like Chris who live outside of what's known as the zone of influence. But several years ago, Chris moved into a small house on Peter's property. They dug a well for her to get water.
We finally hit a spring, and we figured, all right, we got water. And all of a sudden, it was dry. And we paid attention to when Spring was pumping and how much they were pumping. And they ended up pumping more at that time when mine went dry.
Chris says the town told her that there was no way Poland Springs operations could impact her well. But a few winters ago, there was a bad snowstorm.
They couldn't get their trucks out to pump the water. Plus, there was no power to pump the water. In that 24-hour period, my well went up 24 inches.
So there's a lot that we don't know and that we rely on them to report. And sometimes there's a real lag with that reporting.
Denmark allows Poland Spring to pump up to 105 million gallons of water a year. The company pays the town just $34,000 a year in property taxes.
We can do what we can on a town level with our ordinances, et cetera, but if there isn't the will, it doesn't really happen. I do believe it needs to come from the state level.
We sent Poland Spring a list of questions, and we asked why they pumped so much in September when they publicly claimed they were cutting back due to the drought. Primo Brands sent us a statement saying it, quote, manages its spring sources responsibly and for long-term sustainability, that hydrologists have determined Poland Spring isn't having a negative impact on their neighbors or the water supply, and that they comply with all regulations. But they didn't answer the question. Why?
So they put out a public notice because it's a drought, we're going to pump less water. And then when they're caught doing the opposite of pumping less water, they come out, well, we're not impacting anybody, so we're going to pump whatever we want to pump. These are big corporations taking your water to resell it to you. I think Nestle owns Pepsi as well. This is what they're doing to you to make profit off of you.
During a drought, are they taking so much water?
Poland Spring used to have a community office in that building, but they shut it down. They tend to do that.
In the town of Freiburg, Poland Spring buys its water from a privately owned water utility. So far this year, Poland Spring has taken 21 million gallons more of water from Freiburg than it did through the same period in 2024.
They have a well that they pull from. Next to that well is a loading station where trucks pull up, and it takes 15 minutes to load up one truck that's about 8,500 gallons.
In 2012, Poland Spring signed a contract with the water company to lease land and withdraw its water at the same rate as residents for up to 45 years.
We had to appeal to the Maine Public Utilities Commission to get a hearing in our community. It was clear that it was a very unpopular decision to have a contract that would last for generations.
But all three members of the Public Utility Commission had ties to Poland Spring or firms that worked for them.
It took us a year and a half to get them all to recuse themselves from the case.
But the replacements on the commission approved the deal anyway.
Decisions were being made behind closed doors, and the public wasn't getting access to all the information about whether this was a good.
Decisions were being made behind closed doors. Does that remind you of these data centers, these data centers that are going up all across the United States, where they are going up without the public and the communities that they are going up in being aware of them? Next thing you know, they're breaking ground on construction for these data centers that are going to interrupt your lives. I showed you Virginia has the largest number of data centers in and around one little town in Virginia. There is a constant humming sound that is really driving people crazy. On top of them plugging into your electricity grid. Now there's no regulation on AI or these data centers, so therefore they can just come in and plug in, and it is as if you as an individual are using more electricities because your household is going to have to absorb the increase in power that is used by a whole billionaire's data center. This is what's going on in America. These are some things I want to talk to, things that affect you and how you live your lives. And I just want to let you understand these are things that are happening to you. Virginia is not the only place that has these data centers. There is a new data center that is being built right now for Meta that is the size of Manhattan in poor buttfuck Louisiana. And they half of these people, not half, a portion of these people can barely afford to pay their electric bills now. Now, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, that is his state. So you're not going to get any relief in Louisiana. But the data center got a sweet deal to come to Louisiana. What is this data center doing for Louisiana? It surely isn't creating any jobs. They have some construction jobs that are being created for a short period of time. When the construction is over, the jobs are over. There are the whole point of having a data center collect your information is so that they don't have to use employees. So they are definitely not hiring employees in these data centers. They have a skeleton crew of employees that are going to work this data center that is the whole size of Manhattan itself. So what's the upside of this? Who is getting anything out of this? Millionaires and billionaires, and these people who they make these backroom deals with. That's who's getting something out of this, at your detriment.
A deal for their community.
Maggie O'Neill is a former state representative in the Maine legislature. In 2023, she introduced a bill that would limit the length of the contracts and give residents approval over the process.
If a vote's taking place, they felt like there would be a lot more public dialogue and more opportunity to get information about the deals that were being made and whether that was a good idea for their community.
Poland Springs said publicly that the bill would, quote, make it unaffordable for them to do business. But their real efforts were at the State House.
Poland Spring had multiple lobbyists in the committee room, in the hallway, talking to legislators, and they worked hard to kill this.
Poland Spring's been very good at locking in support from both sides of the aisle.
Last year.
So they don't want you to have any say, any type of vote in what they are bringing to your community that is going to impact your community. So they pay lobbyists to go up and whisper in the ears of your elected officials. You know, kind of like they did in that story I brought you about the data center that they were trying to create in the desert. One of the local official said that he didn't think that the people needed to have a vote on everything. And this is one of the people who they made the backroom deal with to put up a data center in the desert. Who has limited water resources. He said he didn't feel that you had the right to vote on what is going up in your community that is going to impact your electricity and your water bill. That's what he said. This is the man who made the deal. But they found out, the public found out about this data center that had already been agreed on in backroom deals. It was under the name, I forget the name of the company that this data center, they had a layer of ownership over this data center. The data center was a Jeff Bezos Amazon center under the name of a third party. So you wouldn't realize that Jeff Bezos, the second richest man in America, was trying to build a data center, but he never built his own separate power structure to power his own data center. No, he was going to plug it into you. And y'all still stop shopping at Amazon? Are y'all still shopping at Amazon? Is it that convenient to shop at Amazon that a billionaire will put a data center up in your fucking neighborhood? And when they finally did have the meeting, you found out that they were going to plug into the current electricity grid. You know, they send the same representative that work for a lot of these Meta data centers that was facing the public and trying to say, "Oh, it's no big deal. It's already been approved." No, they're just gonna plug into your water system. No, they're just gonna plug into your rates. They're just gonna charge you the rates to improve and make repairs to the electric grid, like they usually would do. And the improvements are improvements to prop up a data center that is using all of this energy. and you paying for it, but y'all still shopping at Amazon too. You still shopping at Amazon too? Okay, let's continue.
Poland Springs ownership changed again when Blue Triton merged with another company, Primo. Primo reported nearly $2 billion in sales in the third quarter, including almost $900 million from regional bottled water brands like Poland Spring. Some of Primo's top investors include One Rock Capital Partners, one of the private equity firms behind Blue Triton, as well as BlackRock, Vanguard, and Fidelity.
This is definitely a David and Goliath fight. It's a really big international company and small communities in a rural state like Maine, but it's not impossible.
We can scream all day for protecting our rights to water, but if we're not going to accept the responsibility that it takes to protect our water, then we're going to lose our rights.
As people in Maine worry about their future access to water, some are pushing for more public control. How much a company like Poland Spring can take, and who makes those decisions? People in Freiburg met last month to talk about buying the Freiburg Water Company and making it publicly owned. That's the company that signed the deal with Poland Spring.
There would be more control of the water resource to assure the citizens have adequate supplies of clean water into the future, with no profit margins being part of the equation.
We've got the short end of the stick, and we can't even assert ourselves and determine what we feel like's going to be best for our community.
Our families are here. I mean, animals, plants, everything needs water, and they're just pumping out water for their profit.
There's not a whole lot that can be done unless the state changes its laws.
Maine is one of just 3 states that has what's known as an absolute dominion law. It lets landowners extract an almost unlimited amount of groundwater.
Absolute dominion law has also been described as the guy with the biggest straw wins. Holding that law in place really protects landowners who have businesses that use a lot of water and puts their neighbors at potential risk.
This year, the legislature passed a bill to study the law. That study just needs to be funded by a council of state legislators. But as of November, that hadn't happened.
Let's take a look at the rule of absolute dominion and see, is it serving us? Is it good for water rights for everybody to be able to have this carte blanche rule on water extraction?
So we also, let me make sure my mic is on. We also see Texas is one of those states that have absolute dominion water rights. Texas. I reported to you about Texas. So
landowners extract an almost unlimited amount of groundwater.
This link is in my description box. So go over there and check out this link. I wanted to give you a little bit of information. Now, I also wanted to talk about how the United States is also being sold out. We saw 45, 47 have the Crown Prince sitting up in the Oval Office. Now, we are absolutely clear that it is transparent how 45, 47 is profiting from his connections with the Saudi families in all of these rich nations. But let me make it a little clearer. They're sitting up in your face, doing all of this crooked stuff. Now we understand that the Saudis gave Jared Kushner's $2 billion to invest in a business that he was in for the first time. He had no experience. He had no track record. But after the first 45, 47 administration, Jared Kushner was blessed with $2 billion from the Saudis. So whenever you hear that Jared Kushner is working with Steve Witkoff, they worked on the alleged ceasefire deal with Israel and Palestine. Steve Witkoff, who is somehow running around the country, and they are telling you that he is making peace agreement. When who is Steve Witkoff? Steve, he's a realtor. He's one of 45, 47 old real estate buddies. So, what type of peace is Steve Witkoff and Jared Stuff My Pocket Kushner's. What type of peace agreement are they making on the behalf of the United States? What's in the deal for them? We know that Pam Bondi was an agent of Qatar. I do believe Susie Wiles. I know Susie Wiles was an agent for Israel. His chief of staff, Susie Wiles. She's an old Israeli operative. So we know that Pam Bondi over the DOJ said that there was no problem with 4547 taking that jet from Qatari. Let's get into this. Let's make it a little. Let's make it a little more interesting to have information. Foreign oligarchs brought foreign oligarchs brought Trump. What they got will shock you is the name of this. This will be. I think it will be number 4 in my description box. You can revisit these. All of the links are in my description box.
What connects this hotel and this nondescript office building to an Idaho Air Force Base at the center of a political firestorm? Well, just one thread of a massive tapestry of corruption.
Now you see Keg Breath shaking hands with a Qatar. Who was he? With a Qatar operative shaking hands as they announced that they would build a Qatari Air Force base in Idaho. What 4547's administration? You know, Qatar, who in his last administration, 4547 says that he was financing terrorists and all of this. But now all of a sudden, the Qataris are the U.S.'s best friend. They're getting handshakes and whole motherfucking naval bases in the United States. Not naval base, Air Force bases in the United States. How does that work? Let's find out.
Where foreign oligarchs have been. What connects this hotel and this nondescript office building to an Idaho Air Force Base at the center of a political firestorm? Well, just one thread of a massive tapestry of corruption where foreign oligarchs have been bribing American officials to put their interests front and center of American foreign policy ahead of our own. Today, I'm investigating how Qatar is trying to buy America, and more importantly, what they're getting in return.
The US president here in Doha, this time including camels and red Cybertrucks.
The Emir is a fantastic person. I think I'm going to be his public relations man.
The US has officially accepted this.
Taking jets from Qatar is not the way. Taking real estate deals from Qatar is not the way.
Pete Hegseth has just announced plans to build a Qatari Air Force facility at the Mountain Home Air Base in Idaho.
From this day forward, it's going to be only America first.
This is Park Lane Hotel, and I'm outside because my boss refused to let me film from a room that cost over $700 a night. Park Lane Hotel is owned by the government of Qatar, or Qatar, a tiny Gulf nation with a native population about the size of Cleveland, Ohio. And they bought it from someone very close to Donald Trump. It's part of a massive alleged scheme that one day might result in American troops being deployed to defend an authoritarian regime. Let me explain. For the last 8 years, Qatar has been using every tool at its disposal, including real estate and business investments, to influence the U.S. government.
They've spent $250 million on lobbying and public relations firms in the U.S. They also spend millions of dollars on the top D.C. think tanks. They spend billions of dollars on U.S. universities.
That's Ben Freeman. He investigated foreign influence and authored a damning report about Qatar just this year. Qatar owns a piece of the Washington Wizards, of X. They own 9.9% of the Empire State Building. They also have a special interest in American news. CNN just built a news hub in Qatar's media city.
Welcome to...
Newsmax was, at one point, extremely critical of Qatar.
Bottom line, this is a terrorist group that cannot be trusted, or at least a terrorist nation.
That is, until a $50 million investment from the Qatari government, after which, well, here's an employee in their own words. We were not allowed to criticize Qatar. We were told very clearly from the top down, no touching this. criticism which might be important given the grim state of human rights in the country.
They are most notorious for the rampant abuse and massive number of deaths of migrant workers that come to Qatar.
Qatar also funds Al Jazeera, which does plenty of valuable reporting, but they do seem to have some limitations.
My own personal experience with Al Jazeera goes like this. I wrote reports critical of Saudi Arabia, the UAE. When I did that, Al Jazeera was all too happy to have me on the network. And then I wrote a report on Qatar's influence in America. Crickets. I have not been on the network since.
But you might say some of Qatar's best assets are in real estate. And it's not just the money they're making on their investment. As nice as it might seem, the Park Lane Hotel used to be a financial disaster for its owner, the Witkoff Group, founded by a guy named Steve Witkoff. If he looks familiar, it's because he's been doing a victory lap over his role in the Israel-Palestine ceasefire. He was one of Trump's most important diplomats in the Middle East.
He seems time and again to believe anything and everything he hears from these foreign regimes, many of whom just so happen to be paying him and his family as well.
And so in 2023, the Qatari influence campaign ended up right over there when they bought that building for $623 million from the Witkoff Group. They also invest in the Witkoff Group's luxury Brook building through the Qatari-affiliated Apollo Group. Now, it might be miraculous.
And it might interest you that this same Steve Witkoff, his son, is in a business, the unregulated Bitcoin business, with 4547's children as well. He himself and his son are making a killing. But what are they doing? What is this administration doing for the affordability for American people? Oh, he said that that is a fraud. There's no such thing. He learned a new word and then quickly decided that it was a fraud because while he wanted to use the word affordability because he saw the impact of that talking about affordability would generate in a wanted to put in any type of regulations or anything that will actually create affordability for you. These people are robbing the country for their personal wealth.
To say that Qatar invested in Witkoff through these properties.
In Steve Witkoff, the Qataris found their ultimate champion, somebody who could profit from business deals with them and who could work directly with them on some of the biggest foreign policy issues of today.
And it seems to be paying off. For one, Qatar is getting a training facility on an American Air Force base in Idaho.
So there's a lot of benefits for Qatar here and very little benefits to the U.S., frankly.
There's also Trump's pledge to defend Qatar with the full force of the U.S. military.
And let's be clear about what that means. If Qatar gets attacked, U.S. troops will be asked to fight and possibly die to defend the government of Qatar.
At the same time, the United States is offending people who are our allies, who are he is defending more people who are not allied with the United States than he is our actual allies. We are basically standing alone as 4547 try to align us with people who have no good intentions for the people of the United States. These people are not our allies. But they will have a Air Force base in the United States. Make that make sense. Because of this greedy man. This whole administration needs to be taken out of office. And the pardon privileges that presidents have should definitely be ended. Because if they do not take this administration out of office, he will do the same thing that Joe Biden did, pardon everybody in his administration on his way out of the door, as they roll them out of the door because their pockets will be so full of our treasury. I just cannot believe this is going on in the United States of America.
The years of war.
Everybody is so quiet. Everybody is so distracted about bullshit. I cannot believe that this is going on in the United States of America. And everybody wants to point the finger at this person is doing it. Both sides are doing it. This has never been done in the history of America. And your news media is acting like everything is okay.
Weakness and chaos will be over. I don't have wars.
What about that is not getting involved in foreign wars? It just doesn't make sense.
But Qatar didn't just get the backing of the US military by investing in one guy. If you follow the money, it goes way beyond one diplomat and reveals how our entire foreign policy is increasingly for sale. Let's start with Pam Bondi, a registered agent for the government of Qatar. She worked at a lobbying firm that was pulling in $115,000 a month from the authoritarian regime.
It was spreading information on behalf of the Qatari government to U.S. officials, helping to facilitate meetings with high-ranking U.S. government officials and high-ranking Qatari government officials.
Now, as Attorney General, Pam Bondi runs the Justice Department that has to sign off on Qatar's $400 million, definitely not a bribe, to Donald Trump.
I don't know why people, they are thinking about it, that this is considered as a bribery.
The plane, which Steve Witkoff helped procure.
It was actually Pam Bondi who wrote the memo saying that this was legally permissible.
There is a law that creates some accountability for foreign lobbyists like Pam Bondi. FARA, the Foreign Agents Registration Act.
One of her first days in office as Attorney General, she issues a memo that effectively guts FARA enforcement.
But Bondi is just one investment. Former GOP Congressman Lee Zeldin once criticized foreign influence on American think tanks. He singled out Qatar's influence specifically. Then Zeldin gets hired by a firm run by a Qatari royal.
Since then, Lee Zeldin has publicly said nothing critical of the Qatari government.
Zeldin now runs the EPA.
Now, I was just about to say, now, who is Lee Zeldin? He runs the EPA. Lee Zeldin. This is your 45-47 administration.
Kash Patel was once on the Qatari payroll as a consultant. When he was chosen to run the FBI, he did the respectable thing at first.
He pledges to not be involved, to recuse himself from any issues involving Qatar. Just a month later, we learn that he is then actively working on issues that the FBI is covering related to Qatar.
The FBI, I should note, is responsible for investigating illegal foreign interference. When Ben was researching Qatar, he spoke with people working directly for the Qatari influence campaign, and they were blunt about how they view their relationships with people like Bondi, Patel, and Zeldin.
Qatar views these people as investments. Even if they're not a lobbyist for Qatar today, maybe they can do something useful for Qatar down the line.
Which brings us to this Manhattan building. This is 666 Fifth Avenue, renamed to 660 because, well, the implication. Where a bad business investment inadvertently kicked off a bidding war for America's foreign policy in the Middle East. Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, bought in 2007, which I hear was a great year to sink $1.8 billion into real estate.
This was a massive financial albatross for Jared Kushner.
So Kushner and his father approached the Qataris for a bailout.
Kushner sought a $500 million loan.
They say thank you, but no thanks. 2 months later,
Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates launched an ongoing political and economic blockade of Qatar.
That blockade wasn't possible without the consent of the Trump administration.
Jared Kushner was reportedly one of the only White House advisors encouraging the hard line.
It was a wake-up call for Qatar. 2 days after the blockade started, Qatar signed a $2.5 million deal with a lobbying firm run by former Attorney General John Ashcroft. A different firm was paid to target 250 influencers. One of those influencers was former Fox News host and current ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, who got an all-expenses-paid trip to Qatar's capital. And of course, they make right with Jared Kushner. In 2019, just months before Kushner's $1.4 billion mortgage was up for payment, a Qatari-backed company paid $1.1 billion upfront for a 99-year lease.
So at the very least, the Qataris seem to have learned their lesson.
The blockade ended in 2021, but the lessons the Qataris learned did not.
What we have seen since has been nothing but a bidding war, both for Kushner in particular, but also for American policy more broadly under the Trump administration.
The Trump Organization, for instance, just inked a $1 billion deal in the Saudi city of Jeddah for Trump Plaza. The same goes for the United Arab Emirates. Steve Witkoff and his son Zach started a crypto exchange called World Liberty Financial with the Trump family. Recently, the United Arab Emirates spy chief dumped $2 billion into it. And shortly after, he got access to hundreds of thousands of AI chips that Trump's own national security advisors thought he'd turn around and give to China. To do that, Trump fired a national security advisor who pushed for an America First AI chip policy. It's true that foreign lobbying rules have always been lax. In 2016, the Clinton Foundation was criticized for taking $25 million from Saudi Arabia. Hillary Clinton was even accused by one critic of turning the State Department into her own private hedge fund during her tenure there. The Russians, the Saudis, the Chinese all gave money and got favorable treatment in return. That critic continued, It's a sad day in America when foreign governments with deep pockets have more influence in our country than our great citizens. That critic was Donald Trump. But fast forward to today, and the Trump administration has become something like the LeBron James.
How ironic. Isn't that ironic? The absolute audacity of it all.
James of taking money in unethical ways, using a Trump administration country than our great citizens. That critic was Donald Trump. But fast forward to today, and the Trump administration has become something like the LeBron James of taking money in unethical ways, using a network of businesses and organizations like never before seen.
Whether it's cryptocurrency, whether it's luxury real estate, whether it's new golf courses, you name it. If there is a way for these regimes to line the pockets of the American president, they will find it.
What a lot of people don't realize is that U.S. foreign policy is for sale.
And it's not for America's benefit, and it's not for any American interest. It is only for the benefit of Donald Trump and his family members and his inner circles. What we're seeing is American diplomacy be privatized, and we're seeing it take place in real time. We have seen this bidding war emerge from rivals and from dictatorships around the world. You see this pattern play out over and over and over again, these geopolitical rivalries, realizing they have to outbid their rivals for the benefit of themselves and for whatever the president and his family wants. Otherwise, they are not going to succeed geopolitically.
Ultimately, for all the talk the Trump campaign made about Hunter Biden and the Clinton Foundation, they don't seem interested in changing a system that can make them and their friends very rich. If anything, they seem interested in doubling down on it.
What people call conflicts of interest, Steve and I call experience.
And so, for the foreseeable future, it's likely that foreign governments with deep pockets will continue to have more influence in this country than any ordinary American citizen. And when that influence decides where we deploy the US military or who gets US weapons, that's a big deal. Thank you so much.
So I wanted to share that with you. Now, I wanted to share that with you. I notice you have no comment on the context of what's being shared. I noticed that you will not comment on how you are getting played by this administration. Let me share this with you. When you can get on topic, and ironically, we are actually going to talk about childhood cancer. Thank you for reminding me that we are going to talk about childhood cancer. But I want to share this with you before we get to that.
Welcome to the Mona Charen Show. So glad you could join us today. I am delighted to welcome John Trudeau of The Economist, which is essential reading for me. And I don't know how anybody gets along without it, honestly, not just for reporting about the wider world, which American journalism sadly is not very good at, but also for incredibly insightful reporting about the U.S. And John is the U.S. editor. So welcome. Delighted to have.
This is number 6 in my description box. Trump's family is shockingly corrupt. Why doesn't anyone care? This is number 6 in my description box. You can visit it. You can revisit it at any time by clicking the link in the description box.
Have you?
Thank you so much, Mona.
You have an issue this week. Speaking of your coverage of the United States, I'll hold it up. Anything Goes America. And there's the cap full of cash, a watch, jewelry. Nice artwork there, John. So we had the spectacle in Trump 1 of people traipsing to Trump properties and patronizing his country clubs and so forth as a way to curry favor. But we're in a whole new realm now, right?
We really are. That seems quite quaint in retrospect, doesn't it? I mean, it felt important at the time, but we've talked a lot. You talked a lot on your podcast. Anybody who's covered the Trump era has had this rather familiar now conversation about breaking of norms. And there were some norms that were broken in Trump 1, and what seems to have happened, as in many areas, as it turns out, there's not much of an electoral price to pay, and Donald Trump in his second term is really going for it. So, I mean, I'm sure we'll get into this, but the conflicts of interest and the enrichment of the Trump family so far in the second term, and we're only 1 year in, is on a completely different scale to where it was in Trump 1, which I also covered for The Economist.
So let's get a sense of his personal enrichment since taking office in January. You quote Reuters, which said that revenues at the Trump Organization reached $864 million in the first half of the year, which was up from $51 million a year ago.
It's a heck of an increase.
Almost 10 times more. And 90% of it came from crypto. So, the corruption this time around is so flamboyant. It almost seems designed to cause the Trump apologists to have to blush, who are trying to explain it. I mean, even before he took the oath of office, he floated a Trump meme coin, right? And so did Melania. You want to talk about that?
That's right. I mean, if you get into the numbers, and you cited them, those Reuters have these good numbers, the revenue up from 51 million last year to 864 this year. And, what changed between last year and this year? Well, Donald Trump returned to the White House. And that coincided with a crypto boom in which the Trump family companies are pretty intimately involved. And that's a big change with first time around. Again, Donald Trump was something of a crypto skeptic until it became clear, I think, that this was a great way for his family companies to make money. And what we have in Trump 2 is the spectacle of World Liberty Financial, the firm that is run by his sons, going around and doing deals with particularly involving sort of stable coins and garnering lots of investment, and on paper at least, and of course it's important to say this with crypto assets because they can perform in a very volatile way. We've seen this absolutely enormous increase in wealth on paper, which far outstrips the revenues from the property business, which was the Trump Organization's main business in Trump 1. And to your point about what's different this time around, I mean, you use the word corruption. I think that's sort of corruption in a kind of general sense. One of the things that makes it different, I think, we have to be a bit careful with our words here. These are Donald Trump's companies benefiting. The crypto stuff is being run by his sons rather than him personally. I don't know how much difference that really makes in practice, because it certainly gives the impression of a conflict of interest. But part of what is so strange about this is it's all open, right? It's not, if you look back at previous...
What they call that is a crime family. That's what they usually call these types of people. They call it a crime family.
Political corruption scandals in America, generally, the money is covered up. And this is all out in the open. And I think the president's made a calculation that either people don't care about this stuff, or that, it's not even that actually the ability to make money so fast is a kind of proof of a fitness to govern, in a sense. And so it's even a positive. But that's partly why we had the anything goes cover line. There does seem to be a sort of Cole Porter, all the old constraints have fallen away. Heaven knows anything goes now.
It's a great song, by the way. But so one of Trump's tactics is to do openly what others attempt to hide. And it has worked remarkably well for him. Apparently, many people assume that if you are not attempting to conceal something, there must be nothing wrong with it. And the fact is, most people have a desire to hide their bad acts. and Trump has hit upon this method of simply saying, yes, I extorted Zelensky in the first term about finding corruption on Biden. It was a
perfect phone call. It was a perfect phone call where I told Zelensky in a phone call that got me impeached in my first administration to say that he found some dirt on Biden. It was a perfect phone call.
Perfect phone call. And so that kind of bravado has worked for him in the past, although arguably we are in a new realm now. It's one thing for people to say, well, to pick up on your other point about, well, maybe, making all of this money serves him well. People think he's a successful businessman and he's successful for himself and he'll be successful for the country as well. But
This is not being a successful businessman. This is using the full throat of the American presidency to profit him and his family from. This is not being a businessman. This is actually being a bully, someone who will sell the whole United States of America out for his own wealth and the wealth of his family and friends. This is not business. This is bullshit.
Probably it isn't really looking that way. I mean, when the president accepts a $400 million plane from Qatar, it's hard to frame that as anything other than self-dealing. When he is building, when people are complaining about the high price of groceries, something he promised to fix, and he's building a ballroom, a lavish ballroom in the place of the East Wing that he demolished. That is harder to explain away or to say there's nothing wrong with it. I think people kind of may think there's something wrong with it.
Well, this gets into, I think, bigger questions about attitudes to wealth in America and whether something has changed here. I mean, on the gifts, I had a fun time when I was researching the piece that I wrote for this package, looking back at presidential gifts received by various presidents. And, Donald Trump, as you say, received a 747.
$100,000 Rolex clock. I think they are not supposed to accept gift over either $700 or $1,700, and all other gifts are supposed to be turned into the White House. Now, you would be surprised who else have a penchant for accepting gifts. None other than your Secretary of the DOJ, Pam Bimbo, and none other than Kakai Patel. They have a penchant for accepting these expensive gifts. So there's that.
From the Qataris, which will go to his presidential library. So it's not necessarily a gift personally to him. And, the Swiss government gave him a gold bar worth $130,000. Again, it will go to the presidential library. So, there has been this practice for a long time of gift giving. But if you and I both have been to enough presidential museums or libraries to know that essentially foreign leaders give the president of America, even the US president, who's the most powerful man in the world, a lot of tat. And yes, it gets displayed in these cupboards. Donald Trump sort of tat is next level. And if you go back and look at some of the gifts that Truman received when he was president, they're so sort of sweet by comparison. He got one of the things.
We would be remiss if we didn't talk about the FIFA giving him a fake peace prize, knowing that he's so transactional. I mean, it's just really a whole clown show. If we give him a gift, if we give him something, we can get what we want out of him. Is he going to steal the FIFA trophy like he did in that other FIFA trophy that they had to get one remade for the actual people who played and won the fucking game? Transactional.
He received was a book about the economic development of Kentucky, and at some stage some senators from Alaska gave him a salmon. It was that kind of thing.
I assume the salmon didn't go to the Truman Library.
No, I hope that was consumed, otherwise it's sort of smelling in a corner somewhere. But on the Trump gift giving, I mean, it just does look very much, even though these are not gifts to him personally, it does look very much like a way to buy favor. And the Qataris, I think, are now having their fighter pilots trained in Idaho, and the Swiss got some relief from tariffs. And now you can never say that, A happened and therefore B was a consequence, but it certainly creates the perception of a conflict of interest and that you can kind of buy Donald Trump's favor. And just your point about the ballroom and the gifts, if we were having this conversation pre-2016, I think we would both be saying this is politically suicidal for the president to be behaving this way at a time where cost of living is such a big electoral issue. And I don't think it's helping Donald Trump, but it's certainly not hurting him as much as you would expect it to hurt any normal politician, I would submit. I mean, can you imagine other presidents doing this and not getting killed?
No, but then again, it's a whole new world. The Overton window and all that has been moved. But let's talk for another minute, though, about the crypto thing, because there is an emoluments clause in the U.S. Constitution that forbids presidents and other high officials from accepting gifts from anyone, but in particular the founders are worried about foreign corruption. One thing you were saying, it's all out in the open, which much of it is. But the thing about crypto is that people, bad actors, anyone, anywhere in the world can put money in the president's pocket with crypto without anyone knowing, right?
No, that's right. And at the same time, the Trump organization seems to be pretty transparent about this, except that early on in the World Liberty Financial, which was the company concerned, they made a lot of the links to President Trump, and then they've downplayed that since. And the story is this is operated completely independently of the president. But you're right. I mean, because crypto is the kind of asset it is. I don't think we've ever had a mechanism like this where foreign governments, individuals can put money directly in the president's pocket in this way. It's completely extraordinary. And as you say, there are a whole load of arguments in favor of cryptocurrencies. If you really get into this stuff, people talk about frictionless transactions. There's a story to tell there about financial innovation. But crypto is also fantastic if you are in the drug dealing business or the arms trafficking business. The things that make it advantageous as an asset, and particularly useful to those folks. So it's very extraordinary. Or now potentially the influence buying business, very possibly. Right. And one of the things I think that's changed a lot in the influence buying business, as you and I know, you've been around Washington, has always been there. I think one of the things that's changing in Trump too is that lobbying used to be much more focused on Congress, and more involved with fundraising for members of Congress and then trying to get their approval on particular pieces of legislation. Congress has sidelined itself to such a degree, and the Trump administration has become the kind of sole authority to such a degree. And Donald Trump is so changeable that it seems like lobbyists far more now are focused on at least trying to sell the appearance of influence over Donald Trump or members of his family. If you look at some of the new lobbying shops that are springing up in DC, they're all focused on MAGA world and the president in a way which I think is new. So there's certainly a perception out there that he can be influenced with gifts. Now, he's also very, very changeable, right? And so I don't think he's somebody who necessarily stays bought.
Right. But I mean, in a way, it almost feels as if we have gone back to a pre-modern era where, you would approach the court, you would approach the emperor bearing gifts, and there was no one else whose favor you had to be concerned about. There was one man rule. And so you would devote all of your efforts and attention to placating him or whatever. And we have
My dang old mic is off. Ronnie Q is a crafter. If you can access a show called Christie's Homemade Christmas, you will be in heaven. I just learned how to make the most incredibly accurate paper flowers. Girl, I made a pepper. Thank you, Liz. Thank you, Z Sarah. I made a flowers for my wedding. I made a big, huge. Uh, they were bigger than a breeze head. You know that's huge. I made these paper flowers. They were so freaking beautiful. Yes, the petals were, they weren't straight. They had little different edges. And I made roses and I made all different types of lilies, all types of flowers. And they were like the size of a small laundry basket, I'd say. And I hung them. I got married at my mother's house, and my mother's front porch is so big. She had a huge house. Her front porch was so big that on each side of the porch, we had uh, uh, 40 chairs on each side of the porch, on each side of the front door. That's how big her front porch was. It wasn't made of wood or a concrete front porch. A huge house. And she has pillars from the post going up to the roof of the post. And we had these big flowers out there. It was so I need to find those pictures and share those pictures with you guys. Yeah, so that's where we had our wedding at. Girl, I love making paper flowers. Remember, we used to make flowers out of napkins, old school, on the cars. My cousins would have big old weddings and the cars were all lowriders with flowers. I remember that. The flowers trailing from the car. Yes, I remember all of that. But I made them out of these flowers were made out of construction paper, a heavyweight construction paper. And I remember all of the my little cousins, my cousins' children. I let them choose a flower to take back home with them, and they were so excited and stuff. So it was fun. How the inside of the flower has a little fuzzy little stuff where what is that? The stuff that the bees pollinate the flowers with. The insides, I had a little sparkly paper rolled up in, I forget what they call that center part of the flower, where all the pollen is. Yeah, that was so fun. I love stuff like that. Z Sarah, you got me talking about, yes, in the center of the flowers. You got me talking about that. I made some beautiful. Of course, I was right on YouTube. I was right on YouTube, and I found the perfect person. And shit, I sat up there and I made my patterns, and then I sat there I was working in a sweatshop, assembly line those flowers together. Oh my god. Um, you brought back good memories. And I use my flat iron to shape the petals. You know how some petals shape out, and sometimes a petal will be turned in, and some be turned out. Oh my God, they were so realistic. I'm sitting up there with my flat iron, bending the petals into shape. Girl, that was, oh my God, that was a lot of work, but I enjoyed it. So let me get back. The Steinman. Yes, the Steinman. Thank you. That's what I'm trying to think of. It's like, what is that? Like what the pollen is on? Yes. I'm gonna have to. I thank you for sharing that with me. I am definitely gonna go over there and check it out. I oh, I'm gonna show you this Christmas tree. Now I have some wood cutting tools. Now I hate that I have my schedule got mixed around the last 2 months or so. Why I couldn't, come back on my regular times at 4 a.m. my time. Now we're on the 7 a.m. schedule time. I have been looking at this guy. He makes these wooden Christmas trees, and they are so fabulous. And last night, I was like, let me see what Peach Woodwork is working with. It's called Peach Woodwork, and he did a Christmas tree. It was so cute. He does a lot of Christmas trees. We're gonna go through that, but let's where am I? Where am I? We're gonna go through the crafting next. Trump's White House implodes after tearing it down. So I'm going to talk about what the title of my video is right quick.
The hugely embarrassing demolition and construction project at the White House is now at an even more humiliating standstill. You've got to hear what is going on. Trump demolished part of the White House, and we're now learning that there was not any realistic plan for what was going to be rebuilt. Now, you might say, of course, we know what was going to be built. It was going to be a $300 and something million ballroom. Yes, generically, we know that. But it turns out that the way Trump wanted it done is apparently architecturally implausible, and the entire thing is now at a standstill. And Trump's looking for a new architect. It is a humiliation of global proportions. So they start the demolition. We see it. The cranes are there. I was in D.C. recently and saw it with my own eyes. They're moving material out day and night. It was 10 p.m. I was at dinner next to the White House and saw cranes functioning. I mean, it's completely and totally nuts. So the destruction starts, and then the organizational incompetence that Donald Trump is known for comes to light. The critics of the project said, 90,000 square foot ballroom. Will this even fit? Is it appropriate? Does it make any sense from a construction perspective?
Now, this is a man who's worked in construction all of his life, who have had people do work for him and not pay them. He knows all of things about interior, and all we see is a whole lot of gold leaf bullshit and filigree that you can make in a fucking silicone mold and gold leaf it and charge this stupid motherfucker millions of dollars as if it's a real gold. Are we hearing who we're talking about? This tacky motherfucker had the whole East Wing torn down and has no fucking real plans. That's why he didn't present plans to the DC board that he was supposed to submit plans to when tearing down or doing work on a historic a piece of property, because he had no plans. No plans.
Design perspective, does it make any sense to have such a ballroom at all? And now all of a sudden, the dust has kind of started to settle on the demolition. And the architect that Trump picked, James McCrary II, said to Trump, this is not really going to work. And the central conflict is that McCrary warned, it's too big. This is going to violate a core architectural principle, which is the extension really shouldn't overshadow the main building. Like if the White House is 55,000 square feet and you're going to build a 90,000 square foot ballroom, it just doesn't really make sense. The ballroom needs to be smaller. Trump wants a structure so huge. Again, I don't know if there's sort of like a psychological phallic aspect to this, where because of Trump's diminished size in a number of areas, he feels the need to build big things, or we're getting more into like the psychological elements of compensation here. Put that aside. But the point is, the architect said this doesn't really make sense. So what happened? It's totally inevitable. McCrary is out, and he now leaves a partially demolished site. The White House is scrambling to replace him. They are looking at DC architecture firm Shalom Baroness to take over. And the message here is very clear. You start demolishing. What's that thing that they say? Measure twice, cut once. You start demolishing.
That's that thing that they say, measure twice, cut once. So you can be sure you're not fucking up something and cutting it too short and wasting material. I would say a view is a view knows what that means because she sews, but a view is a view does cut out patterns and put them in a box and tuck them away, but she doesn't sew. Let's continue.
Before you even have a feasible plan for what's going to be built, you put the project at a standstill. You're firing people and replacing people. And as always, the cost goes up. 100 million, 200 million, 250, 300, over $300 million. And we can't even get off the drawing board so far. Now, you might say, David, symbolically, this is disastrous, but I don't really care that much about it. I'm going to argue that this is actually encapsulating and emblematic of the chaotic nature of everything that Donald Trump does, right? So take a look here. Tears down a historic landmark on impulse, ignores expert advice, and then says, oh, you won't do the stupid thing I want you to do. You're fired, and I'm going to find somebody else right now. This is the theme. Trump has always used his time working in real estate and business as the reason why he should be president, right? He says, I managed big projects, I negotiated deals, I ran large companies, I'm a builder, I'm an investor, I'm a businessman. Because I'm good at those things, I would be a good president. The skills will transfer. The first question, which we asked when Mitt Romney was running, is, do we have evidence that business people make good presidents? And the answer is no, we don't. But then the second layer is Donald Trump actually a good builder? Is Donald Trump actually a good business person? Or is it just that he was given a whole bunch of money by his dad? And by the way, if he had just thrown all that money into the S&P 500 index fund, would he end up with more money today than if he had done anything? And the answer is yes. Trump has done worse financially because he did anything. And so then you dig into his building history and you see that he has a long history of projects that go over budget. There are fights, there are problems. It's exactly what's happening in the White House Ballroom project. And it's exactly what's happening in this country. So if anything, Trump's past business dealings and the lawsuits and the bankruptcies and the chaos, it's actually evidence that Trump is particularly ill-suited to be the president of the United States. The pattern is he'll profit from his name where he can, but when you actually need to do construction and execution, it all falls apart. Anybody surprised? I am certainly not. Thanks for watching. Check out this other video. And if you like our content, make sure to subscribe.
Okay, I left this link in the description box. Why is this important? How we are not going to let you forget him and what's his name, Russell from the Fat Albert kids. What is this? Tim Scott from Virginia. Is he North Carolina? Tim Scott. When they tried to ambush Jerome Powell in 45, 47. Now the ballroom was supposed to cost $200 million, and every time since he's talked about the ballroom, he has increased
we're well along,
the number that the ballroom would cost. I would be remiss if I didn't remind you him showing up at the new Federal Reserve building that was under construction, and he then says he would do what the project has gone over, and he said that. Let's see what he says. Trump says he'd fire project manager who went over budget. Right in front of Jerome Powell. So him and Russell from the Fat Albert boys came up. What you think, boss? I heard the thing went over 5.2 billion. Now $5.2 billion, boss. You gonna give me a space in your administration? Oh, you just gonna shut down my small businesses for back my initiative for money to support small black businesses. Okay, boss. Okay, I'll go out there. Whatever you want me to do, boss.
We're well along, as you can see.
Nice to take these off every once in a while when we're not under too much danger. So, any questions?
Mr. President, does the issue give you any? As a real estate developer, what would you do with a project manager who would be over budget?
Generally speaking, what would I do? I'd fire them.
Do you think this issue, Mr. President, gives you cause to do that?
Well, I'm here just really with the chairman. He's showing us around, showing us the work. And so I don't want to get that. I don't want to be personal. I just would like to see it get finished. And in many ways, it's too bad it started. But it did start. And it's been under construction for a long time. It's going to be a real long time because it looks like it's got a long way to go. Yes, sir. So. Well, thank you very much. We're looking at the construction, and we're
Okay, so I really hate that it started, but looking around, it's going to be a long time. At least they got walls, ceilings, floors in. Now, this is someone who said he hired the best person to construct his ballroom. And where are we now with that? It's going to take a long time. Now, he said it's gone over budget, so therefore he would fire the person. But we see that this ballroom has gone from 200 million. Now it's at 350 million. It went up 150 million in less than the month that he announced he was creating this ballroom. So how much will the ballroom be when it's finally completed? Are we going to hear, well, I had to hire a new architect, so we're going to have to take some money out of the defense budget? We do know that the defense budget is in play because they have the defense contractors there to make sure it's safe, which means put a bunker up underneath this ballroom with a full bunker underneath this ballroom. Are we clear on that? Okay, so I do believe this is the one where he said that he doesn't want to get into personal stuff as he pulls out something that he just happened to brought along with him to try to embarrass Jerome Powell about it being over budget. And let's see how this works out for him.
with the chairman, as you know. Chairman, come on over. And we're just taking a look at what's happening. You know, it's a tough construction job. They're building basements where they didn't exist or expanding them, and a lot of very expensive work. There's no question about it. It looks like it's about 3.1 billion. It went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that.
It looked like it went up to 3.1. It looked like it went up a little bit, or a lot, or a lot. Okay, let's see how that works out with him. Jerome Powell says, "I'm not aware of that."
So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it just came out.
Look at what I happen to have here. It just came out. I'm not aware of that. No, yeah, it just came out. And now, at least he said it went up to 3.1. Watch Russell. No, boss, I think it's up to 3.2 now. 3.2. Let me just throw in my extras. We just add numbers wherever we choose fit. No, boss, I think it's 3.2.
I haven't heard that from anybody at the Fed.
Yeah, it just came out.
I haven't heard that from anybody. Yeah, it just came out. He didn't want to get it into anything personal, but he thought that he was doing his big one when he got in front of the cameras, and yeah, it just came out. Let's see how this worked out for him.
Our notes had it about 3.1 as well.
3.1,
3.2. This came from us.
3.1, 3.2.
Yes. I don't know who does.
Our notes had it about 3.1 as well.
3.1,
3.2. This came from us.
3.1, 3.2.
I don't know who does that.
This came from us? Yes. I don't know who does that. He knows exactly what he wants to point out. When does this idiot knows exactly what he wants to point out? But let's see how it works. Russell, they didn't give you a hard hat, Russell. How come they didn't give you a hard hat, Russell?
You're including the Martin renovation. You just added.
Entire capital.
Yeah, you just added in a third building. Is what that is. That's a third building.
You're including the Marshall reservation renovation. You just added a whole nother building. Let's see. You got busted. I actually read the paperwork that is put before me. Unlike you, who just signed these executive orders and don't even know what they are, or nor even attempt to pretend like you're doing a tertiary reading of the shit that you're signing in office in front of cameras while talking dumb shit to the dumb reporters that you have in the office as your press corps. He actually read this.
Well, no, but it's entire capital. You're including the Martin renovation. You just added.
Entire capital.
Yeah, you just added in a third building. Is what that is. That's a third building.
Well, no, but it's a building that's being built.
No, it's been.
Whatever. It's a building that's being built. Whatever. It's a building that's being built. And then you hear someone off on the side. That's the entire account. He said you added the Marshall building. Whatever. It's a building that's being built. Is it really?
It was built 5 years ago. That's a third building. You just added.
Entire capital.
Yeah, you just added in a third building. Is what that is. That's a third building.
Well, no, but it's a building that's being built.
No, it was built 5 years ago. We finished Martin 5 years ago.
It's part of the overall work.
It's part of the overall. It's a part of the overall. That was a building that was built 5 years ago, and you came out here stating that you have gone over a budget. 1.1. What's it? $1 million. $1.1 million, and you had Russell at 1.1, 1.2. Well, that's what I got. 1.1, 1.2. They came out here. What president goes and visit a construction site? Unless he was trying to embarrass Jerome Powell. And who got embarrassed? He tried to embarrass Jerome Powell. Understand that this is the Fed chair that he picked in his first administration, who he was trying to pressure to step down. This is during the hard press to get rid of Jerome Powell. Always late Jerome Powell. That is what he called him.
That's a third building.
Well, no, but it's a building that's being built.
No, it was built 5 years ago. We finished Martin 5 years ago.
It's part of the overall work.
But it's
So
not new.
we're going to take a look. We're going to see what's happening, and it's got a long way. Do you expect any more additional cost overruns?
Don't expect them. We're ready for them, but we have a little bit of a reserve that we may use, but no, we don't.
Because it looks like it's got a long way to go. Yes, sir. So,
Mr. President, are there things the chairman can say to you today that would make you back off some of the earlier criticism?
well, I'd love him to lower interest rates. But other than that, what can?
Yeah, he was mad because Jerome Powell wouldn't lower interest rates. Let's be clear about what's going on here. He was trying to pressure Jerome Powell to lower interest rates, and then that is when he put the Fed governor Lisa Cook, Jim Polte, decided that Lisa Cook was allegedly fudging information on her mortgage, and he called himself firing Lisa Cook. But the Supreme Court finally did something right and would not let him illegally fire her based upon an accusation. So while we are here about baseless accusations about mortgage fraud. Letitia James mortgage fraud case was thrown out on the technicality that the woman that 47 put in to try that case was not supposed to have that position. Speaking of mortgage fraud cases, the person who told Pam Bimbo that there was no case against Letitia James about mortgage fraud, they got rid of that person and replaced them with Lindsay. What is her name? Whatever. Lindsay. What is her name? Lindsay Halligan. They replaced the person who told them already that there was no case. So after it got thrown out because Lindsay Halligan was not qualified to be in the position that they put her in, they decided to try to seat another grand jury for a second time. And strangely enough, this second time, they were not able to get a grand jury to say that, yes, we see cause to bring this to trial. Now, understand that Lindsay Halligan, no one in the current DOJ would sign their name to this case that she was trying to bring against Letitia James. So if nobody would sign their name to it, how did they bring it up for a second grand jury, Ronnie Q? They went and found an attorney in Missouri to try to reactivate this trial, but they couldn't even get a grand jury to sign on to what they were trying to say about Letitia James doing mortgage fraud. So now their second bite at the apple has failed. Now they can bring this case again. They absolutely can bring this case again against Letitia James. On my show Friday, I've already told you that he is still going after. Now this is in Virginia where they're trying to do this mortgage shit. So he can bring the case again if he wants to, or he can go sit the fuck down if he want to. The Northern District of New York, where there is a U.S. attorney who is sitting there illegally placed because they can only place a interim U.S. attorney one time before they have to nominate a U.S. attorney and have them go before Congress to be voted on. Now he has another interim attorney in the Northern District of New York who is investigating her office. He want access to her office to see if she wrongly brought a case against 47. The case, that he was found guilty of. And he also, he basically wants access to her office to go through all of her files. He's also claiming that when the charges brought against the NRA from the Southern District of New York, that Letitia James violated their First Amendment rights. That trial that they found out that they were using money from the NRA for their yachts, for their country club memberships and all of that trial. So he has put that in there and saying that she violated the NRA First Amendment rights as he tramples all over independent citizens' rights. So he has a hard on for Lindsay Halligan, is my point. So he can bite this apple about this mortgage a third time in Virginia, but he may want to pay attention to this breaking news. Let's see what the breaking news is. Now, we absolutely know that Bill Pulte, who who is over Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, and who went and had people illegally go through the paperwork of people that are on Trump's enemy list. He used his job to demand that people rifle through their mortgage paperwork. And these are people who he decided had criminal offenses in their mortgage paperwork. You know, the same criminal offense that this man's own father had in his mortgage paperwork, that many of the Trump administration have in their paperwork. But they may not take a third bite at the apple. But, 4547 thinks he's a king. But this is breaking news about King 4547 that has gone after Letitia James for alleged mortgage fraud.
Right now, Donald Trump was just caught committing the same mortgage fraud that he accused Letitia James, Adam Schiff, Eric Swalwell, all of his political opponents of doing. A ProPublica investigation this morning found that Donald Trump did the exact same thing years ago. This is bombshell news because, well, Donald Trump, he doesn't want people to know about this. When he was called by ProPublica, he hung up the phone. The White House is blasting it as an attack by left-wing media. But the truth is, Donald Trump did exactly what he is trying to prosecute Letitia James for, and he doesn't want the world to know. So make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Spread the word. If you want to support my work, subscribe to my Substack by clicking the link below. Let's break down what the bombshell news from ProPublica. They do great work, and this is just stunning, but not surprising. For months, the Trump administration has been accusing its political enemies of mortgage fraud for claiming more than one primary residence. Trump branded one political opponent, quote, deceitful and potentially criminal. He called another, quote, crooked. But years earlier, Trump did the very thing he's accusing his enemies of doing. In 1993, Donald Trump signed a mortgage for a Bermuda-style home in Palm Beach, pledging that it would be his principal residence. 7 weeks later, he got another mortgage for a 7-bedroom, marble-floored neighboring property, also claiming that it would be his principal residence. You can't do that. In reality, Trump at the time was a New Yorker, does not ever appear to have lived in either home, let alone use them as a primary residence. Instead, the two houses, which are right next door to Mar-a-Lago, were used as investment properties. They were rented out by Donald Trump. Exactly the sort of scenario his administration has pointed to as evidence of fraud. Trump's local real estate agent told the Miami Herald that the businessman had hired an expensive New York design firm to dress them up to the nines and lease them out annually. In addition, an interview with the late real estate agent's wife said, quote, they were rentals from the beginning. President Trump never lived there. Mortgage law experts who reviewed the records for ProPublica said that they were struck by the irony of Donald Trump's dual mortgages. They said claiming primary residence on different mortgages at the same time as Trump did is often legal and rarely prosecuted. But Trump's two loans exceeded the low bar the Trump administration itself has set for mortgage fraud. Catherine Engel said, quote, given Trump's position on situations like this, he's going to either need to fire himself or refer himself to the Department of Justice. Trump has deemed this type of misrepresentation is sufficient to preclude someone from serving the country. In recent months, the Trump administration has asserted that merely having two primary residence mortgages is evidence of criminality. Bill Pulte, the Federal Housing Finance Agency director who has led the charge, said, quote, if somebody is claiming two primary residences, that is not appropriate, and we will refer it to criminal investigation. Donald Trump hung up on a ProPublica reporter after being asked whether his Florida mortgages were similar to those of others he accused of fraud. In response to two questions, a White House spokesperson said, quote, President Trump's two mortgages you are referencing are from the same lender. There was no defraudation. I don't know if that's really a word. It's illogical to believe that the same lender would agree to defraud itself. The spokesperson added, this is yet another desperate attempt by the left-wing media to disparage President Trump of false allegations. President Trump has never or will ever break the law. I mean, a federal jury did find him guilty of 34 felony criminal charges. So he did break the law. The White House did not respond to questions about any other documents related to the transaction, such as loan applications. At the time Trump bought the two Florida properties, he was dealing with the wreckage of high-profile failures at his casinos and hotels in the early 1990s, previously telling a companion, quote, "You know right now that man is worth $900 million more than I am." In December, he married Marla Maples at the Plaza Hotel. And in Florida, he was pushing local authorities to let him turn Mar-a-Lago, then a residence, into a private club. Trump bought two homes, which both sit on Woodbridge Road
for a tax break
directly north of Mar-a-Lago, got the mortgages in December 1993, January 1994, both of them mortgages from Merrill Lynch. Each of the mortgage documents said that Trump contained the standard occupancy requirement, that he must make the property his principal residence within 60 days and live there for at least a year. But ProPublica could not find any evidence Trump ever lived in either of these properties. Legal documents and federal election records from the period give his address as Trump Tower in Manhattan. Trump's real estate agent, who told the local press that the plan from the beginning was to rent out the two satellite homes, was quoted as saying, quote, "Mr. Trump, in effect, is in a position to approve who his neighbors are." And in the ensuing years, listings popped up in the local newspaper advertising each of the homes for rent. Here's the thing, even if Trump did violate the law, as ProPublica notes, well outside of statute of limitations for mortgage fraud, it's been decades. But it's interesting because it's the hypocrisy that matters here. In October, federal prosecutors charged Letitia James over her mortgage. James has been one of Donald Trump's top targets. A key claim in that was that she pledged to her lender that when she purchased a home in Virginia, it would serve as a second home, then proceeded to use as an investment property and rent it out. The indictment said that, quote, "This misrepresentation allowed James to obtain favorable loan terms not available for investment properties." Trump's Florida mortgage agreements made a more significant misrepresentation because he claimed they would be his primary residence, not his secondary home. And then Lisa Cook, the former governor on the Fed, also had a similar situation. In a letter to Cook, Trump said, quote, "You signed one document attesting that a property in Michigan would be your primary residence for next year. 2 weeks later, you signed another document for a property in Georgia saying that it would be your primary residence for the next year. It is inconceivable that you are not aware of your first commitment when making a second." He called the loans criminal, writing, "At a minimum, the conduct at issue exhibits a sort of gross negligence in financial transactions that calls into question your competence and trustworthiness." So essentially what ProPublica found was that Donald Trump in the 90s got these two loans. And both loans, he said that they would serve as his primary residence. In reality, they were meant to be investment properties. That's what his real estate agent said. That's what he used these homes for. That is technically a misrepresentation, but it's never prosecuted because these things happen all the time. But Trump has made it such a big deal that he is prosecuting people like Letitia James and potentially Adam Schiff, potentially Eric Swalwell, for the exact same thing that he did. And arguably, as ProPublica notes, his was actually worse. And well, when he was pressed on it, he kind of just hung up the phone. He didn't want anyone to know. Because the truth is, Donald Trump did exactly what he wanted or what he claimed that Letitia James and others were doing. People need to know about this right now. Like, comment, share, and subscribe.
Okay, I have this in my description box as well as the ProPublica article is also linked in my description box. Now let's get to the wooden Christmas trees that I was telling you about. I have some tools, and I didn't get on this quick enough for this Christmas season, but I am definitely going to work early on next Christmas. So let me share you. This is the inspiration. Am I sharing this? Yes. This is the inspiration tree. This guy, he goes and he looks at things that are selling at at different that you can buy online at different stores like Crate and Barrel and all of these different home improvement or home decor stores. And he shows you how to recreate them. Not exactly, whenever you're creating something, you put your own spin on it. This I forget how much this tree was selling for. I think it was selling for over $200 for this tree. And then he goes through and he shows you how to recreate the tree. So this is his rendition of the tree. I love that. I love that. I love that. Made out of fence pickets. The wooden fence pickets that that you use for a privacy fence. He uses a whole lot of fence pickets in a lot of his things. So let me show you the spiral Christmas tree that I also love. Where is the spiral? Let me find the spiral Christmas tree. Let me close that. Hmm. The spiral Christmas tree is to die for. He has a couple of versions of the spiral tree. Um, let me show you the short. Let me show you the short of the spiral Christmas tree. Yes, I had to make sure I was still sharing. Let's check this out. I really.
Were you dumped in your previous relationship?
Oops. I really love that spiral Christmas tree. Um, Matthew Peach is the name of his channel. $200. I'm getting back into woodwork now. That spiral Christmas tree. Let me see. Let me. There is another. I think there's another. I think that there is one more Christmas tree that I want to show you from him. Oh, this is the one that I saw last night. Uh, Let me find the inspiration that he used, and then I will show you the tree that he actually created. Okay, here we are. Let me share this with you. Now he shows you how to make things in different sizes as well. Let me share this with you. Easy DIY wooden Christmas trees. So you see the trees right here in the right hand picture insert. Um, I think these trees were something like $200 as well. And so let's see. Let me see. Let me enlarge this. These are the trees over here. You see those trees? So he does a his own rendition of the trees. I found these to be quite interesting. Now he made a little shorter tree, but this is him. Let me see. This is his final rendition of a wooden Christmas tree, and I love, love, love it. He tells you that you can glue each individual layer on top of each other, or you can just stack them on top of each other, so you can easily take them apart and put them away for next year. I love, love, love this tree. What say you? Do you guys love, love, love this tree as well? I have no response. Uh, Bud Russell, wood prices rose all over the United States, and wood prices have risen under Trump. Do you know how much wood prices are now under Trump? Why don't you Google how much wood prices are under Trump? Since Trump has turned our ally against us with all of these tariffs, all of these building of things that the United States used to get from Canada. How much is wood now? It's not about Biden. This is about wooden Christmas trees. And the wood that these are made out of, the fence pickets, you can buy them for under $5. Stay on topic. Stay on topic, bitch. You like that? Okay, thank you, Z Sarah. Softwood is up to $10 to $20 a piece. Let me see. Okay. Let me find this. A North American builder supply files for Chapter 11 because of the high price of wood. Let me see. Let me see. What is this? Oh my God, the printing is so small. I really have to increase this printing. The construction industry is bracing for significant changes as new lumber tariff reshape the market landscape. Recent policy shift and international trade tensions have created a complex environment that will impact material cost availability and project timelines across the United States for contractors, builders, and homeowners alike. Understanding these developments is crucial for effective planning and budgeting in the coming months. So, let me see. Tariffs on Canadian lumber are set to more than double from 14.5% to 34.5% by September of 2025, according to the U.S. Department of Commerce preliminary determination. Housing costs are projected to increase by approximately $9,200 per home due to tariff-related price increases, based on the NAHB Wells Fargo Housing Market Index data. You want to talk about that? How come you didn't put that in the chat? How come you didn't put that in the chat? You ain't want to talk about that, huh? You want to talk about Biden? You lived through Biden. What you living through now? But what are you living through now? Talk about, since you want to talk about Biden, why don't you talk about this? domestic product production initiative, including a presidential executive order for 25% increase in timber harvesting from federal lands aimed to offset import reduction, but will take time to impact the market. So they are going to go in and cut down timber across the United States. How long will that take? So nobody's going to be buying timber or wood until 45, 47 initiate a way to cut down trees in the United States. And you do understand that just cutting down trees in the United States, that is a wet wood. You do understand that that wood has to dry before it's usable as well. So what are you talking about? Tariffs on Canadian lumber is set to more than double from 14.5 to 34.5 by September of 2025, according to U.S. Department of Commerce preliminary determination. Housing costs are projected to increase by $9,200 per home due to tariff-related price increases. You didn't want to talk about that? You did not. You sitting in my chat thinking that you want to talk about Biden, but you didn't want to talk about that. This is the place where facts are disseminated. Put a post on my wall talking about the new cost of building materials and how his dumbass tariffs are affecting them. Supply has gone down in addition to higher import prices, which has doubled effect on consumer pricing. Yeah, but they want to talk about Biden. They think that they're going to come in here and talk about Biden as they are being ripped off by this man in office who is making sure his family, himself, and his friends are robbing our whole motherfucking treasury. If you want to talk about everything, let's talk about everything. Yes, we like facts. Let me drop this link to this report in the chat. Make it easy for you. You can check it out yourself. So where did you get those data points that you want to write in my chat about how much wood went up under Biden? Where are your data points? Where can I look this up for myself? Huh? Just because you say it doesn't make it true. Bud Russell. Bud Russell. Why are you hiding now, Bud Russell? Plywood was $44 under 45, 47, went to over $80 under Biden. So now that 45, 47 is back in office, how much is plywood per sheet now? So I'm surely they didn't take the price of plywood down, and on with these tariffs. Let me see how much is plywood. Let me even see how much plywood is. Let me go to and see how much plywood is. You know, it's easy to. Let me see how much plywood is. Facts. Okay, let's get into the facts of what plywood costs. So Bud Russell decided to come in my chat and said building material price rose under Biden. Plywood $44 under Trump went to over $80 under Biden. So did those prices on plywood go down? Did So on January 20th, the prices on plywood went down because we know that once prices increase, they hardly ever go down. And what would have made the prices of this $80 plywood go down? The simple fact that you have someone sitting in office that is charging tariffs under for countries that import wood and building supplies to the United States. No, that makes the prices go up. So let's see what is the price of plywood? Oh, Bud doesn't want to answer. Now let's see how Bud is going to pretend about the prices of plywood right now. So we have $16 a sheet for that fucked up plywood that I hate. That all glued together stuff. $25 for a 15 by 32 by 4 by 8. That's sheeting plywood. This is a utility panel is $17. What is this? Let me increase this. I can barely read this writing. Okay. What is that? That is called sand ply, sandy ply. $27 a sheet. Where? So you mean to tell me that there is something about this administration that allegedly made plywood go from $80 per sheet to now, here is one sandy ply, 18 millimeter sandal plywood, 3/4 inch, 4 foot by 8 feet. Is $65 per panel. So now let me see if we have the plywood that actually have a finish on it. Let's see how much those are. Hardwood underlayment. No, that's not. I want something like the birch plywood. Let's see how much that is. Let me see if we can find the plywood that has a real wood finish that you would use for cabinets. I see a $77 plywood right here. That's close to the $80 you're talking about. Is Biden in office now? Is Biden in office now? We got 77. Okay, so you want to talk about 77? You want to talk about $80 plywood? So you telling me that there's $80 plywood under Biden? Well, you should thank your lucky stars that 4547 has taken the price of plywood down by $3 and some change. $3.33. Make America great again. Is that what we're talking about? Is that what we? That is a. Let me see. What is that? What was that? That is red oak plywood. Performance and durability, beautiful red oak plywood for furniture, cabinets, and more. Red oak veneer on both sides of the plywood. That is the expensive plywood that I wanted to price. So you're telling me that plywood was $80 under Biden. Okay. Tell that to someone who believes the bullshit. That would not be me. That would not be me. Let's see what else. Let's see if we can find any $80 plywood. No, we can't find any $80 plywood. We found a $77 plywood. That's what we found. Okay? Just the facts. Just the facts. So if they were selling plywood for $80 under Biden, what made them cut the prices? He must be building a plywood bathroom. Just bought a quarter sheet of 1/4 inch. That's what I was talking about. Birch plywood costs $23 or cost $23 or $92 a sheet. Where'd you buy it from? Where'd you buy it from? Because I just showed you a whole a 4 foot by 8 foot sheet for $77. So where'd you buy it from? Where'd you buy it from? Wayne, where did you buy it from? Let's price check where you say you purchased this expensive plywood from. Home Depot, birch plywood. Let's see if I can find birch plywood at Home Depot. Let's find birch. I see beech plywood. I don't see birch plywood at Home Depot. It corrected me to beech plywood. Did you say birch or beech? I think you said birch. There is no search engine for birch plywood. Let me. Oh, there it is. Let's see the birch plywood. 75, 77, 58. Let me share this with you. A 1/4 inch. You bought a 1/4 inch sheet of 1/4 inch birch plywood. Cost $23. Or how is it the cost $23 or $92 a sheet? Let me share the birch plywood. Let's get into the birch plywood. What do we have for the birch plywood? Here we are. You said a 1/4 inch sheet of birch plywood. 77. This is a 3/4 inch. A 3/4 inch only costs $77. So how did you buy a 1/4 inch that cost you $92? Is my question. Here is this is a. I think this is a 4x8 piece as well. Here is pure bond birch plywood, $75 a sheet. What Home Depot do you shop in? Are you over in London? Where are you shopping? Are you getting it shipped across the waters? This birch plywood that you're paying $92 for? You know that thing that you wrote that lie in? That's called a computer. You can actually get information other than just simply write lies. You can actually pull up information. So at least when you want to talk about the cost of things, you can be accurate and instead of being busted in your lies. You can do that. Let's see. Let's see if we see any $92 Oh, I see 26, 57, 14, 65, 34, 51, 45, 20. That's what I see for birch plywood. Now let's see what Ronnie Hugh was talking about. What did I say? He makes most of his projects out of fence pickets, wood fence pickets. Let's see how much wood fence pickets will cost you. Let's get back on topic of what I was talking about. Here is a 5/8 inch. Yes, he used 5/8 inch, 5.5 inches wide by 6 feet long. Cost you what? $4.18. This is what the topic was on. Wow, everybody is saying what high prices they're paying for something that I was not even talking about. Did I not say these are made from fence pickets. You can also get the treated fence pickets to make these projects from if you want to leave the projects outdoor. For many of the outdoor projects that he used, you can get the pressure treated fence pickets as well. Let me see if they have any fresh pressure treated fence pickets. Here is a 6 foot long fence picket for $4. Here is a 5/8 by 5.5, 6 foot long red cedar. They have cedar fence pickets or for $4.18. This is the wood that I'm talking about. Western red cedar dog ear fence picket. $4.18. This is what I was talking about. So the lies that you want to tell me about plywood, to say that you are paying so much more under 45, 47, when I absolutely know that is bullshit, because the tariffs that 45, 47 has put into imported lumber in this country has us paying exorbitant amount. Why do you think that this man suggests that you use fence picket? Because the high cost of lumber. Because he is trying to get people to still do projects, to still be creative, and to be able to actually do some woodworking projects, because the cost of lumber is so expensive that a lot of people figure that they can no longer be creative and create things. That's the reason why he used fence pickets. Now here's a 5/8 inch, 5.5 inches wide, 5/8 inches thick, a 5 foot red cedar plank for $3.38. See, because you want to talk about Biden, you cannot stay on topic. When I am talking about creativity, I give a damn fuck about what you're talking about Biden. Stay on top. Stay on task. Stay on task. You see how that worked? See how easily you came in here and have been shown to be a motherfucking fool? A quarter sheet is 2 feet by 4 feet inches thick, $23. Well, what was the point of saying $92 in your earlier post? $92 a sheet. Is it 23 or $92 a sheet? What are you talking about? Uh, uh, there is no $92 a sheet at Home Depot. Perhaps Home Depot vary slightly. That is not a slight variant, though, Z Sarah. That was no slight variant. You saw online will go by your zip code. Now, you saw me go through. There was nothing close to $92 for a whole piece of plywood. There was nothing close. Nothing. Okay. So where are we now? Where are we? Where are we? I want to share something that is going on. FBI making a list of American extremists, link memo reveals. If you're not aware of that, Ken Klippenstein, he somehow is always up on the inside track of information. This will be link number 7 in my number 8 in my description box if you would like to check out what he is saying or subscribe to his Substack. Ken Klippenstein was one of the first places I read about the 45-47 administration doing flight maneuvers with B-52 bombers near Iran. That was way back in February or March, I believe. That I found out that they were doing flights and things with the Israeli military over and close to Iran, and he was the one who basically said that the America was about to strike Iran, and then lo and behold, who struck Iran? America struck Iran. This is where I got that story from, months and months before it ever happened. Now, let's see. Attorney General Pam Bimbo is ordering the FBI to compile a list of groups or entities engaging in acts that may constitute domestic terrorism, according to a Justice Department memo published here exclusively. The link is in my description box. The target is those expressing opinion to law, immigration enforcement, and extreme views in favor of mass migration and open borders, adherence to radical gender ideology, as well as anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, and anti-Christianity. Now, are you clear that if you are anti-Christian, there is now a DOJ that is having you being put on a extremist list under this administration. Anti-Christianity, these motherfuckers who are robbing and stealing and pardoning people who have robbed and stole and all of this, want to put you, the American people, on some type of watch list. Okay. Pam Bimbo, of all people, the apologist for Qatar, is telling them to put you, an American citizen, under a watch list. If you are a fan of mass migration, open borders, adherence to radical gender ideology. So you don't have, if you radical gender ideology, would that be somebody who speak in support of transgender people, or would that be somebody who has no problem with transgender people existing? Would that be you? That you adhering to radical gender ideology as well as anti-Americanism. What is anti-Americanism? Is it being anti-American when you kick people off of their health insurance with no other remedy for them to see a physician? Would that be anti-American? I don't know. What, I guess it's up to I guess it's one of those vague phrases that you'll find out when they decide to call you anti-American. Real vague. Anything that they choose to say that is anti-American, you can be put on a list. Okay. Attorney General. Let me see, what else? The language echoes the so-called indicators of terrorism identified by President 4547 Directive of National Security Presidential Memorandum 7. This is where I found out about that NSPM 7 that I talked to you a couple of weeks ago, which the memo says is intended, which the memo says it's intended to implement. Where the MSP M7 was a declaration of war or just about anyone who isn't MAGA. This is the war plan for how the government will wage it on a tactical level. In addition to compiling a list of undesirable, Bundy directs the FBI to enhance the capabilities and publicity of its tip line in order to more aggressively solicit tips from the American public on other Americans. They want you to call a tip line to tip off the Department of Justice on your neighbors, your families, other American citizens. They are trying to pipe up this tip line that they have for you to report other American citizens for doing something that you may think that the Department of Justice would look at as un-American. This is what your government is doing. Did you know that? Okay. To that end, Bondi also directed the FBI to establish a cash reward system for information leading to identification and arrest of leadership figures within these purported domestic terrorist organization. The memo later instructed the FBI to establish cooperators to provide information and eventually testify against other members of the group. The payout doesn't end there. The Justice Department grants the Justice Department grants are now to prioritize funding to programs for state and local law enforcement to go after domestic terrorism. So now your police department can pull you over and investigate you and arrest you based on something that they are saying that they are enforcing domestic terrorism laws. In a section titled Defining the Domestic Terrorism Threat, the memo cites extreme viewpoints on immigration, radical gender ideology, and anti-American sentiment. Indicators that federal law enforcement are issued to refer to FBI Joint Terrorist Task Force. The Joint Terrorist Task Force are then instructed to use all available investigative tools in order to map the full network of culpable actors involved in both inside and outside of the United States. The memo also directs the FBI and the Joint Terrorist Task Force to retroactively investigate incidents going back 5 years. So you sitting there minding your own business, and they're going to go back 5 years and call themselves investigating something, an action that they deem that you have done 5 years ago, and they can deem an action, a protest that you participated in as being un-American. Understand that protest of this MSNP7 came out right before the No Kings protests. So now they want to go back 5 years and find out if you were doing anything un-American 5 years ago. The FBI memo also directs the FBI and the Joint Terrorist Task Force to retroactively investigate incidents going back 5 years, authorizing the Joint Terrorist Task Force in particular to use everything at their disposal to do so. And you know what is at their disposal? Palantir is at their disposal. Upon receipt of these referrals, the Joint Terrorist Task Force shall use all available investigative tools consistent with law enforcement, internal policies, and statutory obligations to map the full network of culpable actors involved in the referred conduct inside and outside of the United States, the memo said. For months, major media outlets have largely blown off the story of NSPM7. Yes, they have. You have not heard a hair about NSPM7, thinking it will thinking it was all just a Trump bluster and too crazy to be serious. But a memo like this one shows you that the administration is absolutely taking this seriously, even if the media are not, and is actively working to operationalize NSPM7. NSPM7 was signed in September, largely in response to the murder of Charlie Kirk, which was a 9/11 type event for the Trump administration, for them alone. It was a 9/11 type event that they decided that they needed to figure out a way to brand American citizens and predict a future criminal intent. They also, this NSPM7 is also purported to predict who would be committing a crime. Not that you have committed a crime, to predict the likelihood of you committing a crime. Make that make sense. And they're serious about this. The NSPM7 was signed in September, largely in response to Charlie Kirk's death, which was a 9/11 type event for the Trump administration. As I've reported, Kirk assassination is referenced explicitly in the Justice Department memo. As anyone who lived through 9/11 can remember, the government doesn't always think rationally in moments like those, to say the least. And so here we are with a new war on terrorism. Only this time, millions of Americans like you and I could be the target. So let me make sure I add this to... Yes, it's number 8 in my description box. Let me go back to his earlier reporting on that NSPM7. MAGA's 9/11 is an assassination. Within hours of Charlie Kirk's shooting last month, politicos in the White House and lawyers at the Justice Department and Homeland Security scrambled to draft a backup of the envelope plans for a crackdown on their domestic foes. Sources tell me illegal immigration, anti-ICE protesters, leftists, trans people, gamers, Hamas supporters, Antifa, the administration had a hard time pinning down who exactly was the new enemy, so they ended up including them all. But how to do it? How to destroy the enemy within? The answer was to frame the Kirk assassination as a political violence, generally as a national security problem, and not merely as one of law enforcement. Reaching back into the global war on terrorism, precipitated by 9/11, Donald Trump war has so far unfolded a messy hodgepodge of gathering intelligence on individuals, networks, or even Antifa cell per the Justice Department. There's no such thing as Antifa or an Antifa cell. That's why it is in parentheses in this work. And making arrests. This week, Homeland Security announced that over 2 million illegals have left the country. Here, too, the administration frames the issue as one of national security, referring to illegal aliens who have invaded our country. That is a quote. Though the only other media references to the Kirk-inspired crackdown appears in a Rolling Stone article. Aren't you upset that your media is not telling you that your government is out to find any way to arrest you under these vague terms of you being anti-American? Aren't you worried about that? Though the only media references to the Kirk-inspired crackdown appears in a Rolling Stone article, that the murder is at the center of it all seems widely known to national security officials. As one source close to the White House told me, the gruesome spectacle of Kirk's bloody assassination, his the bloody killing was traumatic for the many administration officials who knew him personally, especially Donald Trump, who when questioned about Charlie Kirk, something about his service, said that, hey, look over there, look at this beautiful ballroom, and Jimmy Kimmel almost lost his job for pointing out the fact that he looked so broken up that he was talking about his ballroom. Now, this is the premise that they are putting your government to watch you, under the premise that 45-47 was so shaken up behind the shooting of Charlie Kirk that they are putting a watchdog agencies and all of the efforts and all of the abilities that they have to go after American citizens. What Biden did? Somebody tell me what Biden did. Somebody tell me something that comparable or worse that Biden did. Since everybody wants to talk about Biden, that is not the answer to the foolishness and that this president is putting all of the United States citizens under. So, God forbid you try to protest anything about all of this AI that is allowed to propagate throughout the United States without having any regulations on it. You know, this is the administration of no regulation. I'll put it in the big, beautiful bill that states individually could not regulate AI. Put it in the budget bill. Why? Because AI is and the billionaires and AI doesn't want AI to be regulated. AI is allowed to do whatever it wants to because you should know that because he allowed Elon Musk, who is one of the people who are racing to create the best AI, he gave Elon Musk all of the American people's personal data. All of it. He has Peter Thiel in all of our government agencies collecting all of our data. And don't want your state legislators to be able to do a goddamn thing about it. But y'all worried about Biden. Biden, who has stage 4 bone cancer in his crotch. What did Biden do to you that is anywhere near comparable to it? As they are building concentration camps in states like Utah for the homeless, as 47 is telling you that affordability is a fake hoax drummed up by the Democrats, as everything you pay for is more expensive. And his administration tells you no. Well, he personally tells you no, it's not expensive. No, it's not. No, it's not. As the billionaire that he has over the Treasury, Scott Bessent, comes out here stuttering and stammering and telling you lies about, well, you know, everything will be better at the end of the quarter. Everything will be better by the first quarter of 2026. Maybe it'll take until 2027. But they want to clamp down on you if you have a problem with it. Let me see what you guys are talking about. AI is going to make everyone unemployed by 2027, according to Insider. I've been listening to former employees of AI companies. Citizens are the enemy now. Yes, they are. Ideology is not a group. Exactly. So let me drop the link for this article. This is still a Ken Klippenstein Substack. I have dropped the first article in the. I'm gonna drop both of these articles in my description box. So you can go over there and visit Ken Klippenstein. He has always been point on his stories and investigation, and I would advise you guys to go over there because this is exactly what they were so traumatized by one person's being shot. Why were they so traumatized? Because he had the hearts and the mind of young, brainless white children. Young, brainless white children. That's why they were so traumatized that they thought that they could pour in their Republican bullshit into these minds of people who are representing the Christian nationalist ideal of what America is and should be. That's why they were so traumatized, because they was like in there. They was like, we in here like swimwear. And then something happened, and the party was fractured. And now who's running the party? Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes, the anti-Semitic person, is running the young minds of the alleged Christian right. What do I want to call them? Not Christian right. You could call them the Christian right, Christian nationalists, kind of like white nationalists. But you just gotta throw the Bible in there and try to make it seem like you're doing the Christian way. You're a Christian nationalist, not a white nationalist. Same thing. Same thing. Christian nationalist minister Pete Hegseth, pastor, taught that slavery wasn't bad and that all slave owners didn't treat their slaves badly, and they were just men of their time. This is a Christian nationalist pastor. All of these Christian nationalist pastors who are telling women that they shouldn't go to college, they should find a man to sit down and marry, and they are making these uneducated white men believe that they can go out and provide for their families. They don't need to waste their time going to college. They need to go out and get a job. What jobs are these people going to support a family on? They're trying to make believe like it is 1950 and a family can get by living on one income from an uneducated person who has his wife at home always delivering babies, who make you believe that the $1,000 that 47 says that he's going to give every child born in the United States, so that when your child becomes 18 years old, he can, if he wants to go to college, he can go into this account and pay for his college tuition, or he can go into this account when he turns 18 if he wants to buy a house. And when he turns 18, that $1,000 will, based upon current inflation, when he turns 18, he will have a total of $2,700 in this account that they are telling you that your kid can go into if they want to buy a house when they turn 18. That they are telling you that your kid can go in and pay for college tuition with $2,700 18 years from now. 18 years from now. But what that $1,000 per child will do, it will prop up the stock market. It would allow your that money to be used in the stock market. The stock market that is failing, propped up on all of this AI and all of this technology shit that's not going anywhere. Okay. So that link is in my description box as well. I think, let me see if there is anything else. No kind of Christian that I recognize. No kind of Christian that I recognize as well. So I think there is something else I want to share with you. Let me see. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Oh, Scott Besson is ordering people to buy U.S. debt. So Scott Besson was on the Sunday shows. I got to show Besson on the Sunday shows. I have got to show him. Here we go. Let me show you what the administration had lying on our Sunday shows. Let me share with you the lies and bullshit that they were spewing on these Sunday shows. GOP leaders implode on Sunday shows is the name of this segment. Here we go.
And
Biden, but I think the message we need to tell the American people is we inherited a train wreck from Biden, but we've saved the day. Here, play this clip.
To be with the president on Tuesday, and what are you expecting the president's messages to be?
Well, I'm hoping to be with him. And I was just in Pennsylvania the last 3 days, in that part of Pennsylvania, the northeastern part. And listen, I think the message is that we inherited a train wreck from the Biden administration, out of control inflation, an enormous regulatory state, real wage growth hadn't kept up. And we've made a lot of progress in the last 12 months with the president's agenda. Inflation is about half of what it was on average during the Biden administration. Real wage growth exceeds the inflation numbers. And you've got all sorts of things that we did right out of the gate, which is putting money in the pockets of working families, whether it's the child care tax credit.
Real wage growth. As more people have been have lost their job under this administration than the COVID job losses. Real wage growth. As in, you saw the administration shutter many government agencies, leaving these people without jobs. Now, he's talking about real job growth. Real pay people have increased the pay of the American workers. And we all know that this is all a lie. And so does this bitch sitting up here. All of these hand gestures and bullshit and bloviating about absolute lies.
Or no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. So we've made a lot of progress, but there's
no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. The no tax on tips doesn't go in to sometime next year, but he's telling you that pay has increased when the no tax on tips is something that he says is a reason that your pay has increased, when that doesn't go into effect until after the midterm elections. Make any of this make sense?
A lot more work to do. And I think the president will lay out that agenda and how all the policies that he's put in place are going to help working families. And there's more to come, particularly in deregulation and in energy dominance.
Actually, the economy right now is horrible for most Americans, and you didn't inherit a train wreck. You inherited an economy that the Economist, the Wall Street Journal referred to as the envy of the world. There was a manufacturing boom beginning to take place. I think lots of economic papers called it a Goldilocks economy. Here, going back to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, he says that actually the economy right now is much better than we thought it would be. What does that even mean? You promised a golden age, and right now it is anything but, and the American people are suffering. Here, play this clip.
Lower numbers of purchases and higher prices.
The economy has been better than we thought. We've had the
4% GDP growth in a couple of quarters. We're going to finish the year, despite the Schumer shutdown, with 3% real GDP growth.
And by the way, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
So what he just said there, we had 4% growth a couple of months, and we're going to end the year with 3%. So that means there has been less growth. That means that less growth is showing at the end of the year. The end of the year when all of the stockpile of inventory that companies had, that they had purchased early, because it takes months and shit for orders to be fulfilled in China, and now they're having to re-up on their supplies of things based upon these tariffs. Now they are starting to pass the full cost of the tariff onto the American people, and you see growth shrink. But you're pretending like what you just said didn't dictate the shrinkage. Let's continue.
Is a billionaire, and he's so detached from what people are experiencing. But just look at that shit-eating grin of his. He's so proud of himself for the deceit and the lies that he spreads. I can't get that annoying face out of my mind, because this guy is just the worst. He's then asked on one of the morning shows about prices in the toy space that are going up because inflation is surging right now. And his response is that inflation is a composite number, and it's roughly the same every year. And so there's actually no inflation right now. What are you talking about? What does that even mean? We know inflation's rising right now. We all go out there. I just had a breakfast. For those of you who've seen the background, I just had breakfast in Palm Springs. I brought this clip.
Well, the maker of Tonka trucks, their CEO said it's going to cost $40 for their toys right now because of tariffs and inflation. It was $30 the year before that, 25. Prices in the toy space are accelerating, and people are feeling that.
Well, Margaret, inflation's a composite number, and it's roughly the same year over year. And if we were to look at all imported goods inflation is below the inflation number.
The inflation number, you mean
the PCE number, which is about 2.9%. Imported goods in the same
$30 the year before that, 25. Prices in the toy space are accelerating, and people are feeling that.
Well, Margaret, inflation's a composite number, and it's roughly the same year over year. And if we were,
it's roughly the same year over year. So I'm begging Jerome Powell to lower the inflation rates. Why? I'm threatening to fire Jerome Powell because he won't lower the inflation rates. Why?
Just look at all imported goods inflation is below the inflation number.
The inflation.
We look at all imported goods. Imported goods inflation number is below the inflation index. Is that what you're saying? So we're going to pretend like a tariff didn't bring up the cost of goods in the United States. Look at him. He is so pleased with his word salad of lies. Looking like somebody's grandmother up there talking about he got a young child.
Number, you mean
the PCE number, which is about 2.9%. Imported goods inflation is about 1.8. It's the service economy that's generating inflation, which actually has nothing to do with tariffs.
Okay, going back to Treasury Secretary Scott.
It's the service economy that's generating inflation. If you're a server, how is it that you are creating inflation? You're not getting paid more. Usually service people get paid less. It is absolutely the imports that are making the fucking increase. It is absolutely the imports and the tariffs that are fucking up the economy. But it's the service industry. Well, the whole United States is a service industry. The United States don't create anything. The United States are buyers of things. We don't generate anything. The biggest industry that the United States have is the service industry. So if that is the industry that is bringing up prices, what are you doing to shrink that? It's not the imports coming in. They're below their expected inflation mark. It's the service industry. It's the whole industry of the United States. It's the service industry. This is your Treasury Secretary. Your Treasury Secretary who lost 90% of the wealth of the private equity group that he owned prior to 47 putting him into office. Just because he is a personal billionaire and they prop him up as a hedge fund executive. Understand what his record was, though. This is who your Treasury Secretary is. Lost 90% of his business investments prior to be put over the Treasury of the United States.
Bessent right here. He's asked again about Donald Trump saying affordability is a con job. Here, play this clip.
When we hear from, for example, the president, when he says that affordability is a con job by Democrats, that seems to just not be resonating with consumers that have been polled by CBS. 60% of Americans polled by this network told us President Trump makes prices and inflation sound better than they really are. And his approval rating in the economy is now down to 36% in our latest poll. On inflation, approval is even lower at 32%. Don't you need to show that you feel the pain?
Well, Margaret, I think the president's frustrated by the media coverage of what's going on.
This is the polling of average Americans.
Yeah, but I think the average Americans, they are hearing a lot of it from media coverage. And I will tell you that affordability has two components. There's inflation, and then there's real incomes. Real incomes are up about 1%.
It's the media's fault. It's the media's fault. He's trying to shut her down to tell this lie. The real Americans, they don't know what they spend when they take these polls. So they hear the media tell them that they're paying more, not that they're fucking a real lived experience. Tell them that this shit is higher than it has ever been in the United States. No, it's the media's fault.
And
this is the polling of field are, and his approval rating in the economy is now down to 36% in our latest poll. On inflation, approval is even lower at 32%. Don't you need to show that you feel the pain?
Well, Margaret, I think the president's frustrated by the media coverage of what's going on.
This is the polling of average Americans.
Yeah, but I think the average Americans, they are hearing a lot of it from media coverage. And I will tell you that affordability has two components. There's inflation, and then there's real incomes. Real incomes are up about 1%. And what we're not going to do is say that Americans don't know what they're feeling. We've been working on it every day. I was on your show on March talking about affordability. We've made a lot of gains, but remember, we've got this embedded inflation from the Biden years where...
And again, look at his face. Look at this face of this liar, this smug, arrogant liar. And again, he's a billionaire. He bought himself in Charleston, South Carolina, before taking this job, a pink Barbie Malibu mansion replica in Charleston, where he lived in a pink Malibu Barbie home, like $22 million. And this is the guy saying Thanksgiving was much cheaper. Here he goes. He says, Thanksgiving. Here, play this clip.
Well, I mean, grocery prices are up nearly 3% compared to last September. The president seems to be acknowledging that grocery prices, or at least beef prices, are a challenge, because he put out this order just yesterday saying they're going to investigate corporate price gouging for high beef prices. Isn't suing the food companies the same thing the Biden administration did, and it didn't really work?
Well,
how's this any different?
Nothing the Biden administration did work.
So why are you doing it?
So why are you following what they did then?
Because this isn't the same thing. If they had done this, if they'd done it properly, we'd be in a different spot. And like beef.
How did they do it improperly? Be specific. They're doing the same thing the Biden administration did. Their solution for healthcare, extending the Affordable Care Act subsidies, is to extend the Affordable Care Act subsidies. They have nothing. They have absolutely nothing, because they are so concentrating on stealing from using the name of the United States to profiteer for themselves. They are not trying to find any solution for the American people, as prices just rise and jobs are just blown away by this administration. Should we even bother with him?
There's one component. Thanksgiving turkey was down 16%.
Well,
so next, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent asked, so if everything's great, if everything's fine with farmers, and you're saying things are great, why is it that you need to bail out farmers right now? Why do you have to give them what you're calling a bridge payment, which is a bailout, to the farmers right now? And he goes, well, because you need to help them with the financing now, because next year is going to be so great. Here, play this clip.
Why, if everything's fine, then why do farmers need a bridge payment from the Agricultural Department?
Sorry?
Why would farmers need a bridge payment from the Agriculture Department then? Because
these prices haven't come in, because the Chinese actually used our soybean farmers as pawns in the trade negotiations. And we are going to create this.
The Chinese, it's the Chinese fault. It's the Chinese fault that we gave Argentina, $40 million of American tax dollars. And then the Argentine government then made a deal to sell their soybeans to China. So Argentina has nothing to do with any of this. The Argentina, whose government that the United States propped up at the same time that they told the American farmers that they are going to have to wait to get any relief. The same American farmers that used to be able to sell their soybeans and their corn to USDA, the USDA.
All right, guys. So I've been getting some feedback. They've been talking.
Why, if everything's fine, then why do farmers need a bridge?
USDA that Elon Musk shuttered, and the farmers lost that money. What the fuck are you talking about, Bessent?
Bridge payment from the Agricultural Department.
Sorry?
Why would farmers need a bridge payment from the Agriculture Department then?
Because these prices haven't come in, because the Chinese actually used our soybean farmers as pawns in the trade negotiations. And we are going to create this bridge, because, again, agriculture is all about the future. You've got to start financing for planning next year, when things will be very good.
Ever have one of those moments where your body reminds you it's not 25 anymore? Maybe it's the slower recovery after a workout, or the
2027. 2026, when things will be good. Is there any more of this? Here's another Ignat. Here's another white Ignat.
Here, play this clip.
Right. And the best thing I can do is set my example. And I think all of us need to wake up every morning, look in the mirror and say, what are we doing? What am I doing specifically today to make this country a better country, to make all of our immigrants feel more welcome? That's what we've always had. And I think if more of us would do that, it would matter less what individual says.
Right. But as you know, he's not just an individual. He's the president of the United States calling an entire community garbage.
So, it wasn't very long ago, just a little year ago, that we elected him. And we knew very well what we were electing at the time. The country wanted a disruptor. And he put disruptors into place, Tom Homo and things like that. And that disruption is very, very painful. But you have to remember the reason I think the country went that direction is they were very uncomfortable with a number of things we were doing in this country, and we wanted a disruptor. And for good or bad, that's what disruption brings.
And they bring on Tom.
Well, we knew what we were getting, or we knew that we was getting a fucking fool to put in office. We knew that we were getting a criminal to sit in office, but we sat him in office anyway. And the people who are hurting are the American people.
A cartel. So does that make sense to you? Play this clip.
You are talking about the president protecting Americans, Arkansans, from drugs. And yet just this week, the president pardoned the former president of Honduras who trafficked more than 500 tons of cocaine into the United States. He was serving a 45-year sentence, Senator. How does that make America safer?
Well, I haven't spoken to the president about that pardon. There may be strategic reasons.
You don't know nothing about that pardon. You don't have to speak to him to have an opinion about it. There may be or there may not be strategic reasons. There are strategic reasons. He pardoned that president because that president was the one who was supporting billionaires building a private community in Honduras. That's who supported Peter Thiel building his private company that didn't have to pay any taxes to Honduras and had to pay few taxes. It was a tax haven for their billionaire dollars. And this private community that he built was for people who he chose to live in this community. That's why they call it private, that you had to know somebody to get in this community, which there are 15,000 across the whole world, that these billionaires are building their personal utopias and not and going to these small governments. These small governments that are more likely to take money and bribes to hurt their own people because they're getting personal wealth. You know, kind of like 45, 47 is doing right now to the American people and to the country of America. That's why. That is why. And the current president of Honduras has the current president of Honduras had repealed the law that allowed billionaires to come into poor countries, saying that they are bringing jobs, and the people who got service jobs in these private communities of billionaires were not being paid well at all, and some of them were not being paid. They would miss checks, billionaires missing paying these people checks because they were insignificant. So what do you call that? You call that slavery. Billionaires are believing that people in poor communities should work for them for the honor of being able to be in the area of their billions, to see the niceties and go back home without being paid to their slums. Is that what you're talking about? You don't know the ins and outs, and there may be some type of political. Yes, there was. The president who was running for re-election, she was in the number one spot. But 45, 47 took this criminal, this drug trafficking criminal, out of jail, who was convicted in the United States of America with plenty of evidence. 45, 47 bounced him out of jail. And he also told Honduras that if they elected the woman who blocked the law that allowed billionaires to come in communities and pilfered their communities, that he would not give them any more U.S. money. So what did he do there? He interfered with their elections. And what outcome did they have? The person who was running in third place against this candidate shot up to first place. Who is this person who was in third place? He was somebody who was a supporter of the the in-jailed former president. So who shot up due to Trump's election immigration is the candidate that was running who was in full support of the imprisoned candidate that 4547 let out of office. So the woman who was in first place, who had repealed the law that allowed billionaires to fuck over her country, she went down to last place in the three place. There were three candidates running in this election. She went from first to third. The one that was in third, he went from third to first. And this bitch wanted to sue CBS for billions of dollars because they edited a Kamala Harris question and called it election interference. And when he bounced a motherfucking criminal out of jail and told them that if they didn't support a specific candidate, that he wouldn't give them U.S. dollars, and nobody is talking about the election interference that this motherfucker did. Also, billionaires wouldn't get their law overturned in Honduras, wouldn't have to vacate Honduras as they are fucking over the Honduras people, not even paying property taxes for their motherfucking fuck off place to go and fuck off and not even pay taxes. But he don't know. He's not sure.
To pardon the former president of Honduras because of our relationship with Honduras and trying to move them in a more pro-American direction. I'll leave that open as a possibility. But Krishna, I think you know my general approach to crime is that we should.
I'll leave that open as a possibility. I don't know. I'm just going to throw this out here. I'm going to pretend that they were trying to get them on a more American footing. Why? Why? Who the fuck is Honduras to America? Why do they need to be on a more American footing? Them being off of an American footing affects the American citizen in what way? It don't affect us. We don't give a fuck what footing they are. Everybody don't have to be on American footing. They can be on their own footing. They can be on their own Honduras footing, because Honduras doesn't affect Americans and how they live their lives. You are always cutting taxes and finding tax havens for billionaires. That, in fact, does affect the Americans and how they live their lives. That does affect Americans and how they live their lives, I meant.
Lock them. We should convict them, and then we should lock them up. And once they're locked up, we should keep them locked up.
So given that, do you oppose the pardon, given that you're saying you want to protect Arkansas?
I'd have to know more about the with Honduras and trying to move them in a more pro-American direction. I'll leave that open as a possibility. But Krishna, I think you know my general approach to crime is that we should convict them, and then we should lock them up. And once they're locked up, we should keep them locked up.
So given that, do you oppose?
Well, if that's your position, why are you sitting on a Sunday morning show saying this? And if you believe that you should convict people, lock them up, and keep them locked up, why haven't you found it worthy for you to investigate why exactly would your president pardon this person? See, because if you really felt that way, you would be like, hold up. This is some bullshit. But you're going to sit your ass up here and talk about, I don't know, I don't know much about that. You know how I feel about crime. No, we know what you say you feel about crime. We know what you say, but your actions show different. Your actions are a total tale that people, poor people can be convicted of crimes. Poor people can be convicted of crimes they have not committed. We don't care as long as the crime is white collar crime enough for the president to pardon him. I'm okay with all of that. And I can come out and I can talk to the dumb supporters who continue to vote me into office when they know that I don't give a fuck about them, have never gave a fuck about them, have never voted for any way to improve their lives. They keep putting me in office, and I'm going to keep shoveling bullshit up their down their throats.
The pardon, given that you're saying you want to protect our Kansas?
I'd have to know more about the circumstances. Sometimes pardons of foreign nationals who have been leaders of other countries do have underlying strategic reasons. But my approach, as you know, Kristen, to crime is to lock them up, throw away the key, and don't let them out.
The war power.
Oh, I guess he doesn't know about that. But what he does know is that when the survivors of the first boat strike on September 2nd were waving their shirts and they were surrendering and they were stranded in the water, that actually they were signaling that they wanted to pick up more drugs. Let me just say this as well. The ship was headed to Suriname. The ship was heading east. The fishing boat, not even a ship, the little tiny fishing boat that couldn't even make it to the U.S. without 7 refuels if it was going in the direction. It was going from Venezuela east, outside the direction of the U.S. Here, play this clip.
He continued to talk about, one of them took off his shirt as if he's trying to suntan. But again, your colleagues, some of them saying, look, they were waving their arms around. Isn't it possible that even the act of taking off a T-shirt could have been part of an attempt to get attention for help?
Or it could have been an attempt to signal to another cartel boat to come pick them up and pick up the cargo.
But is there confirmation of what?
Oh, or they could have been signaling to another cartel boat with the ocean full of United States, I think 17 United States warships, including the Gerald Ford, the largest aircraft carrier, a nuclear submarine. They could have been signaling for another another drug boat. Well, if you're in the water shooting down narco terrorists, as you call them, how would they be signaling for another boat that you didn't already have on your radar? They could have been signaling for another boat. We got our whole military in that ocean. If they were signaling for another boat, the military would have already shot that boat down as well. The fuck they think they talking to? Who the fuck they think they talking to? Y'all didn't see that boat? Huh? What boat would they be signaling for with a T-shirt that the United States military hadn't already seen and shot down, if that is the reason that they are shooting down boats? So do you see the bullshit that they are talking to okay murder? And what's going to happen to the American soldier when we really get into a kerfuffle with other nations? Since the American thinks that it is okay for other people, is that what's going to be happening to our American forces? Okay, I really can't. I can't deal with him any further. I apologize. I think they're. Speaking of other conflicts, I don't know if you realize that 45-47 has stopped so many wars, and everything is peaches and roses. So I don't know. I didn't hear about this conflict. Did you hear about now understand 45-47 said that he ended all of this war. This war in particular between Taiwan and who else? I forget.
There you see children fleeing in the Osmach region of Cambodia, right on the Thailand and Cambodia border. This follows airstrikes by Thailand into Cambodia after Thailand says that Cambodia has been shooting into the Thailand side of the border, killing a Thai soldier and injuring a number of other Thai soldiers. Cambodia says that Thailand was shooting first, each side pointing fingers at each other. Regardless, Donald Trump's so-called ceasefire or peace deal between Thailand and Cambodia is done. Frankly, it never existed in the first place, as we reported on the Midas Touch Network. It was a fake. It was a fugazi. It was another Donald Trump fraud where he brought the sides together in late October to take a photo. He claimed that China has nothing to do with any of this, when China is obviously working behind the scenes there as well. That offended China. And Donald Trump just did a photo op pretending that there was a peace deal between Thailand and Cambodia when it never actually existed. More on that in a moment. Also, we see war continuing between Congo and Rwanda. You'll recall last week Donald Trump brought in the leaders of Congo and Rwanda. And what I pointed out is I said, this is a fake deal. The M23 group, which is the group that's making these incursions into Congo, which is affiliated with Rwanda, which Rwanda denies affiliations with this M23 group, was not at the meeting. And I said, this was just a fake meeting between Congo and Rwanda, and there's no peace. I said, while that peace deal was being signed, I said, this was a fraud. I said, the war's still going. And I remember I showed one of the reporters from Africa saying, well, it's great that you're announcing this, but when's like the fighting going to stop? Because the war is still taking place between Congo and Rwanda. And we've actually seen an acceleration of that war right now. Now, another thing that's important that we point out also is that the war in Ukraine from Russia's invasion is only getting worse. And now the United States has put out its national security strategy, where it says it's United States policy to undermine the European Union, to prop up groups in Europe that will seek to dissolve the European Union and support Vladimir Putin. And under the national security strategy by the United States, it is now official policy that the Trump regime has announced to undermine the expansion of NATO as a permanent organization. I'll go through each of these points with you. But first, why don't we start at the border between Thailand and Cambodia right here? And let's hear what's happening right here from one of the local news networks right here, where Thai military launching airstrikes following these repeated clashes along the disputed border with Cambodia. One Thai soldier killed. A military buildup in earnest is taking place right now. The president of the Cambodia Senate has canceled the work schedule.
Mike, the countries we go to war with could care less about the Geneva Convention. Neither do this administration. Neither do keg breath. So what's your point? What's your point? So because other people do things, your mother wasn't smart enough to tell you if one person jump off a bridge with a canyon of rocks underneath it, are you gonna jump off it too? What's your point? Who are you people? Why doesn't it bother you people as much? Why doesn't it bother you people as much? Why are you talking about you people? Why it bothers you people so much? Why doesn't it bother you people at all? Because you are barbarians. That's why. That's your culture.
They're in full war mode, and you have in Thailand as well a cancellation of a lot of the schools, 641 schools and colleges closed as war is breaking out. Here, let's play this clip of Thai military launching airstrikes following repeated clashes.
But Thailand says it has deployed air assets along its disputed border with Cambodia after reporting multiple clashes along the border. Our correspondent Saksith Sambat is joining us live from Bangkok with more. Saksith, give us an update on the latest situation along that Thai-Cambodian border.
Yes, what we are seeing here seems to be a very risky escalation at the disputed Thai-Cambodian border. This morning, the Royal Thai Army issued a statement saying that there have been repeated multiple clashes along the border at 2 points and at 2 different instances in the past morning, in the past night. This is also follows another incident that happened on Sunday afternoon, where Thai soldiers have been injured in the clashes in the latest clashes. One Thai soldier reportedly has been killed, and in response to that, the Royal Thai Army has then now deployed air fighters and air jets to strike military targets along the border. As it says, there's also have been evacuation orders for 4 villages along the Thai borders as well. Now, of course, in any of these kind of incidents, there are two sides of the story. We have been receiving the statements from the Cambodian Defense Ministry spokesperson saying that Thailand shot
in the Congo.
However, there's no comment about Russia bowing down. 45-47 bowing down to Russia. There is no question about the United States lifting sanctions on Russia, as Russia has invaded a sovereign nation. There's no question about the United States letting the UE know that they are more aligned to Russia's propaganda and the needs of Vladimir Putin. You have nothing to say about that when you want to talk about other nations. Come, Saucy.
Here. And again, you're not getting this perspective on American media, right? I mean, objectively, you're not. And this is why, let me just ask you right now, please subscribe to the Midas Touch YouTube channel. Getting accurate information that no one else is reporting is so freaking critical right now. And I'm not just saying that because I'm one of the founders of this network. We need to get out the truth. We're on our way to 6 million subscribers. You may think you're subscribed, but you may not be subscribed, obviously, because of the truth that we're telling. We're under attack by the Trump regime, by corporate media here. They want to destroy us and shut us down. So let's talk about what's going on in Congo as fighting flares up. It's been getting worse in the Congo since Donald Trump brought the leaders of Congo and Rwanda.
Donald Trump don't give a fuck about the leaders of Congo and Rwanda. Donald Trump set his fat ass down there and signed that rare earth mineral deal. Everything that Donald Trump gave a shit about was signed away in that rare earth mineral deals. And you will hear not a peep from 45-47 about all of these alleged peace deals that he have made. Have you heard them say anything about Israeli still clearing out and creating a genocide on Palestine? You ain't heard nothing, and you ain't gonna hear nothing more about the fucking Congo as he turns over the rare earth minerals of Africa that he needs so badly. You ain't gonna hear him say shit about that. As he used his seat as the president to pretend like he was making some peace deal. To enrich billionaires to do what? To be able to use their technology and their drones and all of the shit that they are using in our military and ICE agencies to identify you and to follow you and to predict crimes you as American citizens may commit based upon the data that they collect all across this country and all of these data centers. Nobody give a fuck about you. Trump don't give a fuck about what you think about him being a worse president or the best president. Trump is getting to that money. And the sooner you realize that, the better off you will be. But it's no help for some people, it appears. those are my opinions. Let's see what's happening in the Congo.
Together, let's just play local media about what's going on there.
All right, and now we set the stage for our conversation on the DRC after the deal. Fierce fighting continued in the eastern DRC hours after the signing of a peace accord between DRC's President Felix Tshisekedi and his Rwandan counterpart Paul Kagame. Hundreds of people fled the towns of Luvungi and Katogota in South Kivu following fresh attacks on Friday. The latest attacks put into question the commitments of the Washington Accord, a peace deal signed in the United States that is meant to stop the ongoing war between the Congolese armed forces and the Rwanda-backed M23 and stabilize the region plagued by armed conflict and militia activity. Safina Chinguma has that development.
Hosted by U.S. President Donald Trump, Presidents Felix Tshisekedi of Congo and Paul Kagame of Rwanda signed a peace agreement on Thursday that rekindled the hope of peace in the war-torn eastern Congo region. And even before the ink on this landmark diplomatic agreement dried, fighting has flared up again in the east of the DRC, with the Rwandan-backed M23 rebel group and the Congolese army blaming each other for the spate of attacks in villages across North and South Kivu that saw many flee their homes.
Now, folks, things are getting much worse in Ukraine as well, and in Europe. As I mentioned, the Trump regime put out its national security strategy for the United States. This is the official foreign policy of the U.S. They want to, according to the U.S., cultivate resistance to Europe's current trajectory within European nations, and then end the perception and prevent the reality of NATO as a perpetually expanding alliance. So you have that taking place as well. Let's hear from the former United States commander for the U.S. Army in Europe, Ben Hodges, who I know you've seen on the Midas Touch Network a lot. He explains how the Trump regime's new national security strategy is a giant middle finger to Europe. Here's what retired General Hodges has to say. Let's play this clip.
This is the giant middle finger to that Europe by this administration. I think the happiest person in the world with this document is Vladimir Putin, because this strategy cedes Europe to the Russian sphere of influence. And this is out in the open now. It's not, there's no nuance. It's out in the open. And I think that Europe better, number one, ensure that Ukraine does not fail. And number two, it better be ready, because if Ukraine does fail, there will be a full war between Russia and Europe very soon.
The way you put it, Ben Hodges, makes it sound historic and alarming. Is that what it is?
Well, historic in terms of American failure, turning our back on not only our allies of over 80 years, but also damaging ourselves. I mean, for all these years, our European allies have given us access with bases, intelligence sharing. We've served together in so many different theaters. We've stood shoulder by shoulder in diplomatic circles, and now this is the giant middle finger to that Europe by this administration. Understandably, making a priority defense of the homeland in Western Hemisphere and Indo-Pacific. That's not new. What's new is clearly this is about spheres of influence, and for the Trump administration, Europe is not going to be that sort of strategic interest to us anymore.
Now that it's getting cold, my cats have started their daily migration to lying on top of our heating vents, which for some reason
that link is in my description box under Still Fighting. There are a couple of little quick things that I want to share with you. Right quick, that I think you would like and appreciate. Let's get to them. Now, I know some of you won't appreciate all of them because there's some black excellence in some of them. Let's start here.
Ever allow these articles of impeachment to reach the House floor? The answer is probably not. But it will put pressure on folks on both sides of the aisle, really, to come out whether or not supporting impeaching a Secretary of Defense who may have ordered a possible war crime. And at the same time, there is the mishandling of classified information issue from Signalgate. But he will now face articles of impeachment. I'll be providing you updates throughout the day, so spread the word. Follow along, stay up to date on all the news that you need to know about. There'll be much more to come very soon. We have some big news right now. The first articles of impeachment against Pete Hegseth have been announced and will be filed in the United States House of Representatives. The articles will accuse Pete Hegseth, according to Sri Thanagar, the Democrat who will be filing them, of, quote, murder and conspiracy to murder and reckless and unlawful mishandling of classified information. The first obviously relates to the alleged war crimes, strikes in the Southern Caribbean. The second relates to the Signalgate controversy, where we expect a full unclassified report to be released to the public this evening. Now,
Okay, there's that. That is link number 11 in my description box on Keg Breath Impeach. So go over there and check that out if you want to share that information to someone you love. Now, I meant to share this on. I meant to share this on. I believe it was Friday. Let me see. Let me see. Oh my goodness. If you didn't watch that cabinet meeting, we had the only black cabinet secretary. Of course, he's over HUD. If you are unaware, HUD is making some quick changes for 2026. And a lot of agencies are, kind of up in air. They are redirecting funds so they don't have to take the changes they are making to HUD through Congress. So they will be using the funds that they have for HUD in different areas. Let me find. Let me see. I'm just gonna have to play the YouTube short. I don't know where I put the article, unfortunately. Let me play. Let me share this with you. The new rules about HUD. And just because people are reporting on news does not mean the news personally affect them. So all of the get up and get a job and all of this type of stuff, it just really shows the ignorance of people who think that they are hurting someone when someone reports on the what this administration are doing to poor people, disabled people, old people, military veterans. People are getting the information out because surely, if it does not affect you, it will affect someone you know, someone you may even love. So save your time on all of the welfare stuff. Do you say that about any of the news reporters that sit up and not give you information that is going to affect you and how you live your life? I'm just giving you information, sweetheart. Save all of the bullshit that I am not affected by. Please understand that.
This morning that is not getting the attention it deserves because the dumpster fire vending machine that is the Trump administration keeps churning out salacious headlines. So 5 years from now, if unaddressed, I can guarantee this is going to be the story that's still relevant because the New York Times just got their hands on an advanced copy of a 100-page notice from the Department of Housing and Urban Development that is expected to be released in the next couple of days. And when it is released, it is going to be a multi-billion-dollar bomb dropped on American nonprofits and the housing market. I'm particularly close to this because over a period of almost 10 years, I worked in housing and finance and I led a grant review committee at a major nonprofit where we allocated millions of dollars to housing and financial education programs. So essentially what we're talking about here is the value of housing first. This is a data-backed philosophy that says when you take care of a person's housing needs, and they become significantly more likely to be successful in dealing with other issues like mental health or addiction. What Trump is trying to do here is exactly what he did with Medicaid, is basically say that you have to fix yourself first before you're entitled to help. The changes outlined in this notice are so bad that when Republicans in Congress caught wind, 20 of them signed a letter to the Trump administration begging them not to do it. This is just Republicans. In a joint letter that was published to Politico, they warned that rapid changes would destabilize this housing program and rapidly disrupt critical services to almost 200,000 disabled, mostly elderly citizens, ultimately resulting in most of them being pushed back out on the street with nowhere to turn. Unfortunately, those 20 Republicans forgot that with the Trump administration, the cruelty is always the point, because according to the notice that's going to be released this week, against the guidance of his own party, Trump is trying to push through the changes to the program, which would cut $2 billion from Housing First programs, a full 2/3 of its budget, and those cuts would take effect in less than 2 months. And Trump intends to get around congressional approval for these cuts because he's not technically cutting the spending from HUD, but reallocating it towards sobriety and mental health programs. But those programs are not able to help people for more than 2 years. Taken together, this policy change is saying that people have to get themselves healthy and sober first before they can access temporary housing assistance. And after 2 years of support, they better be cured because they're getting nothing else. Which means for most of these people who may be severely or permanently disabled, they're going to be homeless in less than 2 years. And that's exactly what the Trump administration expects because this policy was effectively written by the Cicero Institute, far-right think tank led by a billionaire who happened to have co-founded Palantir with our dear friend Peter Thiel. Are we connecting some dots here? Now you can read up on Cicero, but they're trash. To put a fine point on it, the lobbyist from Cicero said that we were assuming too much of homeless people, assuming that they were ready for housing. Ready for housing? What's the alternative? Prison?
So Peter Thiel can create these utopias for millionaires and billionaires and create AI to follow you, create these drones, this Palantir server to put to follow you and predict crimes you're going to commit. But this is what they can do with people who are on subsidized housing. And it is being implemented by your administration. Let's continue.
Exactly. Because while with one hand Trump is defunding housing programs, with the other hand he's criminalizing homelessness, effectively funneling homeless people into the for-profit private prison network while funneling billions in spending away from the network of nonprofits and social workers trying to help people. Now, if this all sounds terrible to you, yes, you're correct. But there is something you can do. Share this far and wide because public outrage does matter. But more importantly, go to endhomelessness.org to learn about the organizations that are suing the federal government to stop this bullshit from becoming a reality. Then, of course, vote for progressive politicians that put housing first so we never have to deal with this bullshit again. There's breaking news out this morning.
Okay, this link is in my description box. It's under HUD cuts. Avail yourself to this information. This is being implemented in 2026. They have this on track to be implemented in 2026. Let me share this with you. Who remember General Honore in the Katrina situation? The black general who went in through to Katrina into New Orleans after Katrina. Let's hear about. Let's hear what General Honore has to say with the state of our nation today. General Honore is talking about the Supreme Court. Let's get into this.
With a black water fountain and a white one. You with me? We've been through this shit. And I didn't feel as violated doing that because I didn't know different. You with me? But I sure enough feel violated today when we got people coming to America and they're checking their phones to see what articles they wrote. That is bullshit. That's some Russia and China shit. So we got a Supreme Court that's a bobbleheads. The Supreme Court is not going to save us. The Supreme Court will do what they think the people in power want them to do. Look, I went to 12 years of segregated school. There was a school a mile from my house. You know what time I got on the bus in the morning? 6:15. School started 8:30. Did that for 4 years. Because the Supreme Court, the esteemed Supreme Court, those some bitches said separate but equal was okay. So don't give me this bullshit about the Supreme Court interpret the law. They interpret just what the hell they want to interpret. I grew up in America with a black water fountain and a white one. You with me? We've been through this shit.
Okay, I wanted you to hear how that started out since I unfortunately sometimes cut the first few words. Let me share with you. I'm pretty sure you guys are familiar with Good Jolly Ginger. Let me share this with you as well. It's talking about the same thing I have always been talking about. The data centers do not pay their fair share. Let's hear about that. Sarah, please do a deep analysis of that because people hear about these things coming, and then when these things come, it is not going to be and you have people complaining about homelessness and all of this type of stuff, but they are a-okay with whatever this administration does, and talk about waste, fraud, and abuse. They feel that waste is a waste to spend their money on anyone but rich people. So let me share this with you. Oops, no sound.
You didn't know about Virginia. Virginia is on pace to become the data center capital of the world. See, all this new AI shit and everything that's happening online, chat GPT and whatnot, it's requiring more space to store data. And so they're storing this data in data centers, and they're popping up all over the country, but they're popping up especially right here in Virginia. But here's the problem. Data centers use a lot of electricity, like a lot of energy. They need a lot. But the data centers here in Virginia, and probably other places too, are not paying their fair share in the increased energy bills. You know who is paying extra? The consumer. How the fuck does that make sense? Now, Governor-elect Abigail Spanberger and Lieutenant Governor-elect Ghazala Hashmi are planning to change that. I attended a press briefing yesterday where this was discussed.
First, to ensure that our data centers pay their fair share for the enormous amount of electricity that they are consuming.
What is yours and Governor-elect's plan to make that happen?
So one thing we know is that Virginians are actually paying the cost of the global data as it flows into Virginia, whether it's someone using ChatGPT in Berlin or someone using AI in South America. Virginia ratepayers are paying the cost of this high energy demand. And that's simply unfair. What we know is that we have corporations that are making billions of dollars of profit, and the opportunity that they have to actually lift the weight of the cost of the energy demand is so important. So making sure that they are not just paying their fair share, but also contributing to clean energy. That's a critical next step for us. It's something that this legislature will be considering in 2026 as we move forward to evaluate the impacts that we are seeing all across Virginia.
Evergreen Collaborative headed up a large study to figure out how to reduce the cost of these data centers, and they came to 3 conclusions. Amongst them is that data centers must create their own clean energy. In the briefing, you talked about this study that came out. Talk to us in layman's terms. What did this study find out, and how are you going to use it to lower costs?
Yeah, it showed that Virginians can save $712 a year on their electricity bills through cheap, clean energy. So it's building clean energy projects faster, making data centers pay their fair share, and bringing down sky-high utility profits.
Data centers should provide their own clean energy and pay their fair share. I'm looking forward to Governor-elect Spanberger and Lieutenant Governor-elect Gonzalo Hashmi making this happen. Here's something I bet you didn't know about Virginia. Virginia is on pace to become the data center capital of the world.
I think Virginia is already the data center capital of the United States for sure. There are more data centers in Virginia than in any state in the United States. I think that's all of the warnings I have to tell you. Let me see. It may be one more. Hey, stop. Excuse my dogs. They're up running around, fussing at the wind chimes. Let me share this with you. Now, I thought that this was such a interesting story. I thought this information really knocked me on my feet. Lord have mercy. My feet. Let me share this with you. A lot of you may know Tupac from his later music. A lot of you may remember Tupac during the song Brenda's Got a Baby. So I want to take you on how he was inspired to write this song. If it was a true song, they did an investigative report on his song Brenda's Got a Baby here. So let me share this with you.
Called Brenda's Got a Baby.
Brenda's got a baby, but Brenda's barely got a brain.
Came out for his first album, Tupacalypse Now. And Tupac, before that came out, was working on the movie Juice. And he's in New York filming Juice. And one day, every day at his trailer, he gets a New York Daily News. He was reading the newspapers. His mom would read him the newspapers as a kid, quiz him on it. And there's an article called Cries in the Night. And it's about a 12-year-old girl in the Noble Drew Ali public housing in Brooklyn who was raped by a cousin, didn't tell anyone, delivered the baby on the bathroom floor, wrapped the baby in an odd lot plastic bag, opened the trash chute, threw the baby down the trash chute, just getting rid of the baby. It's the day the trash compactor is supposed to go off. And someone downstairs hears the baby crying. The baby's taken to the hospital. There's an article in the Daily News about it. Tupac reads it. He says to Omar Epps, his co-star, I'm just going to go write something. And he writes his song inspired by it. Tupac had an associate manager, a confidant named Layla Steinberg, who I interviewed for this book. And Layla said to me early on, I've always wondered what happened to the baby, if that was even real. So I worked with a genealogist named Michelle Sully, who's an amazing genealogist. And I said to her, it would be amazing if we could find the baby from Brenda's Got a Baby. And she said, give me a couple of days. But one day she gives me a number and she goes, I think this is him. And she gave me a name, Davon Hodge. And I text his number because nobody answers phones anymore. I attach the article and I say, by any chance, are you the baby in this article? And he writes back, holy crap, let me call you tomorrow. 2 days later, I'm in Las Vegas at a Starbucks sitting with Davon Hodge. He was adopted after this happened. His parents moved to Las Vegas. He was raised much of his life in Vegas. His adoptive parents died a few years ago. He does an Ancestry.com search. All these names come back. Noble Drew Ali Public Housing, Brooklyn, New York. He reaches out to them. They're like, holy crap, we've been looking for you for years. He goes there. He has this beautiful reunion. People are hugging him. There's food, all these relatives he never knew. And they say, do you like Tupac? He's like, yeah, I love Tupac. Like, do you know the song Brenda's Got a Baby? Of course. We think that's you. But he hasn't seen his mom since he was wee little because she threw him down the trash heap and vanished. I said to Michelle Sully, the genealogist of the gods,
find the mom?
Can we find the mom? Give me a few days. She calls her. And she said, I'm working with this writer, Jeff Pearlman, about a book about Tupac. Did you have a baby when you were 12 who you threw? She starts screaming. Do you know where my baby is? Do you have any idea? Oh my God, I've been looking for my baby for decades. Do you know where she's crying and screaming? And Michelle says, yeah, we're in touch with him. She goes, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I need to get home. I need to get home. I live in Newark, New Jersey. I need to get home. Well, where are you? I'm at a Red Hot Chili Peppers concert. Oh, where's the concert? It's in Las Vegas. And they meet that night and reunite.
Wow.
Yeah. There's a song he wrote called Brenda's Got a Baby.
Brenda's got a baby, but Brenda's barely got.
I thought that was I remember that song. I thought that was I couldn't believe it. I was glad to hear how that worked out. From the unfortunate way that his life started. Oh man, that was to understand that was a real story, and to see how that story turned out. I love that, and I just decided to share that with you. That link is in my description box under Brenda's Got a Baby. If you would like to share that out, feel free. Please share that story out. So let me share with you why it is so important that children get out to experience positive things, because just as children will emulate negative things that they are surrounded by, children will also emulate positive things that they are surrounded by. So I want you to take a look at this, and if there's any children in your lives, or you can inspire someone who have children with this, just check this out. The link will be in my description box. He went from practice day to game day. So I thought that was beautiful. This is in my description box under Play That Music. That is Jackson State University marching band. If you guys have not seen uh, HBCU marching bands, you need to go over there and look them up and treat yourself. Treat yourself. When black students were excluded, they found a way to be educated. Not only does this inspire him to play music, it also inspires him to get a college education. The last thing I want to show you is the fabric of America that they would like to deny, but that is undeniable. Who is the fabric? Isn't that cute? He is getting it. Who is the fabric of America? I love art, and who is intertwined in the fabric of the America, the fabric of the American economy, of the building of America. Let me share this with you. Okay, this is also in my description box. I think that's all I have to share with you. It's in my description box under the fabric of America. Uh, uh, don't believe the hype. Um the work of the African American built this country. Okay, let me share something else with you. Um, I have one more thing to share with you. 4547 is busy giving himself fake awards while the economy burns. Let me share this with you. Why don't I? If you don't think this economy is in a shithole, while they sit up and try to give you a whole lot of lying talking points that make zero sense, this economy is in a big trouble.
This is your Peace Prize. There is also a beautiful medal for you that you can wear everywhere you want to go. Fantastic.
That is our president. Yoink. Welcome to the Dollemore Daily. I am the aforementioned Jesse Dollemore, who happens to feel like a big bag of smashed assholes. You ever feel like that? You just wake up, a little pukey, a little not feeling great.
Never felt that way.
I can always take solace in the fact that no matter how bad I feel, it'll never be as bad as Donald Trump feels. Maybe my body set me up for that segue right now. Donald Trump is an insecure weakling. Just his ego drives him based on the fact that he was either hugged too much or not enough by his dad. Too much by his mom, not enough by his dad. These are things I say all the time. But this weekend, it was put on display like maybe no other weekend or set of days that we've ever experienced with Donald Trump. When he was at the FIFA award, they created a peace prize for Donald Trump. We know he's obsessed with the peace prize. And then later in the weekend, yesterday, they filmed the Kennedy Center honors that he hosted, like he's a late night host or a comedian who hosts an award show. And there was a red carpet. They filmed this for broadcast later. It's a CBS production. CBS now, Donald Trump's, he directs that. He's essentially, he's the president of the network. So let's begin with this session of mockery of Donald Trump, where they created an award because he feels bad because he wants the Nobel Peace Prize so badly that the international body that regulates and organizes soccer on the world stage, football, it's called everywhere else, they created a peace prize for him. And it's not just the creation of the peace prize and the presentation of it. It's watching Donald Trump accept it and yoink, he yoinks out of the box. And if there ever was a metaphor for what we're going through right now and exactly who Donald Trump is and what he is, it is Donald Trump putting the medal on that was created for him about the thing that he's angry about not receiving, the actual peace prize. So this is like if Major League Baseball created a peace prize for whatever reason outside of the purview of baseball, or the NBA's annual peace prize, or name another one. The National Federation of Chess Players, we have a peace prize. Watch Donald Trump gleefully, without any sense of irony or shame or dignity, accept the award and present it to himself.
Please welcome the very first winner of the FIFA Peace Prize, the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, Mr. Donald J. Trump, please. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is your prize. This is your Peace Prize. There is also a beautiful medal for you that you can wear everywhere you want to go. I'm gonna wear it right now. Okay, let me hold. Fantastic. Excellent.
That is our president. Yoink. And then yesterday, I think this was yesterday, again, the day is kind of run together. We're not feeling great. He was out on the red carpet here in Washington, D.C. at the Kennedy Center, where they're peppering him questions. Now, there's at one point, I don't have the clip here, but there was one point. Actually, I'm going to find the clip. Let me write it down. I'll find the clip. A reporter asks him, hey, I want to ask you a foreign policy question. He goes, no, not right now. I don't want that. First of all, you don't ask which questions you can ask if you're an actual journalist. I don't know what the hell was going on here, but this kind of sets the tone for what we're in store for the rest of the things I'm going to talk about.
So that would be up to the board. Thank you.
Are you willing to take a foreign policy question?
Say it?
Foreign policy question?
Well, I think maybe not tonight.
Russia, Ukraine?
Yeah. This is about the Kennedy Center. Okay, thank you.
Asking permission to ask a foreign policy question? What's next? Sir, Your Highness, Your Excellency, who are you wearing, sir? What is the label on your tuxedo?
This is your for-profit media.
Oh, just absolute nonsense. And this entire thing is an exercise in boosting the ego and the self-esteem of Donald Trump, who apparently, being president of the United States, doesn't do well for his self-esteem. It doesn't cure all that ails him psychologically. because there's talk about renaming the actual Kennedy Center to the Trump Kennedy Center, which I think it'll likely just be changed to Trump. Here he is addressing that question. And you know, when Donald Trump says, I don't have authority over that, I don't have the power to do that, you know what's coming.
So we're very proud of that. Thank you very much.
Mr. President,
what do you think of the Netflix Warner Brothers deal?
Trump Kennedy Center, Mr. President, do you think the center will eventually be named the Trump Kennedy
I
Center?
don't know. I hear that, but I don't know. And that's not up to me. That's up to the board. The board makes that decision. We have a very prestigious board. If you look at the names, I don't think there's a board like it. So that would be up to the board. Thank you.
All of this is sycophancy. All of this is a session of bootlick of Donald Trump, or worse, wherever they can cram their tongue.
Why would they rename the Kennedy Center the Trump Center? It's really I'm really sick of the foolishness. This is the foolishness that is going on in the United States of America. If this link is in my description box, is there any more? He said that the Warner Brother Netflix merger is in trouble and that they will need him. So will we see the FCC chair come out again and say who must be needed, who must be fired in Netflix or in Warner Brothers for the merger to go through? We can do it the easy way or we can do it the hard way. Will we see that happen? Because he is sure to let you know that the Warner Brothers Netflix merger needs him. I hope South Park isn't under either of those umbrellas. I'm not sure, but I have been enjoying South Park.
Brian Stelter talked about this in an article. I believe Brian Stelter wrote this article from CNN, talking about how now board meetings for the Kennedy Center are more like a cabinet meeting where they go around the horn kissing Donald Trump's ass. This is one paragraph from the CNN article. Board meetings, one attendee says, now mirror Trump cabinet meetings where members go around the room to, quote, talk about how great and visionary the president is and how he has so much class and taste.
This is the Kennedy Center, a former place of fine art. And they're telling this insane man that he has so much class and taste. This is where America is. That 4547 is being talked about as anything with so much class and taste. It's just embarrassing.
And since he is, remember, he ensured that he was the one to host the Kennedy Center honors, which no president has ever done because it's not what they do. Other presidents have more important and pressing things on their plate than hosting an award show for celebrities. Not in Donald Trump's mind. That's chief among his priorities. That and the gold-encrusted $350 million 1,000-seat ballroom. This is, can you imagine, Donald? Oh, sir, can you imagine receiving the Kennedy Center Award? And he says he's going to nominate himself for the said award next year.
Imagine, Mr. President, and now we know that you've hosted before The Apprentice for many years. Could you imagine next year maybe you're not hosting, but maybe you receiving the Kennedy Center honors?
That's an interesting one. I haven't heard of that. Yeah, I think I'm going to nominate myself for next year.
Mr. President, every day you have to.
That's an interesting one. I never thought of that. And it will be become a executive order tomorrow. All of this sycophants bullshit from these influencers who have been given access to ask unembarrassing questions. That question, the answer to that question is quite embarrassing. But these sycophants who sit up here and waste time asking these bullshit questions. So I'm done. I think I am totally done. I want to end this on the note of healthcare. I have three little short videos that you may want to avail yourself to, since millions of people are losing their health care, and we have our R.F. Kennedy Jr. Over Health and Human Services. There's a couple of things that I want to get into about healthcare. Now, 4547 says, RFK Jr. Said that newborn babies will not be given, which vaccine is that? The vaccine, the hepatitis vaccine.
Outrage in the medical community as the vaccine overhaul under the Trump administration continues. A CDC vaccine advisory panel has rolled back a decades-long recommendation that all newborns get a first dose of the hepatitis B vaccine within 24 hours of birth. Now, that recommendation is specifically for babies born to mothers who test negative for the virus. And here's what the president of the American Academy of Pediatrics had to say.
We're exhausted, despondent, and angry because we know behind all of these statistics, what they are not seeing and what we have witnessed firsthand is being at the bedside with suffering children and families that could be prevented. We understand the ripple effects of all of this, and that is that more children will be in harm's way, and the people making the decisions have no idea, have never had that experience of what it's like to sit with a suffering child and family, and you know in your heart it could have been prevented 100%.
Yeah, that's hard. Joining me now, we have MS Now senior enterprise reporter, Brandy Zadrozny. So, Brandy, welcome, and explain what this change means. And will it be harder for any parent who wants to get their child this vaccination before they leave the hospital?
Well, it's really confusing right now what effect this change will have. It could have, in a really great world, no effect, because right now there are groups of insurance companies that say this panel is crazy. We're not listening to them. We will continue to ensure the shots that were recommended before Kennedy's panel. However, about 50% of the country, the kids in this country, they are qualify for a program called Vaccines for Children. And Vaccines for Children is a federal program that gets vaccines into arms of poor children. And that program uses these recommendations. So it's really unclear what it'll look like. It is really very clear to me as I look online and I talk to people, people are very confused about this. And though there is a large portion of the country that says we know that these are bunk because we have, listened to our doctors and the medical organization, we're not listening, it will, for a large section of people, confuse them and or persuade them that, this Maha guy is what they're going to believe in.
This is very disturbing, though, this Vaccines for Children program, a federally run program, that it will have the effect of chilling the ability to have this vaccination given to your child.
Yeah, he's already hacked away the Vaccines for Children program in terms of administration, in terms of funding cuts to state and local partners. So there's been lots of chips in this. This is just another one.
And in fact, you've been watching very closely this anti-vaccine movement. It's been on the rise since the pandemic. What is driving the skepticism here around the hesitancy relative to vaccines? They've been safely used, effectively used for decades.
I think there's two things. One is the COVID, the pandemic. The pandemic really shook a lot of people and shook faith in institutions, some for real reasons. There was changing guidance from CDC. People have pointed out real faults with what they see as CDC guidance that was faulty or wrong or changed as we learned more, et cetera, et cetera. So the pandemic was not only traumatic. We lost 1 million people in the US. It was a traumatic time. It sort of changes your brain in terms of conspiracy theories and trust in institutions. The other thing that's happened is that, like you said, I've been watching this anti-vaccine group and this movement grow over the past 20 years when RFK first started moving it in 2005. And so that group has grown and really rode the wave of the pandemic to say, before vaccines were even available, you can't trust these vaccines. It's going to be bad. All these people dying from COVID, it's not really COVID, just a lot of problems. And now, of course, he's Health and Human Services Secretary. He's in charge.
Yeah. So let's stick with COVID because I want to talk to you about the COVID vaccine itself.
Okay, that link is in my description box under they're trying to kill you or they're killing you. let's hear a little bit more about the healthcare promises that the GOP said that they would work on to make sure the Affordable Care Act would still be affordable for people with the government with uh, the government money that people would have to purchase the Affordable Care Act. All of these links are going to be under there trying to kill you. Or they are.
Republicans have a new health care plan to replace the Affordable Care Act. Just kidding.
On healthcare, Senator, what is someone who has open enrollment starting November 1st supposed to do in response to the idea that it would take 3 to 4 months to coalesce around a plan?
Look, Obamacare is a total and complete disaster. Having the COVID era.
But what's Republicans' plan to counter that? I think is my question.
I'm answering it for you. Look, we can't fix Obamacare in 3 months. What I'm telling you is that the COVID era subsidies are a tiny fraction of any increase. The increase is happening because Obamacare is broken. It's a complete abject failure. There isn't a single Republican that voted for Obamacare. This is a Democrat plan. You should ask the next Democrat that you have on, what is your plan to fix your health care plan? Because it's objectively terrible.
That's Republican Senator Moran.
But I thought he said he was answering her question. He had no answer for her question. Just more mudslinging because Obamacare at least put a plan in that was approved and that is being used in the United States. But let's continue.
Out of Ohio answering Caitlin Collins going, well, you should ask the Democrats about their plan. They already have a plan. It's the Affordable Care Act. What's your plan? Do you have a plan? I don't think they have a plan.
I'm not defending Obamacare or the subsidies on that, but it has been 15 years. I know you've only been in the Senate. You're new to Washington, relatively new, but some people may say, well, there's been 15 years since Obamacare passed. We haven't seen a Republican plan to replace it.
Well, Obama was president for 4 years. President Trump was president for 4 years. And then, of course, Biden came in and made everything objectively worse. And by the way, you can't.
Made what objectively worse? What about the Trump being in office? What did he do while he was in office his 4 years? Then Biden came and made it objectively worse. What did Biden do to the Affordable Care Act? Biden. They think that everybody is supposed to slobber like a Pavlov dog every time they say the word Biden. Well, some people do, but that meant what? What exactly him saying anything about Biden mean to his argument about what health care plan the Republicans want to replace this horrible Obama Affordable Care Act with?
Can't defend Obamacare because
you're
it's
acknowledging there was a Republican
for 4 years. President Trump was president for 4 years.
Outrage in the medical
Lord.
community.
My bad.
Republicans have a
Democrats
Yeah,
who's now back in office.
and
Caitlin Collins is just
president.
Objectively worse. And by the way, you can't defend Obamacare. Well, Obama was president for 4 years. President Trump was president for 4 years. And then, of course, Biden came in and made everything objectively worse. And by the way, you can't defend Obamacare because
you're
it's indefensible.
acknowledging there was a Republican president in between those two Democrats who's now back in office.
And Caitlin Collins is just ruining this guy. She asked him a simple question. He's like, well, Obama was there, and then Trump was there, and then Biden was there. Yeah, but Trump was there. Yeah, okay. So what's your point? The point is they don't have a plan. They don't have a plan, and they have not had a plan. They had what Trump called a concept, and some of their own are upset about it.
I don't think it's good advice that a government shutdown is going to help Republicans in the midterms. I don't agree with that. I also don't think it's good advice that Republicans ignoring the health insurance crisis is going to be good for midterms. I actually think that would be very bad for midterms. And I think that just not staying focused on America First policies is detrimental as well.
Marge dropping truths. When did this start happening? The world is going insane. And Ted Cruz doesn't care.
Well, Joe, my advice is don't spend much time worrying about Marjorie is saying. What I found is a pretty consistent pattern is that whenever an elected official decides that they're going to turn on Israel and they hate Israel, you will very quickly see every other policy out of their mouth become very, very liberal. And so suddenly Marjorie's for massive government spending and taxes, and she's for open borders and amnesty. Okay, fine. That is not where the American people are. Where the American people are is real simple. We're on day 29 of the stupidest shutdown.
So Marge is criticizing her party over the shutdown and over the rising costs for healthcare, and Ted Cruz pivots to Israel. He just decides to kiss the ring of AIPAC for no reason, just throwing it out there. Maybe he wanted them to donate more money. I have no idea, but that was not the question, and that's where he went. And here's what real people are having to deal with health insurance costs.
This is what's really important. When you mention the monthly payment expected to more than double at the end of subsidies, that's the enhanced subsidies that help people pay some of those premiums. So let's look at a real example here. For some people out there who might have been paying $888 for their care this year, next year, $1,904. You can imagine for a lot of people who don't have a lot of money, that is a real backbreaker. That's kind of a backbreaker for a lot of people who are doing fairly well. So that's the big worry here.
There you have it. Some people who are having struggles already financially are going to see their health insurance double in prices. The prices are going to go up. This is a long, long battle we've had because Republicans have always hated having some sort of government-run healthcare. They feel it's socialist. They feel that it's too much government. They feel that it should be in the private sector. And anybody who's got health insurance, you and me both know, the private companies don't do much of a better job. Private companies are very good at finding ways to say no to you. That's what they're good at doing. Sure, sometimes they come through. Sure, sometimes they get you what you need. But quite often, you're surprised. Every one of us has been surprised at some point when you submit some claim to your health insurance to go, oh, yeah, page 942 of our pamphlet actually says if you read the fine point, this procedure wasn't covered. We've all seen that. So health insurance is broken for years and years. And for years and years, the Democrats were trying to pass some sort of government subsidized health fund, health insurance, some sort of help for people who can't afford health insurance. And that's what Obamacare was. And it passed very, very slim by a slim margin. And if you recall, go look at the footage. They were back then, they were saying, this is socialism. If Obamacare passes, the next thing they're going to do is they're going to take your guns. And the next thing they're going to do is take your rights. And you'll be living under a socialist totalitarian government. And that's just not what happened. What happened was people got health insurance. People that needed health insurance got health insurance. What happened was pre-existing conditions could not be a reason for health insurance companies to not take you on. Remember that? It used to be that if you had some kind of ailment or illness, health insurance companies would say, we're not going to cover you because you already have that thing. And part of Obamacare was to say, no, you can't do that. The whole reason somebody would come to you is because they need the health insurance. This person can't afford paying for this ailment that they have. Therefore, the health insurance company should cover them. But they used to not. But then Affordable Care Act came across, the Obamacare came across, and it started helping people.
Pre-existing conditions. You could not purchase health care. You were denied the purchase of health insurance if you had a pre-existing condition. And they made all of these pre-existing conditions more and more were added onto the list where you were banned from even purchasing health insurance. So those pre-existing conditions that the insurance company would deny you for, they had to accept you under the Affordable Care Act.
And a lot of people that needed health insurance got health insurance. And then in Trump won, they tried to overturn it because, again, Trump hates anything that Obama did. So if you recall the famous video where they got really close to overturning, repealing Obamacare, repealing the Affordable Care Act, and it was John McCain who came into the Senate and he went like this and he goes, boom. He goes, I'm not giving it to you. We're going to keep the Affordable Care Act because he understood that people needed health insurance. No matter how rich or poor you are, you need health insurance. And the government, sure, it's not perfect, like that first Senator Moreno was saying. It's not perfect. It's got its problems, but it's a program that's been helping people. And what's going on right now because of the shutdown, one of the reasons the shutdown is happening is because Republicans were going to allow the prices to increase for a lot of this lower income health insurance assistance. And that's what the gentleman was talking about there on CNN, is that people are going to see their costs double, go up. And the Democrats said, we will agree to funding the next Congress or whatever, the next budget. But they said, you need to guarantee right now that you're not going to raise these costs on subsidies for the Affordable Care Act. And the Republicans said, oh, no, just go ahead and pass the budget. And then in December, we'll go ahead and lower those costs again, which is you can't trust these Republicans now, the way they are in this Congress. So therefore, the Democrats have held tight and they have not given in to the demands. And they're saying, you need to guarantee us that these costs are not going to go up, because the ordinary.
Okay. This link is in my description box. They are trying to kill us. And another reason why you cannot trust them. I want to get back to health insurance for children. How Michaela's story finally moved Congress. So,
hey everyone, it's me, Sam Stein. It's Friday afternoon when I'm recording this, and I wanted to do this because
of this story, but this is why you cannot trust Congress, because I think it was in the passing of this big bloated bill. It wasn't this bill. I can't remember. Let's see this story. They had the senator from Kentucky. What is his name? Oh my God. His father was in the Senate as well. Rand Paul came out and, these Republicans, they stripped all child cancer research out of this bill, trying to ram a bill through. They took out a lot of things out of a budget bill, including child cancer research. And Rand Paul was against just putting cancer research for children back in the bill. You know how they want these clean bills to come through Congress at the cost of the children's lives. This is why you cannot trust these people. Let's get into this story. The link will be in my description box. They're trying to kill you. This is what they are doing. If you leave it in the GOP hands, this is what they choose to do about health care for American and children with cancer. Let's get into this story.
Because there's a piece of video I want to provide you guys that is like incredibly complex. It's complex because it's both deeply, deeply sad, and I'm going to try to hold it together through the video, but also one of the rarest signs of positive movement that I can recall over the past year. You might be wondering what the hell are you talking about? But let me start back a year ago, because I've told this story before. About a year ago, before Donald Trump took office, the United States Congress was passing a end of the year funding bill. And if you remember, there was a lot of commotion because at the time, even though Donald Trump wasn't in office, Elon Musk railed against that funding bill because he thought it was deeply wasteful. And at the last minute, Republicans in Congress decided to essentially yank the bill, even though it had been an agreement. And they cut out all these provisions to make it just this kind of finite continuing resolution. Among the provisions that we focused on at the time were a series of reforms and investments in pediatric cancer treatments and research. One of those provisions got saved, and I did a video, God, it must have been almost 12 months ago, celebrating that moment, because it was a remarkable thing to see even that stuff get saved. But A couple of the other provisions did not get saved. One of those was called the Give Kids a Chance Act. So the Give Kids a Chance Act, and look, I'm not a doctor, so I don't want to like pretend to be, but basically it changed a bunch of the regulations around how the FDA authorizes treatments for pediatric cancer research, combination drug therapies. It gives the agency the authority to compel pharmaceutical companies to study the efficacy of those combination therapies. Among the people in the field, and this is what's most important to know, among the people in the field, this is like a big deal. Kids' cancer treatments are not something that gets a lot of investment money because, to be blunt about it, not many kids get cancer, and so it's not a big moneymaker for pharmaceutical companies. And one of the ways that you can actually compel more research is to loosen the regulations. And one of the ways to loosen the regulations is legislation like Give Kids a Chance Act. But it didn't pass. It was pushed at the last minute after the funding deal was passed. It was pushed as a separate bill, but Rand Paul, senator from Kentucky, said no, and he was able to block it because time was so short and compressed, and you had to make sure that every single senator was willing to vote for it. Otherwise, they'd have to engage in like 60 hours of debate, and they just didn't have the time. The argument from people like Elon Musk back then was, well, if it's so important, Congress will consider it on its own merits.
So exactly why is Congress paying attention to Elon Musk? Remember that little black boy they had dressed up in a cop uniform, blacks for Trump, had his son sitting up there who had all types of cancer racking his body as they were sitting up there congratulating themselves on Elon Musk and all of the things that he was doing to Doge. Elon Musk was also ripping out children's cancer research as they put a ploy in the wells of Congress to be applauded for because the poor kid had cancer, but not acknowledging that the other person that they acknowledged was Elon Musk, who ripped money out of cancer research for children. So it's all motherfucking smoke and mirrors for this administration. Let's be real clear about that. And Elon Musk says that Congress can do something and add it later.
And it didn't. The act was, back then, was, well, if it's so important, Congress will consider it on its own merits. And it didn't. The act was widely beloved. It had well enough co-sponsors in the House to pass very quickly. It didn't have the same number of co-sponsors in the Senate, but that was not because people didn't support it. It's just that they hadn't gotten around to putting their name on it. It was well understood that if this thing just got a vote, it would pass. But it lingered. And frankly, it's been lingering for years, well before what happened in 2024. It nearly passed in 2022, but Congress can work in these cryptic Byzantine ways, and good ideas often just languish in inertia. And that's why that missed opportunity in 2024 was so frustrating for the advocates. They were so close to tasting it, and then it was gone. And it just sort of stayed that way through the summer and into the fall. And then something really miraculous happened. And it wasn't even on my radar. I'd written about it a couple months ago, and I just kind of forgot about it. And then one day I kind of looked up, and I got a text from someone who works on this stuff. And like, the Give Kids a Chance Act just passed the House. The hell? It didn't make any sense to me, but it did. It passed the House. It passed the House last week, and I'm going to get into the story.
Hold on. Let's go back to this motherfucker who demanded a $1 trillion payout for himself, who creates nothing, who only steals ideas from real engineers. Elon Musk torpedoed a beloved pediatric cancer bill. It's yet to recover. So are we clear on who torpedoed that bill and said, well, if it's so important, Congress can take it up as a separate bill? Are we clear on what happened? This person is demanding a $1 trillion payout.
To the place where it's possible that it's
And he's getting it.
Going to pass. This is where the story goes from really optimistic and happy to like devastation, honestly. So what happened is that pediatric cancer research advocates in September do this thing where they bring everyone in the community up to Capitol Hill to effectively lobby lawmakers for their pet issues, or in this case, the Give Kids a Chance Act. And they did this thing this year, and I think they might do it every year, but they definitely did it this year, where the only ones who are lobbying are kids with cancer. And they just go around on the Hill and they meet with lawmakers and they talk to them about what the hell is going on and how their lives are affected by these horrific diseases that they're suffering from and what it means to support legislation like Give Kids a Chance, right? And this year, they did the same thing. And I'm told that the meetings were just gut-wrenching. And one in particular appears to have really stood out. And it's a young girl named Michaela Nalen. I had no idea about her story up until very recently. She was on the Hill. At the time that she was on the Hill, I'm told that she only had a few weeks to live. The doctors had told her that. And she asked her parents to spend the last days of her life lobbying lawmakers for this bill. And so she went around with friends and fellow cancer patients, and she started talking to lawmakers. And her story is awful. I mean, it's uplifting to a degree, but it's just awful too. So she has osteosarcoma. It's a rare bone cancer. She was diagnosed when she was 10. I'm going to read you one of the posts that she had made on Facebook. She wrote this when she was 15. She was actually 16 when she went to the Hill. I'll try to get through this. She said, "Hi, my name is Michaela Nalen. I'm 15 years old and I was diagnosed on July 1st, 2020. During COVID, I enjoyed walking my dog who saw a cat and ran, causing me to sprain my ankle. After 2 months of waiting, it didn't get any better. My local doctor referred me to the Children's Hospital, Denver, where I received most of my treatment. I had a below-knee amputation in October and then multiple lung surgeries following it. After relapsing 4 different times, the Colorado doctors didn't have any other choices for me, thus I started a trial at MD Anderson. When that trial didn't work, we finally decided to take a trip to the Cleveland Clinic where I started treatment with Dr. Anderson, done radiation and radioactive treatments, and now I'm finishing up my final treatment, hopefully. With all these experiences under my belt, I've learned that the little things never matter that much and they shouldn't interfere with living your life to the fullest." So yeah, she was 15 at the time. She wrote that. She was 16 at the time that she was on the Hill. And I want to play a little bit of the clip of a video she made in and around this time. This is not her on the Hill. This is her talking to members of the community about what her life was like suffering from this disease and still taking chemo, knowing that her, longevity was just not in the cards for her.
The thought of making it to the end of the day isn't in the cards for me right now. I'm still taking chemo in hopes that it will kill this thing that keeps taking everything away from me. I'm 16. I have dreams and aspirations, and I want to make sure that others receive a better standard of care.
So a bunch of lawmakers talked with her. I'm told that a number of them Zoomed her and sent her videos. I'm told that Senator Hickenlooper of Colorado Zoomed her family, and then 3 hours later she died. Michaela died on October 29th, and she was 16. So awful. It takes a lot of courage to do something like that for your end of life, and I don't know if I have that in me. But she did, and lo and behold, a few weeks later, this bill passed the House. And right now, as I'm speaking, the Senate is considering whether to move it on hotline. And if they do, it could go to President Trump's desk, and it could become law. And it would be just sort of a minor glimmer of positive news and productivity in a sea of dysfunction, discord, and controversy and inertia. Hickenlooper is not the only one who deserves credit for this. Senator Mark Wayne Mullen actually is the main senator who's on this bill and who has been pushing it, renaming the bill after Michaela. He was instrumental in that. Representative Debbie Dingell has also been an incredible champion of this legislation. And Representative Michael McCall as well. I'm going to play a little segment of what he said on the floor about this legislation. I'm told that he has been just instrumental in moving this at this time.
Each year, I meet a child who impacts me in a very strong way. And this year, I was blessed to get to know this beautiful, beautiful young woman by the name of Michaela Nalen. And I could see in her eyes that she was at the height of her struggle with cancer. It took so much strength for her to come to the summit, but she believed that she was meant to be there. And she wanted her presence and her voice to help shape our policies and change our world for the better. In her final moments on this earth, I reached out to her and told her that her story would not be forgotten and that her legacy would continue to help thousands of other children. I wanted her to know that her impact would outlive all of us. And so today, in her honor, the United States Congress will vote on the Michaela Nalen Give Kids a Chance Act.
And then Senator Michael Bennet, Hickenlooper's Colorado colleague, has also played a really important role here. There are others too. I'm missing their names. But yeah, I'm going to keep.
Oh my God. So while you think that you are wreaking havoc on everyone else's lives, while 4547 wants you to come out here and pretend to be a victim to undocumented immigrants or black and brown people, understand that a billionaire who demanded $1 trillion, I think I said billion, who demanded $1 trillion pay package is the one who is wreaking havoc on you and how you live your lives, or not. Because he said after taking away her program, he said, if it's that important, let Congress take it up themselves. Understand, this is someone that nobody voted to be in the government, who 4547 gave the keys to the kingdom of our government. And this is what he chose to do while spouting that he could rake back $2 trillion in waste, fraud, and abuse. This is what he was in the government actually doing. And saved the government approximately, I think it was two to save the government far less than the $2 trillion that he promised that he would rake back. And so while you think that you are hurting somebody talking about what's great, because you don't know what is. That's the problem. You don't know what is. While they are trying to act like they are congratulating and so happy, and they're gonna make this little black boy a honorary CIA agent or an honorary Secret Service, a police officer, but because his grifting father had him up there in a cop uniform talking about he always wanted to be a cop and all of this bullshit, and then he turned around and ran for a representative in Texas and out there with his son still wearing cop uniforms wherever he go with his own criminal record of abusing the mothers of his children, and the only child that he's taking around like a pocket gay or something, something real convenient to get his foot in the door. His poor cancer-ridden son wearing a cop uniform, trying to act like he's a black for Trump, and being a whole buffoon, telling a woman who's going to vote that she's the Jasmine Crockett type, and all of these derogatory one-liners of bullshit that they think that they are hurting people for. To be a Jasmine Crockett type, you would have to be a highly educated woman. You would have to excel in your business of choice. You would have to be an attorney. You would have to be a actual attorney that own their own law practice. Like being a Jasmine Crockett type was supposed to be an insult from somebody who's waving his son around, dragging his son around like he's some prop, to get some accolades from people who could care less about him, don't give a shit about him, who propped up his son, and in the next voice, they propped up Elon Musk and congratulated Elon Musk for all that he was doing in the government. And this is what Elon Musk was doing in the government. And then nobody voted for him. Nobody elected him. He got everything that he wanted in this administration, including all of your data. And everybody was congratulating him. Okay. I'm glad you think that. At least it shows you're thinking. You're thinking about bullshit. If you have anything to comment about my commentary, then who cares about what you think about my screens? Okay. And what? And what? Okay. So this is what Elon Musk is doing in government. As people all around him are grifting, but sick people are dying under this government. So that link is also in the box. They are trying to kill you. So I am very skeptical of any type of health insurance plan will come to pass under by the 1st of January. I'm very skeptical. I think that they're going to bite off more than they can chew, because the cuts to under that big bloated bill are scheduled to take effect after next year's midterm elections, because he wants more people who are dumb and not to realize that they are voting for their own demise. So he's going to wait for those up to 19 million people to lose their health insurance after they elect these dummies that are doing nothing to ensure that the American people have health care. So, but these people who are about to lose their health insurance because of the Affordable Care Act not getting their subsidies, and not being able to pay for their premiums doubling, tripling, and quadrupling in some states. They're going to feel the effects of that quickly. So hopefully those 20 to 25 million people who will be losing access to insurance coverage will beat the drum for what it feels like to be unable to have doctor coverage, to be able to have medical coverage. So they are in a rush to make sure many millions of people will lose their health care. Now, there is something I want to share with you as well. I thought I had it saved. My goodness, my goodness. That is that story. Oh, yes. Here it is. Let me share this with you. I mean, the audacity of the bullshit. I think I reported, did I report this to you on Friday? 4547 is going to end access to some public parks that gave free access on national holidays. Which national holidays will he restrict you getting free access on? On Juneteenth and MLK Day. You will no longer be afforded free access into national parks that give free access on national holidays. However, how is it and ever? However, he will also add a date to the free entrance to parks. You know what date is going to be added where you will be able to enter free? He's going to add his personal birthday as a day where you can get free entrance into national parks. Let's hear about the bullshit of the bullshitter.
Generations trying to tell the full story of our history and face the hard parts of our past. I mean, we've tried to teach our children about the horrors of slavery, about the fight for civil rights, and about the struggles that many Black Americans still live with today. But there's some people in America that want everyone to forget that past ever happened and, not take any responsibility for it whatsoever. And today, this is one example of erasing that past. Today, a new change at the National Park Service raises a different question. Which parts of our history still matter and which parts can be moved aside? I mean, for years, Americans could enter national parks for free on two really important days, Martin Luther King Jr. Day and Juneteenth. Both days are about freedom, civil rights, and the end of slavery in this country. But now, both of those days have been removed, okay? They will now no longer be free entry days in any national park. And guess what got replaced with them? In their place, the administration has added a couple of new days, all right? One is Trump's birthday. You now get free entry to the park on Trump's birthday, which, by the way, also apparently falls on Flag Day. So they're going to put that in there as well. We know this from verified reporting. In 2026, Americans will get free admission to national parks on President Donald Trump's birthday, but no longer on Juneteenth and Martin Luther King Jr. Day. The National Park Service has added a few other days and called them patriotic fee-free days, but there has been no public explanation for why two civil rights holidays were removed. I mean, there was no cost report, no policy reason, not even a statement from the agency, by the way. Another part of this change matters as well. Starting next year, 2026, free entry days will only apply to U.S. citizens and residents. The government says this is meant to shift costs to international visitors, and they gave this explanation. These policies ensure that U.S. taxpayers continue to enjoy affordable access while international visitors contribute their fair share. That was from the Interior Secretary, Doug Burgum. So when you look at what actually happened, the message is clear. 2 holidays that honor Black history and civil rights are removed. So it's another example of them basically trying to minimize it / act as if it does not exist and never happened. A president's birthday is added, and free access is restricted for many people who actually visit our beautiful national parks. You are not just moving dates around on a calendar. You are basically sending a message about who is being celebrated and who is being pushed aside. All right, national parks are public land. They belong to everyone. They are supposed to tell the full story of America, not a version that lifts up a person while pushing an entire community out of view. I mean, that is why this change leads to a simple question, guys. Who is really being honored? And who is being erased? This is becoming more and more of an issue with this administration. We're seeing certain art be tossed aside. We're seeing access to parks for free being taken away from the entire country. But more importantly, while trying to erase something terrible, let's own up to it. Something terrible the white men did to Black people, and that is called racism. And then they had to fight for, God, they're still fighting. I'm sorry. They're still fighting. There was a quote, I don't want to butcher it, but I was reading Barack Obama's book, which is just incredible, by the way. It was such a great, it's a huge book, but it's an incredible book. And in that book, somebody said, and forgive me for butchering this, after the Civil Rights Act went into effect, that was their generation's win for their people. And that if every generation after that was not fighting to keep those rights and to keep pushing, then they were going to slowly start disappearing. And I'm not saying that people didn't do that. I don't know enough about it to be able to say that. But what I am saying is there is one heck of a fight going on right now because of this administration. It's becoming harder and harder every single day to make sure that the stories of these beautiful people don't disappear. Thank you for watching. I am Jerry Zisser, and this is Ring of Fire. Please like, comment, and...
Okay, I wanted to be sure to share that with you. It is not now there are a 40 Congress people who are leaving government. 40 Congress people who are leaving government. They're either retiring early or they are leaving at the end of their term before the midterm elections. And so 45, 47 is in quite a tizzy. Now, let me share with you one more thing. Let me share with you one more story about the economy. I don't even care about this celebrity stuff. Let me share with you about the economy, though. Where is it? It should be here. Huh. I don't know. I guess I'm going to have to share the
All right,
celebrity.
so get to Sydney Sweeney here.
Bullshit. Let's get to Sydney Sweeney, who is now having to backtrack. Let's not forget, if you can convince the lowest white man that he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you. This is what is going on right now. And it's nothing new. It's something that the black man always knew, and we are quite entertained by these people who are voting against their own interests and crying when the ramifications of their vote kick them in their ass.
I'm excited about this. Let's put F3 up on the screen and then we'll get to what is actually a bigger story. But the Sydney Sweeney one we're going to start with because it's more fun. In any case, so
we're going to use Sydney Sweeney to talk about antitrust.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And Tim Dillon, I made that connection earlier as well with the vibe shift.
Yes.
Okay.
Remember the American Eagle ads? The catchphrase was "She has great genes," and the right took it and went on a rant about they meant her genealogy, not her denim jeans, and they were trying to prop it up as she is the a perfect white specimen, and she leaned into it. Let's see. She had a movie that came out, and it is my understanding that the opening went horribly.
So you guys will remember she did this interview. What was the outlet? It was like GQ, right? That she sat down with
the recent one.
This interview that went super viral, especially on the right, because she got asked about the eugenics adjacent nature of the American Eagle ad that she cut. And she said at that point, she was like, when I have something to say on an issue, you'll hear from me. And sort of like shut her down in that moment. So I was like, oh, this is amazing, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Then her movie that came out totally bombed at the box office. The one about a like queer boxer that she put on a bunch of weight for. It was very sort of like artsy film. I haven't seen it. I don't know if it was good or bad, but I know it did very poorly at the box office. So in any case, now she's talking to People magazine, and her tone is a little bit different here, Emily. She says, I was honestly surprised by the reaction. I did it because I love the jeans and love the brand. I don't support the views some people chose to connect to the campaign, me being one of those people. Many have assigned motives and labels to me that just aren't true. So she keeps it vague, right? She doesn't directly disavow like eugenics or MAGA or white nationalism or any of that, right? Any of the sort of like broad groups that have embraced her. She doesn't directly disavow them, but clearly very different tone being struck here and her wanting to, you know, sort of clean up what I guess she and her PR team, because all these actors, like, you really shouldn't think of them as individual people.
Yeah.
You know, you should think of them as like a whole team and a brand. It's a business.
It's a corporation. Right? It's Sydney Sweeney Inc.
Exactly.
Yes,
and so clearly Sydney Sweeney Inc. decided that this direction was not going all that particularly well for her and there needed to be a recalibration.
It's so funny because this is given as a statement to People magazine.
Yes.
Right. So it's not like she put this on Instagram or anything. This is a complete, like, why does it sound like it's not Sydney Sweeney? Because it's not Sydney Sweeney.
This was some like workshopped PR, statement.
She goes on to say, this might even be ChatGPT. Anyone who knows me knows that I'm trying to bring people together. I'm against hate and divisiveness. In the past, my stance has been to never respond to negative or positive press, but recently I have come to realize that my silence regarding this issue has only widened the divide, not closed it. So
Any M-dashes in there?
Not yet. Yeah, actually not all. And she goes, so I hope this new year brings more focus on what connects us instead of what divides us. I mean, come on, a statement to People magazine.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
I don't even know. Like, if this were in politics, you wouldn't run with this statement as news because it's such a PR. It's like running a press release for Sydney Sweeney, basically. Yeah. To just go with this as a quote exclusive, which is what People magazine did. I get it. It's entertainment news. But yes, clearly somebody on the team was like, Sydney Sweeney with Gen Z, which is true. Gen Z girls are kind of should be, I would imagine, her target demo.
But I don't think they are.
Well, I mean, I'm sure it's men, but like for selling jeans, you would want, your value to American Eagle is that you're selling women's jeans. And so if she wants to keep getting deals like the American Eagle one, she has to have some appeal with younger women. And
okay, enough of that. I'll drop this link in the description box. Let me show this I dropped that link in the description box. If you want to finish it, please feel free. Let me, this is the last thing I will share on today, I think. I'm pretty sure this is it for me today. I want to give you this little piece of information. The link will be in my description box under fear. So the last link in my description box, it will be labeled fear.
For anybody out there who might believe that left-wing populist policies are not the way to win elections, just pay a little bit of attention to how defensive Republicans have been since Donald Trump glazed Mamdani in the Oval Office.
Mr. President, Republican Elise Stefanik has campaigned multiple times by calling Zohran Mamdani a jihadist. Do you think you're standing next to a jihadist right now in the Oval Office?
No, I don't, but she's out there campaigning, and you know, you say things sometimes in a campaign.
Isn't that sort of
She's a very capable person,
Isn't
but
that like
you really have to ask her about that. But I don't particularly. I think I met with I met with a man who's a very rational person. I met with a man who really wants to see New York be great again, and I can say again, because New York was great.
Well, look, I think today's meeting between the president and the mayor-elect was a good first step to introduce themselves to one another and to hopefully have a good working relationship moving forward. But again, it doesn't mean, Sean, that President Trump is ever going to change his values. And we know, and the president knows, and the American people know, that ultimately President Trump's policies work and capitalism works.
One word, wow. Kami Mamdani, as the president has quoted, referring to his guest in the Oval Office there for the past several months, looked like best friends with President Trump now. I mean, it was an extraordinary meeting. We missed, of course, the conversation they were having before they met with the press that went on for about a half hour. The meeting, according to both men, was very cordial. The president saying he wants Mamdani to succeed as best as he can to make New York what it can and should be.
Well, those who have read history, okay, they understand that socialism is for morons. I love Seattle. They just elected a new mayor. I don't know her, but I've read a lot about her. She's a typical moonbat.
I say it. Said hog. What is it? Hoghorn, leghorn. I know about the. She's a typical moonbat. No one knows what a moonbat is, bitch.
You know, she's a community organizer. Probably eats tofu and.
Probably eats tofu. What are you eating? What exactly do you need to stop eating as much of? She probably, you know, nothing about her. But you are out here using the buzzwords that are supposed to make the ignorance feel some type of way about someone you have no information or knowledge of other than them saying that they are socialists. Wouldn't it be great if the United States has socialized medicine so no one would have to be beholden to these insurance companies who are only worried about getting more billions and billions for their CEOs and for their shareholders? Is there nothing good about socialism? As Israel takes all of our taxpayer dollars that you guys flood over to Israel, and all of their people have socialized medicine, so they don't have to worry about going to doctors and stuff, while you have American citizens who are languishing in illness and death because they cannot see a doctor. Wouldn't that be some good socialism? I don't know about her. She probably eats tofu.
Organic broccoli. She
probably eats organic broccoli. Should she be eating broccoli that is approved through the FDA full of GMOs? Is that what she should be eating? Is that what should be eating? Is she so bad because she's probably eating organic broccoli? Hmm. I guess she's going to be on that terror watch list that Pamela Joe Bimbo is creating for these type of people.
Self-avowed socialist. She's proud of things that she should be ashamed of.
For example, what are these things that she is proud of that you say she's ashamed of? You who seem to be ashamed of your sexuality, in my opinion. What is she ashamed of? You're ashamed that about your femininity that exudes every time you speak. You don't have enough shame to hide your femininity.
She's entitled to her opinion, and I guess what I just said is kind of mean. I'll stop being mean if she'll stop being foolish.
She'll stop being mean if she stops being foolish. You are a senator from Louisiana. You're a senator from Louisiana, and you have so much to say about a mayor of Seattle, and she's being foolish. I don't recall her having any diatribe about you and your ignorance in the poorest state, one of the poorest states in the United States, one of the states with the lowest reading scores and mathematic and science scores in the United States. So who's foolish? Maybe it's your constituents who have languished under people like you not doing anything better for their states. Maybe it's the foolish people that continue to vote dummies like you in to the Senate, who does absolutely nothing to uplift or enrich their states, but give data centers at the size of Manhattan of land and plug it in to your poor constituents. Maybe your constituents are the ones who are foolish.
The loon wing, the Bolshevik wing, the socialist wing of the Democratic Party is obviously in control.
Not hidden. The moon wing, the Bolshevist wing, nobody knows what that shit is. Of socialism is obviously, nobody knows what any of that bullshit that you're talking, and including this Trump fool who is now working for Fox News, who used to be 47's Caroline Levitt in his first administration. Nobody knows any of this garbage that you're speaking of. Let's move on. Oh, God, he is talking a lot. And speaking of Louisiana, look who's coming up next.
That's what drove the shutdown. That's what made Senator Schumer do what he did.
That's what drove the shutdown? I thought you said she just won as mayor of Seattle. What does mayor of the Seattle have anything to do with the government shutdown? I think you're proving to be the fool. Kennedy, I think you are the fool.
He knew better. The loon wing, the Bolshevik wing, the socialist wing of the Democratic Party is obviously in control. That's what drove the shutdown. That's what made Senator Schumer do what he did. He knew better. Remember the old Jack Nicholson movie line, go sell crazy somewhere else, we're all stocked up here. I don't think Chuck saw the movie. Chuck kept saying we got.
What was the name of that movie? That's what with Diane Keaton and I remember that movie. Oh, and with Kenner. What is his name? Kenner, who used to have a talk show where he played the gay guy. Of course, we know you saw that. I'm pretty sure you can give us some verbatim quotes from the Birdcage as well. I'm pretty sure you can surmise many quotes from movies like The Birdcage too. What is his name? Something Kenner. What? As Good as It Gets. That was the movie. I know you are quoting that movie because it was a gay man who didn't want too many people to know that he was gay. I'm pretty sure you have many quotes. I'm pretty sure you know that movie by heart for some reason. I'm just suspecting. I'm really suspecting that. But that's just me.
At this, but none of them had it, and they all needed therapy. And they hurt the American people badly, but we all stuck together, with the exception of Senator Paul. I want to thank President Trump for sticking with us.
Many of whom represent districts with much less blue than New York City have embraced him with open arms. And because his brand of Marxism is truly a bellwether for the Democrats nationwide, we pointed out that other major metropolitan areas in the country are facing the same threat with candidates similar to Mamdani. And we're going to continue to call out their effort to mainstream and normalize socialism and Marxism in America. Working families watching this play out have a right to know that socialism and communism are not just confined in New York City. They are quickly coming to a town near you, unless.
So this is what he is standing on the steps of Congress talking about after the government has been reopened. But I thought that they were going to be working on the healthcare situation that is due to expire at midnight on New Year's Eve, or technically at midnight New Year's Day. I thought that was what he's supposed to be working on. Ooh, let's use these scary words. Let's use the scary words, and maybe Ronnie Hugh won't tell the people of what I'm doing in my dumb down state. One of the poorest states in the country, and we're talking about communism and all this Marxist and all of this shit. If it's gonna give people health care, maybe you ought to try it. Maybe that's something you should try.
You stand up and let your voice of common sense be heard.
So I think my attitude is let these debates play out, but don't let the debates that we're having internally blind us to the fact that we're up against a radical leftist movement that murdered my friend a couple of months ago and that would throw many people in the Trump administration in prison.
Oh, God. Let's get to the point. This fat lying fucker. Let's go.
The States is a big place. Lots of states, lots of cities.
Our debates, but focus on the enemy so that we can win victories that matter for the American people. That's my
focus on the enemies. What enemies? The enemies in the United States, sitting up at a Breitbart, talking at a Breitbart convention. Isn't that the same Breitbart whose heart blew up on him because he had ingested too many powdered donuts, as it were? You know, ingested them up his nose. Isn't that Breitbart who was talking all of this? We know the right thing to do and perpetrated a whole lot of bullshit and lies. That same Breitbart, and you would actually sit down and be a part of that bullshit. Boy, bye.
Message.
On the one hand, it's definitely true that one strategy doesn't work in full effect everywhere. You know, the United States is a big place, lots of states, lots of cities, and lots of diversity in thought and ethnicity. But at the end of the day, pretty much everybody's going to be on board with things like getting paid more, you know, higher wages, a higher minimum wage, having better access to education, having more affordable health care, more affordable groceries. A lot of the policies that Mamdani is talking about will help everyday Americans just live better. Better access, easier access to commodities, to the things that we need, not just to climb the social ladder, but just to be comfortable. Because at the end of the day, it's really not most people's aspirations to be, wealthy and powerful and famous with high status. Most people just want to enjoy their lives, maybe give their kids some good opportunities, have a good time with their family once or twice a month, go out to eat, maybe go on a couple of vacations a year. If people can have that, the overwhelming majority of people will be satisfied. So all the Democrats really have to do, honestly, is the bare minimum in order to get their popularity up. Because, telling people that the red coats are coming, that doesn't sell anymore. Because for the most part, a lot of adults now weren't even alive during the Cold War. I was born in 1992. I'm 33 years old. The Cold War was over by the time I came along. So that rhetoric and that propaganda just doesn't work anymore. Mom Donnie,
it ain't hidden.
Is here. He's very good at politics, and I think that people should be taking notes on his approach.
They are taking notes on his approach.
In breaking news, we've got
they are taking notes on his approach, but unfortunately, they have no policy to garner the popularity of his message and of his policies that he wants to create. So that's why 4547 was smiling like a Cheshire cat in front of a rock star when Mandami visited the White House. Now, I want to share with you the announcement of the a little $12 billion that they are giving to the farmers, and the farmers have already came out and said, "Excuse me, what we gonna do with this?" Okay, far cry from what we need. Farmers react to 4547 $12 billion aid package. Let's get into this. This is going to be in my description box. This is going to be under the title Farm Aid. Let's hear what they're talking about.
Discussion with farmers. He announced a new happening right now at the White House. President Trump is hosting a roundtable discussion with farmers. He announced a new $12 billion aid package to help farmers who are struggling because of his trade war with China. Joining us, Arkansas soybean farmer Scott Brown. Scott, really good to have you. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me, Katie.
$12 billion. How's that sound to you?
Well, I appreciate the help, but it's a far cry from what we need. Just the loss in corn this year with a record crop was over 16 billion. The loss in soybeans at production is around 11 billion. That doesn't count cotton and rice, which are even bigger losses than that.
So this $12 billion is not going to make up for this 1 year? I mean,
So we're talking about 23 billion that you lost this year, as he gave Argentina 40 billion. Okay, let's continue.
Say China goes back to buying soybeans and other crops as they were buying before this trade war. Is $12 billion not enough to bridge that gap?
Probably not. You've got a lot of boys that's got $400,000 to $700,000 worth of rollover debt that's eat their equity up in the last 2.5 years. They don't have anywhere to go. They don't have anything to do. And you've got guys that are not going to take that ground. So if you don't make everybody whole and let everybody stand on their own 2 feet and get off this hamster wheel of government aid, which is what we all want. The taxpayer wants it. We want it. Everybody wants it. You need to square everybody up. Senator Moran even said it was a $40 billion problem. So, I mean, his own senator says $40 billion.
Is this white man on here asking for reparations? Is he asking to shore everybody up? Is he actually on here asking to shore everybody up? Well, shore us Black Americans up and give us what is owed to us. Give us some of that farm aid, as we were the ones who built America on the cotton farms. Shore us up then. Shore us up. These farmers always have their hands out, but when the Black farmers go to get their farm aid, suddenly their applications are thrown directly in the trash, or they have to jump a hoop that the white farmer doesn't have to jump. And by the time their loan are approved, they have nothing left for the black farmers. But he want reparations. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. The link is in my description box under Farm A. Now this is definitely the last one that I am going to show you. No, it should come from the people who purchased the slave and built the United States government economy. That's who it should come from. Are you stupid? What the fuck are you talking about? It should come from the people who sold the slaves. No, it should come from the people who profited and built this whole United States government and this whole United States economy up. That's who it should come from. The fuck out of here. Who enslaved the people. What the fuck do you think what the fuck do you think that they paid for slaves? Liquor and guns. So where's the reparations in that? Don't come in here with talking stupid. Don't come in here showing how ignorant you are. Let's continue.
Republican insiders have leaked to reporters that potentially as many as 20 House Republicans are running for the exit. They intend to retire, not only because they hate their jobs in the age of Trump when they have to operate under a climate of fear from the sitting president, surrendering their own authority and power to the White House, but also because they are afraid of an electoral bloodbath in favor of the Democrats in the 2026 midterms. This is not good for Donald Trump. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, friends, this is a big deal. Not necessarily because it will create the blue wave, but because at the very least, it's the sign of an impending blue wave. Let's take a look. Johnson's career crisis and the House GOP exodus. Serving in the House, even when your own party controls that chamber, the Senate and the Oval Office, this ain't what it used to be. The 119th Congress has been divided and demoralized and is on track to be the least productive in recent memory, which, by the way, you may recall from last year. That's what we said about the 118th Congress under Mike Johnson when President Biden was in office, and yet Republicans.
Southern Democrats were the slaveholders. Oh, what economy benefit from the Southern Democrats being slaveholders? What economy was boosted and grew because Southern Democrats were the slaveholders? Are we going to pretend like we don't know the part where the Democrats of their day became the Republicans under the Dixiecrat situation? But what economy was boosted by the slaves? Who benefit? Did the Southern farmers only benefit, or did the non-slave holding people in America also benefit from the rise of America? I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll wait. The Republicans fought to end slavery. Okay, if the Republicans fought to end slavery, then why is it that the Republicans of their times, who were the Democrats of the time? So, what are you actually saying? Who gives a fuck about any you trying to put slavery on a party of people? Slavery was the rule of the United States government. The United States government. What are you talking about? All of this trying to pretend like Republicans give so much about slavery, and the Republicans are the same ones who is stripping museums, DEI, as talking about DEI as if it is something so bad to be working amongst people who are not white, who is trying to pretend like soldiers who fought wars in this country, that a white nationalist can be elected as the Department of Defense secretary, and strip away all of the black soldiers who fought for this nation. Are you kidding me? Is that a Democrat too? Is Pete Kegbreath a Democrat too? Wait, firing black 4-star generals to replace them with incompetent red-nosed 3-star generals who are not even up to snuff, who do not even have the qualifications to take the jobs of the 4-star generals, that they cannot even tell you why they fired them, other than you see that these are black men. And they don't even bother to tell you why they have replaced them with someone who doesn't even have the credentials to have their job. Are you serious? How many? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares about what political party they were with? Who cares about what political party they were with? Goodbye. Goodbye. Some apologists for racists. Every president fired generals for cause. Every president fired generals for cause. But you notice Kegbreath, who could not get beyond a platoon. He wasn't even a sergeant. Who couldn't do anything but manage a platoon. He's not up for being fired because he has been killing brown people who they can easily tell stupid people that they were narco terrorists. Let's use the scary this. We got to use the word terrorist in this term, so we can amass our whole army to go at the boats with fucking motors that can start a lawnmower in the ocean. We got to bring out our biggest Gerald Ford aircraft carrier to strike these narco terrorists. Y'all use the scary words. They're not gonna realize that we over here trying to topple the Venezuelan government so we can get at that oil. See, you guys buy that dumb shit. Don't sit here, Larry. Z Sarah, can you unchain Larry from the chat bot? Obviously, someone has Larry chained here. Can you please unchain Larry so Larry can leave? And Larry, do not curse in my chat. Do not curse in my chat. I am the only one who can curse.
Had control in 2023. It was the least productive iteration of Congress at that point. This one's on track to even be less productive than that, and they control both the House, the Senate, and the White House, and the Supreme Court. So they have no excuse. Let's continue. Now, frustrated GOP members are running for the exits before things get worse. Caption here, this is from Leanne Caldwell from Puck, by the way, but the caption here is, Republicans are so frustrated with Mike Johnson's reluctance to move bills that they're defying him by filing discharge petitions, 3 of them so far this year, a tactic that was once unheard of from the majority party. Let's dive in. Again, Leanne Caldwell, wrote this. House Republicans got everything they asked for in 2024. Not just a powerful, albeit small majority in their own chamber, but also control of the Senate and the presidency. Still, that governing trifecta has been less productive and more acrimonious than anyone hoped. The electoral high has long since worn off, replaced with stalled legislation, a capricious and vindictive White House, and the possibility of a midterm beating that could relegate them to the minority. These days, many House Republicans are wondering if their future includes another term in Congress at all. In fact, multiple Republican lawmakers and aides have told me that an exodus of House Republicans is likely coming in the coming weeks. One estimate puts the number as high as 20 new announcements, with the most retirements expected from members in safe Republican House seats, and thus unlikely to imperil the majority, the political environment, or Trump could do that. So I want to stop right there, okay? Here's why. Let's say there are 20, and let's say all 20, not even most, let's say all 20 are in safe Republican districts. This is still good news and could still make it easier for Democrats to have a blue wave. We just saw in Tennessee's 7th congressional district a very safe, a deeply safe ruby red district. The yes Republicans won, but they had to spend many, many, many resources, millions of dollars, more than the Democrats. They had to pour resources, limited resources, into this race to keep it, and they still won by a relatively narrow margin. It went from a Trump plus 22 district to a plus 9 victory. They hemorrhaged 13 percentage points in advance of the midterms. So you can imagine, all right, what if these safe Republican districts are still safe, but less safe than Tennessee's 7th congressional district? That was extremely safe. What if it's only a Trump plus 10 district? That's still extremely safe. Well, in theory, a Democrat could flip that because a Democrat just won or just made progress by moving 13 percentage points. They moved the district 13 percentage points to the left. So in theory, a plus 10, a plus 9, a plus 11, a plus 12 safe congressional district could put the Republican majority in peril. And if Republicans still keep those seats, they're going to have to expend substantially more resources. It's going to be a lot harder for them. So this is, again, objectively good news. But let's continue. 23 of the 39 House members who have already announced plans to retire or run for other offices are Republicans, on track to easily surpass the number of exits during the last Congress, when 21 Republicans were among the 45 House members who left at the end of their terms. Unlike the silver tsunami of retirements on the Democratic side, the Republican stampede for the exits is primarily a testament to political discontent. Most of the Democrats retiring are octogenarians who have served at least 2 decades, including Jan Schakowsky, Danny Davis, Jerry Nadler, Bonnie Watson-Coleman, Dwight Evans, Nydia Velasquez, and former Speaker Nancy Pelosi. But many of the retiring Republicans have not served that long, and they aren't ready for Brandywine or Green Grove. Among those who have already announced they won't seek another term, Representative Jody Arrington, chair of the Budget Committee, is 53 and has served almost 10 years. Troy Nehls is 57 and was first elected in 2020. By the way, that guy is a lunatic. Troy Nehls, he's the one I was smoking the cigar. He was the one who said, I'm not going to vote for the Epstein files release. And then Trump says, yeah, go ahead and vote for the Epstein files release. And then Troy Nehls was like, I'm definitely voting for the Epstein files release. It's the right thing to do. All of this in 24 hours. Pathetic loser. And Representative Morgan Luttrell just turned 50 and is only in his 2nd term. Following the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill, the GOP has been aimless and lacking an agenda. They're fighting over health care. They can't agree on an affordability message, let alone an affordability plan. And many feel an increased, if familiar, lack of respect from the White House.
Affordability is a hoax. It's a Democrat hoax.
Because the White House doesn't respect. Trump says, you're a cult of personality who does what I say. We don't have 3 coordinate branches. You're my bitch, and you will do what you're told. No wonder they feel this disrespect. Now, the thing is, if they had any testicular fortitude or any courage of their convictions whatsoever, they would stand up and say, actually, no, Mr. President, when Congress is at its peak, we are infinitely more powerful than the president. We are the number 1 dominant branch, and we're going to put you in your place. But of course, they won't do that because they're afraid. Mike Johnson isn't helping as he hands congressional power to Trump and makes the Article 1 branch of government ever more irrelevant, a concession that has apparently dawned on many only recently. Meanwhile, legislative productivity continues to decline, and it already hit a record low last Congress, as we talked about, when just 274 bills were signed into law, the lowest number since GovTrack started keeping tabs in 1973. But this Congress is on course to be even less productive still, having only so far gotten 46 bills signed into law. So again, I want to be very clear. This is an indictment. I have to be so clear about this. I'm trying to be as objective as possible, but this is going to sound very harsh and partisan. It's just, unfortunately, reality is this way. Republican politicians can be very smart, and Republican politicians have a lot of talent. They're very good at media. They're very good at messaging. They're very good at taking power and waging culture war issues. It's just objectively true. I want to give them their due here. They have cunning and talent in that respect, and Democrats are no match for them there. When it comes to governing, when it comes to administrating, when it comes to actually doing the work of government, the Republican Party, I cannot stress this enough, objectively sucks, period. Even if you agree with their principle, even if you agree with their legislative priorities to the extent that they have any, they actually suck at getting it done. They were more productive with a Democrat whom they hated, Joe Biden, in the White House. They were more productive with a Senate that was controlled by Democrats than they were controlling. Just imagine how incompetent and dysfunctional you have to be to have all the levers of power in your hands. You have them all. And to be so terrible and so stupid at governing that you're even less productive than before. I want to be clear. It's not 50-50. The Democratic Party on its worst day is infinitely superior to the Republican Party on its best day when it comes to actually getting shit passed, period. Even if you disagree with what Democrats do and you love what Republicans do, one party is actually better at governing and getting stuff done, the Democrats, and the other party is objectively inferior. Let's continue. Republicans are so frustrated with Johnson's reluctance to move bills that they're defying him by filing discharge petitions. 3 of them so far this year, a tactic that was once unheard of from the majority party. Most recently, Representative Anna Paulina Luna of Florida filed the discharge petition to ban congressional stock trading. Quote, the reason I forced it is because they wouldn't even allow us to go and debate this in committee, she told me. Quote, members actually wanted to engage in the conversation. They
want to get rich. I want to be rich. Oh, 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 I want to be rich by the government secrets. I hear secrets, lots of secrets. Let me call my stock market. I want money, lots of money. Let me cut the budget. I wanna be rich. They want to be rich by insider trading.
They actually prevented us, her party, her team. Vocal South Carolina Representative Nancy Mace, who was leaving Congress to run for governor, told me, quote, I'm tired of signing discharge petitions to get our agenda passed. At the same time, the less flashy members are fed up with the so-called exotics, far-right members who demand the most attention and acquiescence from leadership and use outrage bait to fuel fundraising. One House Republican told me this.
Oh my God, I don't know what happened to that link, why it is buffering. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Hopefully I'm not buffering. I don't know what happened to the link, but that is the last link that I wanted to share with you anyway. So I
This
think
week
all
that they
of
would
you-
retire if
Oh,
they
here
weren't on
it
the
is.
Appropriations Committee. Serving on that committee, even with a broken appropriations process, is the only way to perform some semblance of lawmaking. And even as some House seats have become less desirable, they've also become harder and more expensive to keep. Again, getting back to what I'm talking about. Very expensive and very difficult. Races in swing districts now cost tens of millions of dollars every 2 years, and many safe district members also have to raise millions to prevent primary challengers, which requires members to spend hours a day calling donors.
I'm gonna primary you. If you don't do what I say, I'm gonna get someone to primary you. Okay. It seems like a lot of the loser Republicans, even though they have the winning hand, they don't know how to play cards. They don't know how to play the game because they got into government and they found out quickly that they're just 45, 47 yes men. Now, it seems like somebody else may be out of a job. Here we go. I swear this is my last one. Let's get into Christy Nome may be being replaced. You know, Ice Barbie. She'll have more time to attend to her plastic surgery needs. I am sharing it. Let's get into this.
Donald Trump is nearing the decision to possibly remove Kristi Noem, as we've talked about, but now we're learning who he might replace Kristi Noem as the head of the Department of Homeland Security. None other than Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin. Yes, you heard that correctly. So Glenn Youngkin's term ends in January. Abigail Spanberger, the governor-elect, will become the governor of Virginia, and then Youngkin is without a job. Well, according to MS Now, it looks as though the Trump administration may be looking to swap Kristi Noem with then former Governor Glenn Youngkin. Now, Stephen Miller, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, is the one really behind making this change. He really does not like the fact that Kristi Noem hasn't turbocharged deportation efforts in the United States of America, and he wants someone who will. And that looks to be Governor Youngkin. Spread the word. Let me know what you think in the comments below, and follow along.
That's all I have for you guys today. I thank you guys for being here. Please hit the like button on your way out. I will see you guys tomorrow. Z Sarah, I'm glad you're almost done with your dinner. I did not realize I had gone so long, but you know me. It's a lot of news coming up. Now, if you guys are not familiar with Kyle Kalinski's channel, you may want to go over there and check him out because I'm sure I will have a lot of breaking news that I will be reporting from him on tomorrow because his intro is very, very good. Let me, Secular Talk is the name of his channel. Let me drop his link in the chat. Also, let me see. No, let me play this real quick. See, Sarah, I know you're sick of me, but the new Charlie Kirk just came out. I wouldn't know this if I hadn't clicked over to Kyle Kalinski to share with you his channel. Now, he has been doing updates on Nick Fuentes, the new anti-Semitic Charlie Kirk. Let's get into this.
Came out and basically, so Nick Fuentes came out and basically told the actual truth about Trump's master plan and what him and his billionaire donors are currently doing in Washington, D.C. And this is actually spot on. So let's listen, and then we'll break it down. And then as a bonus, I'm going to show you how Nick Fuentes is probably the single most confused man in America, because all it depends on is what day it is. And he flips a coin to determine if he's going to fucking be giddy about Trump and support him or rail against him and act like he's, pure evil. So let's take a look and we'll break it down.
This is actually their intentional playbook. They're deeply conscientious of this. And this is how it goes. What is happening right now, obviously, is that Trump is more unpopular maybe than ever. Certainly, he's more unpopular than at any other time in this second term. His favorability is in the toilet. His approval is in the toilet. Specifically, his approval on immigration and the economy is very bad. For the first time in years, voters actually favor Democrats on the economy over Republicans. People blame Trump for the state of the economy more than they blame Biden. Any way that you cut it, Trump is in real trouble with these numbers. Numbers polling his own base, polling Republicans, independents. Any way you cut it, it is catastrophically bad. And he has only himself to blame. We're cutting Medicaid to pay for corporate tax cuts. Doge was a total failure. We're bombing Iran. Prices have not gone down and the economy has not recovered. The tariffs have been a complete disaster. There are mounting signs all over the economy. We're in a real estate bubble. Consumer spending is slowing. The job market is frozen. They're not even releasing the jobs report in October. On top of all that, they didn't even release the Epstein files. So it is a total disaster. That is why he's unpopular, and it's self-inflicted. It is because rather than keep his promises, all that this administration has done is enrich the people that are in it. There is rampant, basically criminal levels of corruption in this government. The very people that Trump brought in to drain the swamp, they are looting D.C. They're taking everything that isn't nailed down practically. They are fucking stealing. They are corrupt. That is all these people. Why do you think they brought these people in? Someone like Howard Lutnick and David Sachs and, these people, they are criminals. So this is, and it's important to understand this, contrary to what the true believers, the plan trusters say, this is not actually the result of a political system that is so difficult to overcome that, they can't do it in a matter of 5 years. No, they're not even trying. It is actually for a lack of trying that it is this way. They're not trying. It's a joke. Kristi Noem is a joke. Cash.
Oh, But you get mad at me when I tell you the exact same thing. You want to sit up here and talk about Biden when your newest Charlie Kirk or uh, uh, when your new Charlie Kirk. What do you call the? Wait a minute. What? What is the one who takes the place of the main actor if they get hurt in the show? His backup when Charlie Kirk's backup dancer is promoted to do the whole ballet. Uh, who is the new wing of the Young Republican Party? And you can't deny it. You can't deny it. Now, all of a sudden, he went on this tirade. I think it was right before or right after Thanksgiving. And you notice that the news that is coming out today that Christine Nome may be out. So who's running the Republican Party? Is it your elected officials? No, they don't even know what's going on in the party, because they are too busy trying to figure out ways to make money off of the position of the presidency. And while you are sitting in here talking about Biden this, Biden that, you know, and everyone else know, all of the Republicans know that none of this has anything to do with Biden. That why do you think they keep telling you dummies every other sentence is about Biden, 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 Biden? Why do you think they are using this name so much? So you dumb voters can come out here and pretend as if Biden has done something that has you in your current condition.
Patel is a joke. Pete Hegseth is a Nome is a that it is this way. They're not trying. It's a joke. Kristi Noem is a joke. Kash Patel is a joke. Pete Hegseth is a joke. People allegedly are in there blackmailing him. It's like every person in this cabinet is a complete disaster. And the reason it's like this is because it's all patronage. Trump got in office to stay out of jail. He had to cut deals to get money. And now that he's in, he had to reward the donors by allowing them to pick the cabinet members, reward other people in the party with these patronage posts. And now this is what we're getting. So this is an utter and complete catastrophe. There's no deportations. We hit the H-1B cap.
There's no deportation. Oh my God, bro. We're going to come back to that one.
We're in a war with Iran. We're going to go back very soon. It's just like one.
Now, let's be clear. I do believe that it is quite hilarious that Nick Fuentes is pushing the white power agenda. I do admit that that is hilarious. And what is even more funny is all the dumb whites who are following him, who are following him with bated breath. That's what's even more hilarious.
Cataclysm after the next. Here's the playbook. It is in this context where Trump posts something like this. Poll numbers down, favorability down the tubes, economy sucks, all these wars are breaking out all over again. Everybody's deeply unhappy. What do? Let it rip with the racism, let it rip with the retard, let it rip with nativism. I know what'll get those stupid idiots.
Says one of the biggest racists in the United States. Now, he's letting you know that the only thing that 4547 has to offer you is the appeal of racism to his supporters. Why do you think he came out with Elon Omar is trash and I don't want these people in my country? Why? Because he know that that is the thing that solidifies his base, the racist hate. So what does that say about you? Who are in here complaining that Biden stole an election, that went before 60 judges with fake claims that they could not prove, and got many of them were dismissed. What does that say about you? Exactly what that says. Something that everyone already knows about you. Because who could defend the undefensible unless they are a entire fool? Who could vote a convicted felon, a felon that was convicted of SA assault on a woman nonetheless? Who would put that person in office? But a fool. And you're mad that Nick Fuentes, another racist. Oh, so you're mad that Nick Fuentes is racist against Jewish people? Is that the only racism that count? Because the racism that it's coming out of MAGA is not against the Jews, because the racism that MAGA displays is towards everyone but the Jewish. Is that why you want to talk about how racist Nick Fuentes is, as opposed to MAGA as a whole? This whole why would somebody call out racist tropes to you guys, and you guys perform like the monkeys you are? Says a lot about you.
It's back on my side. I'm going to do a racist rant. I'm going to go on Twitter and True Social, and I'm going to let it rip.
I love that he's bringing this up as like, all he has to do is some performative cruelty and do a racist rant, and he gets the idiots back on his side. You mean sort of like this?
This is why we need to be negative. This is why we need to threaten to withhold our support. This is why we need to make it unignorable and visible, because if we do, then Trump will be forced to pander to us. And he knows how to do it. Nobody's better than him. We just need to create the impetus for it. And now that that has happened, like clockwork, what does Trump do? He dusts off the old playbook and we get Trump 2016 all over again. You're welcome. I'll never get any credit for it, but you are welcome for giving you Trump 2016 back. How do you get the politicians to do what you want them to do? Threaten to withhold support.
So this is Trump went on a massively racist anti-Somali immigrant rant in the White House. And this is Nick Fuentes doing a victory lap, taking credit for applying pressure to him to get him to do that. That's what this video is. And the other video I showed you is
two racist coups. But what party do they represent? What party has a big, the Groypers, who are the white, young, brain dead whites who follow Nick Fuentes, who does whatever Fuentes disrupt, whatever Nick Fuentes tells them to disrupt, in huge numbers of young white, brain dead racists. Taking their orders from a half Mexican. Make that make sense. Sister who looks like a whole cholo. Make that make sense.
him saying, now that Trump has failed in every imaginable way to get the idiots back on his side, he's just doing a racist rant. So in one video, he is the idiot. And in the other video, he's critiquing the idiot who will get back on Trump's good side because he did a racist rant. Wow, Nick. It's from one day to the next. Flip like that.
Attack them. Do it from the right. It doesn't matter if you do it from the left. The left is already the enemy. Do it from inside. Do it from within the right wing. That's what they're worried about. And that's the model. Look at how we got Trump to cave in such a short amount of time. And look
at how we got Trump to cave in such a little span of time. He just told you all of this shit about Trump. That is true. But he wants you to go back and okay, Daddy, we're with you now. You did a hate-filled rant about black people. You've learned your lesson now, Daddy. Yeah, and I still deny the Holocaust. But go ahead. You have our support. Just rant about black people more. You haven't done that in a while. We need that from you, Daddy. He telling you all the things your children, are taking this fool seriously. While why are they doing that? Because they see you take 45, 47 seriously. Water seeks its own level, and all of it is a bunch of bullshit and grifting and stealing. You don't think Nick Fuentes is grifting with all of this bullshit that he's doing? And who is susceptible to this? Your young white children. Your young white children are the ones who's taking this all in as he is trying to figure out any angle to take this where? To the bank.
Look at how beautifully he delivered.
He delivered beautifully. The guy who's not releasing the Epstein files, who's bombing Iran, who's going to do a war on Venezuela and is already murdering innocent fishermen, who set up fucking concentration camps across the country, who is comically corrupt, the most corrupt president we've ever had, ever, by the way. That guy, oh, look, bro, it's beautiful. It's beautiful what he just did.
He understood the assignment completely. He comes out and says, all these brown people do is bitch in their hijabs and they're ungrateful and they stink and we don't want them here. I mean, it couldn't be better if you dreamed it up. This is out of the wildest imagination of the most obsequious plan truster. And it was delivered to us on a silver platter because we threatened to withhold our support because we said we don't like Trump anymore. And now this is what we get. It's a desperate bid to get our support back. And he knows what to do. He always has. We just need to give him a reason to play that out.
It's incredible. In one clip, he's critiquing the exact person that he is in this clip. It's incredible.
And I'm going to be obnoxious and belligerent and politically incorrect and brash and controversial. And I'm going to say something so shocking, so edgy, so ridiculous that everyone is going to be talking about this and not that. Everyone's going to be talking about how I called Tim Walz a retard. Everyone's going to be talking about how I said this about Ilhan Omar. I'm going to pack 15 pounds of shit in a 10-pound bag of controversy and rage bait and clip farming so that nobody's going to pay attention to the fact that we didn't even release the October jobs report because it was so bad. No one's paying attention to a war in Venezuela that nobody wants. No one's paying attention to...
You want it. You want it. We covered you saying you were in favor of that. That, oh, well, this is our backyard, so it's different. It's not the same as bombing Iran. You want it. Now, all of a sudden, what? You're pretending like you don't? Like there isn't video of you fucking talking about how much you like that? Oh, my God.
Black Friday consumer trends being a disaster. The job market failing. No one pay any attention to the complete and utter disaster. Republicans might lose their majority in the House before the midterms because so many people are jumping ship.
That's true, by the way. There's a Puck report that says like 20 Republicans are thinking of retiring.
But don't look at that. Look at my racist rant. Look at my stupid little rant on True Social that I'm not actually going to do shit about. I'm not going to follow through on any of it.
Oh, see, you see what the criticism is? The criticism is, bro, we love the racist rant, but now you got to act on it. Now you got to round up all the Somalians and put them into alligator Auschwitz or Guantanamo Bay. Jesus Christ, bro. Here's my response to Nick Fuentes. Nick, this is fucking always what right-wing politics collapses into. This is always. There is no version of right-wing politics that doesn't suck off the billionaires and cater to the donors. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Right-wing politics by its very nature is hierarchical. So there's an order, there's a way things work. The people at the top are supposed to be at the top because the cream always rises to the top. If you're underneath, that's on you. It's a birth defect or it's a lack of work ethic. And so there is no version of right-wing politics that delivers for the people. But really, this is a little bit of, damn, I'm mad because we got exactly what we fucking wanted. That's what this is. He said, they're not even doing deportation. Really? They're not doing deportation? That's your criticism of Trump? You're not tough enough on immigrants. Excuse you? We have fucking mass kidnappings and abductions and human traffickings. We have no due process from these ICE Gestapo thugs. We have 22 people who died in ICE custody so far. We have literal criminals joining ICE and endless reporting on how there's basically no fucking standards anymore. We have ICE thugs assaulting an 84-year-old married couple and shooting a priest in the face with pepper balls and tear gassing a fucking baby and running over people with cars and tear gassing journalists and cops and zip tying naked kids who were U.S. citizens, by the way.
And leaving 6-year-old children as they snatch their father and just leaving a 6-year-old out there to fend for himself. Let's not forget about this. Snatched up a father coming out of immigration court which means that he has a case, that should be against the law. That should be totally against the law. Who has no criminal record, and they just left a unattended 6-year-old to fend for himself. While the ignorance want to applaud ICE with criminals in ICE. An ICE official was just caught up in as a scheme trying to have uh, um, relationships with a 17-year-old. And the first thing that came out of his mouth when he was caught, hey, bro, I'm ICE. As if, don't do anything to me. I'm one of you. A whole predator that is allowed to roam the streets with masks over their face and just grab people up out of their cars and stuff. What if he is on his way home or to a hotel? If he can get home without being drunk, as the ICE agent did in leaving the ICE facilities in Broadview, Illinois, and had a single car crash into a bunch of hedges because he was so drunk. What if he wanted to put on his mask and grab up a child, a woman, or something? Because we do have people working for ICE with these types of charges in their history. Okay, so the link is in the chat. That's all I have for you. I don't hear. I don't see a whole lot of Biden talk. I see what happened to all the talk. Everybody stopped talking when your racist champion gets on your other racist champion. There's no talk now. Nobody's talking now. Everybody is radio silent now. Oh, y'all thought we didn't know that this bullshit was a bunch of bullshit? How dare Nick Fuentes come out and give up the whole game? Like we didn't know the whole game in the first place? Like the whole game hasn't been our whole lives? And you think that Nick Fuentes gave up the game? And you want to be mad at Nick Fuentes about him being half Mexican? Is that what we're doing? Is the biggest problem is that Nick Fuentes is half Mexican? Is that the biggest problem? No, the biggest problem is these are the people who capture your attention and the attention of your children. Whole hypocrites. So I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. Z Sarah, I appreciate you being here. Chat, I appreciate you being here as well. If you don't like what I say, come back tomorrow. Maybe I'll say something that will soothe you on tomorrow. But if you are here, please hit the like button. Feel free to leave a comment under my comment section. Share me out. Come back in a great force and talk shit to me because I give zero fucks about the shit you talk. I'm just here to give actual factual information. That's the only reason I show up here because our for-profit media leaves a lot of stuff uncovered. So you may want to make sure you're not on the new DOJ list of offenders and of terrorists and all of this that is looking at American people with the whole strength of Palantir on their side. So make sure you do that. Much love to you. I appreciate you, Z Sarah. I'm out of here.